The Taliban and ISIS are both Islamic extremist organizations, both with similar interests. Their overarching goal is to create a state governed by a strict, extremely conservative version of Sharia law, the religious doctrine that's part of Islamic tradition. While Sharia law is meant to protect the practice of religion, as well as safeguard sanity, family, personal and communal wealth, and life, ISIS and the Taliban have their own, far more brutal interpretations of Sharia law and have shown that they are prepared to use extreme violence to enforce it. Despite both belonging to extreme branches of Islam and seeking to establish authoritarian states that adhere to their versions of Sharia law, both the Taliban and ISIS are two forces that have been in perpetual conflict since 2015. Why have these two extremist forces fought against each other for so long? In what ways are their goals and beliefs different? Well, join us as we investigate exactly why the Taliban and ISIS both hate each other. Before we begin, there's an important bit of nuance we need to cover. While many of their beliefs are born from specific interpretations of Islam and how they believe religion should be applied to the governing of countries, neither ISIS nor the Taliban speak for all Muslims. Both of these forces are extremists who have pushed the tenets of their religion to the most extreme interpretations, which do not reflect the interpretations that ordinary practicing Muslims have of the Quran, their central religious text. The world first witnessed the Taliban begin growing to prominence during the Afghan Civil War in the early 90s. They originated in the Pashtun areas of eastern and southern Afghanistan and northern Pakistan. By this point, Afghanistan was already a country that had sadly seen a lot of turmoil and conflict in its already long history of instability. To keep things brief, the Civil War had been largely caused by the government of Afghanistan at the time being allied with the Soviet Union. Given that the world was in the midst of the Cold War at the time, the United States saw this and decided to covertly offer their support to insurgency fighters who opposed the Afghan government and sought to overthrow them. These fighters were known as the Mujahideen, and given that they were devout Muslims, they disagreed with a number of social reforms that had been instituted and resented the government for introducing a more democratic process to Afghanistan, as well as having ties to the Soviet Union. So, the Mujahideen launched a series of violent insurrections and attacks against the Soviet-aligned Afghan government, eventually leading them to seek help from the Communist allies who invaded Afghanistan in 1979. In response, the Mujahideen rebellion grew, bolstered by weapons and support from the United States Central Intelligence Agency. America might not have been ideologically in agreement with the views of the Mujahideen, but the enemy of your enemy is your friend. As such, they sought to aid the insurgency and overthrow the Afghan government as a way to reduce the Soviets' influence. The Mujahideen began as a handful of fragmented independent groups. They weren't a coordinated military force yet, and throughout the war their tactics were sporadic and disorganized. This, however, would gradually improve with their growing experience and thanks to the large quantities of weaponry sent to them via Pakistan by the United States and other countries, including Great Britain and China. However, the invading Soviet troops managed to maintain a foothold in Afghanistan, controlling most of the major towns and cities. The Mujahideen were situated out in the countryside, but their familiarity with the terrain allowed them to evade Soviet attacks. That is, until the Soviets began bombing rural areas in an attempt to eliminate some of the civilian support for the insurgents. The Soviets' attacks and attempts to reduce support for the Mujahideen drove nearly 3 million Afghan people away from their homes in the countryside, with most of them migrating toward neighboring Pakistan. Think about it from the perspective of an ordinary Afghan citizen. Your country's been through a lot of conflicts, and it's long affected your livelihood, perhaps even since you were born. Then a foreign power invades. It's likely you'd be willing to see the Mujahideen rebellion more as freedom fighters, acting with your best interests at heart, fighting to end the perpetual conflict you and the rest of your country are tired of, especially once that invading army starts bombing your country, forcing you to leave your home and travel across the border to seek refuge. Those who had been displaced by the war between the Mujahideen and the Soviet Union, many of them students, began to form a group under one Mullah Muhammad Omar, a Mujahideen commander and eventual leader of the Taliban. The name of the group was a Pashto word meaning students. Pashtuns are an ethnic group primarily residing in southern and eastern areas of Afghanistan, as well as northwest Pakistan. A lot of Pashtun people from Afghanistan would have been displaced into Pakistan during the Afghan Civil War, with the younger among them being educated in traditional Islamic schools there. This is where the Taliban traces its roots. Back in Afghanistan, the Mujahideen eventually neutralized a lot of the Soviet air power, thanks to shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles that had been supplied by the United States. By the late 80s, the Soviet Union was beginning to fall apart, eventually leading to their troops leaving Afghanistan entirely. However, even after Soviet withdrawal, things didn't automatically become peaceful overnight. A transitional government that had been supported by the various Mujahideen factions took power, but disagreements over the sharing of power led to violent conflicts between the groups. During this time, Mullah Omar was a teacher at a madrasa, an Islamic school, in a small village in the province of Kandahar. With the end of the war leading to escalating political and ethnic violence, Omar claimed that he'd had a vision that instructed him to restore peace to the country. He then led a group of madrasa students, the Taliban, in taking over numerous cities throughout the mid-90s. By September 1996, they had taken control of the entire country, overthrowing the current ruling regime and establishing themselves as the governing body of Afghanistan. They ruled with an iron fist. Any opposition to the Taliban was massacred. Citizens who were left starving by the conflict were denied food supplies sent by the United Nations, and the rights of women that had been reformed and gradually improved under the previous Soviet-backed government were oppressively rolled back. The Taliban's rule over Afghanistan came to an end in December 2001 when a United States-led coalition of armed forces invaded the country. This was a retaliatory response to the terror attacks of September 11th, led by Osama bin Laden. At the time, bin Laden was hiding in Afghanistan, and given he was in power, Omar had refused requests from the United Nations to extradite bin Laden. This was what prompted the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan, which overthrew the Taliban and led to 2 decades of subsequent conflict. Then, in 2022, the U.S. and the Taliban reached a diplomatic agreement for American forces to withdraw from Afghanistan. The moment they did, the Taliban once again seized power over the country, and at the time of the making of this video, have been restored to their previous positions of control. The Taliban are a fundamentalist Islamic extremist movement, meaning they believe in, choose to adhere to, and enforce a literal interpretation of the Quran scripture. A number of the principles stem from traditions of the Pashtun people's nomadic tribal ways of life. They practice a branch of Islam that is known as Sunni Islam, which is one of the largest branches of the Islamic faith in the world. This is why it's important to remember that the Taliban don't represent all Muslims, not even all Sunni Muslims, despite their assertions that they do. As part of their enforcement of the interpretation of Sharia law, the Taliban have prohibited women over the age of 10 from going to school or even being seen in public unless accompanied by a man. Television and social media are also banned. Other methods of control they employ are executions, detaining journalists, and even persecuting their own citizens who try to advocate for basic human rights. Perhaps the most important principal difference between the Taliban and other Islamic extremist groups such as Al-Qaeda is that their objectives are localized. The Taliban only wanted to maintain religious control over their country, whereas Al-Qaeda wanted to impose their version of Islamic law on an international scale. Then there's ISIS, or the so-called Islamic State. The group traces its origins back to Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, a man from Jordan. Al-Zarqawi was part of another branch of Sunni Islam known as the Salafi jihadist branch. This religious political ideology seeks to establish an Islamic State on a global scale and advocates for military attacks against non-Muslim targets and other Muslims deemed to be heretics according to Salafi principles. The Salafist interpretation of the Quran is taken in its most literal and traditional sense, and it's the goal of the adherents of these extremist beliefs to re-establish what they believe to be true Islam. Abu Musab al-Zarqawi ran a training camp within Afghanistan and later rose to prominence after he traveled to Iraq and became responsible for carrying out a series of bombings and beheadings during the Iraq War. He reportedly aided in turning the Iraqi insurgency in the area against American troops and formulated the so-called Islamic State, which gained further notoriety when they drove Iraqi forces out of major cities in the western part of the country in 2014. A number of commanders from the Taliban also defected and swore allegiance to ISIS leaders. Many of these commanders had found themselves dissatisfied with the leadership of Mullah Omar, who was still the head of the Taliban at the time, leading to their defection to the so-called Islamic State. ISIS has since actively recruited defectors who have abandoned the Taliban, in particular anyone discontent with the leadership and lack of battlefield success. While the Taliban retains a much larger following than ISIS, there exist various factions affiliated with them. This included the lesser-known ISIS-K, who are a self-proclaimed splinter group affiliated with ISIS. The K in their name refers to Khorasan, an eastern province of the Iranian plateau. ISIS-K intends to act as an affiliate group representing the so-called Islamic State in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Initially formed in 2015, ISIS-K was started by militants originating from Pakistan, along with more discontented former Taliban members. They operate within the northern and eastern regions of Afghanistan, near Kabul, the country's capital, which is now once again under Taliban control. Much like the larger group they're affiliated with, ISIS-K is actively hostile toward the Taliban. This is in large part due to them possessing an even more extreme interpretation of Islamic practices and teachings, and this has led them to conduct a number of high-profile attacks against the Taliban in recent years. Despite contrary reports that ISIS-K numbers had dwindled, their ranks have actually increased, especially as the Taliban, the newly instated leaders of Afghanistan, made their advance across the country, which saw numerous prisoners freed as a result. In terms of their tactics, the Taliban predominantly employ the use of guerrilla warfare, meaning they practice more unconventional and unorthodox methods of approaching a battle. During the war in Afghanistan against the US and their coalition of allies, this meant the Taliban would often conduct violent ambushes while operating in the Afghan countryside, as well as conducting attacks using bombers in urban areas. While not hard to see that this comes from the Taliban's historic links to the Mujahideen, who initially founded the group, it makes them extremely difficult to defeat through the use of more traditional combat techniques. On the other hand, ISIS tactics are far closer to those of a conventional organized military. Additionally, while such a thing is banned in Afghanistan under Taliban control, ISIS also managed to utilize social media as a way of spreading their propaganda and swaying new recruits to their cause in a way that no other terrorist group has before. Although crackdowns on the spreading of this propaganda have since taken place on all these platforms, ISIS has been known to have a presence on YouTube, Twitter, and WhatsApp. Most frighteningly, they use social media to lure in potential recruits, predominantly young people, from overseas to join their fight against not only Western culture, but against the Taliban too. The fundamental difference and the source of their ongoing animosity toward each other is that the Taliban and ISIS share different beliefs on the practice and enforcement of Islamic law. While both might consist of extremist Sunni Muslims, the Taliban follows a variation of what is known as the Deobandi branch. On the other hand, ISIS has its own interpretation adhering to the even more extreme Wahhabi Salafist tradition, the same one practiced by al-Qaeda. Currently, there's still ongoing conflict between the Taliban and the so-called Islamic State within Afghanistan. When ISIS-K was established in early 2015, it prompted the Taliban's leader at the time, Mullah Akhtar Mohammad Mansour, to contact the leader of ISIS. Given that the group was recruiting Taliban defectors, Mullah Akhtar requested that Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, ISIS's leader at the time, abandon this recruitment of disaffected Taliban members. His position was that if there was to be a war for the cause in Afghanistan, then it should be conducted under the Taliban's leadership, not that of ISIS. Shortly after, on the 2nd of February 2015, a group of militants associated with ISIS-K killed Abdul Ghani, a senior Taliban commander operating in the Logar province. Fighting then continued to escalate between the two extremist groups in June 2015. Two separate factions of the Taliban in the Zabul province even began fighting each other over whether or not they should join forces with ISIS in November of 2015. More battles took place in April 2017 after ISIS-K captured a trio of drug dealers in the northern Afghan province of Jowzjan. These men had reportedly been selling opium in order to raise funding for the Taliban. Later, in May of that same year, a group of 22 militants were killed in a fight between the Taliban and ISIS at the border to Iran. Eventually, the Taliban would launch a brutal offensive intended to eliminate any ISIS presence in Jowzjan province during the summer of 2018. That conflict ended in a staggering defeat for ISIS-K, who were subsequently almost eradicated by the United States forces working alongside the Afghan military in late 2019. Despite various setbacks, there are an estimated 2,200 members of ISIS-K who remain alive and active within Afghanistan. In February of 2020, when the United States signed a dubious peace accord with the Taliban, they pledged to eliminate other groups of Islamic extremists, including driving ISIS out of their country. Now that the Taliban have seized control of Afghanistan, there's concern that this will encourage further terrorist activities by ISIS and its affiliated groups, and that the country will then become a safe haven for them. The Taliban recapture of Kabul initially left the country in turmoil, with many who were opposed to their control and ideology forced to flee from Afghanistan. Allegedly, this included members of ISIS, given that they don't share the Taliban's principles or follow the same branch of Sunni Islam. However, if the reports are to be believed that there are still ISIS-K members active in Afghanistan, given the shared history of hatred between the two groups, it isn't likely that they'll become allies anytime soon. even now that the Taliban are in control of Afghanistan. They've stoned people to death for adultery, thrown men from buildings for their sexuality, and beheaded innocent journalists and aid workers. They've even crucified young Muslim men for eating during the fasting hours of Ramadan. Often called medieval in their actions, they say they're fighting the good fight, one that goes back centuries and will end with victory, the apocalypse, and paradise for many of their soldiers in arms. ISIS has indeed brought the brutality of the past to the present, but where are they now? If recent reports are correct, they might be coming to a town near you at some point soon. We're deadly serious about that. ISIS still has big plans for the West, according to those in the know. But before we get to those worrying reports, we think you need to hear the history of ISIS, their resume of savagery that would make a medieval executioner shudder. But how did this all come about? Where did they come from, and what do they want? Can the West shoulder any blame for the rise of ISIS? Will ISIS ever completely go away? You might have heard of them simply called the Islamic State or IS, and you might have also heard them called the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, or ISIL, and of course the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, or ISIS. They're also sometimes referred to as Daesh. They're all the same group more or less, although this group has evolved over the years. Today, we'll always call them ISIS to avoid any confusion. The genesis of ISIS is complicated when we consider all the decades of conflict between certain groups in the Middle East, notably in Iraq. We won't go into all the nuts and bolts, but we will say that after the US invasion of Iraq in 2003 and the country's occupation, with the dictator Saddam Hussein ousted, a power vacuum started to form in Iraq. This created profound instability in the region, and extremist groups emerged looking to take advantage of that instability. This included Al-Qaeda in Iraq, or AQI for short. AQI was headed by a Jordanian jihadi named Abu Musab al-Zakari, who merged his Tawhid and Jihad insurgent group in 2004 with Osama bin Laden's Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda itself had a vision of employing elite fighters that could lead a worldwide jihad project, which of course was very hostile to the US, a country viewed as vastly corrupt by these extremists. Al-Zakari had at first received funding from bin Laden, but initially he wouldn't swear allegiance to Al-Qaeda since his own outfit didn't always see eye to eye with the organization. They later joined forces, which led to the formation of Al-Qaeda in Iraq. Just so you know, jihad to some scholars can mean many things, including the personal struggle to strive in life. But for al-Zakari and many other militant fundamentalist Muslims, when they talk about jihad, they mean the holy war against the enemies of Islam. This show today is about the people waging that war, not the vast majority of Muslims in the world, who certainly do not condone ISIS's beliefs or violence. In 2004, the US intercepted a letter that was written by al-Zakari and sent to Al-Qaeda. It can tell us something about the mindset of ISIS. You, gracious brothers, are the leaders, guides, and symbolic figures of jihad and battle. We do not see ourselves as fit to challenge you, and we have never striven to achieve glory for ourselves. All that we hope is that we will be the spearhead, the enabling vanguard, and the bridge on which the Islamic nation crosses over to the victory that is promised and to the tomorrow to which we aspire. In a part subheaded The Americans, he called them cowardly. He said the aim of this organization was to kill and capture Americans and to sow panic among those behind them and to trade them for our detained sheikhs and brothers. It is also to be said he certainly did sow some panic when he made sure Americans saw the videos of his wrath in action. In Iraq, al-Zakari engaged in terrorist campaigns aimed at Iraqis and foreigners. In part, he rose to infamy in the West as a result of his name appearing on the video of the brutal beheading of an American radio tower repairman named Nick Berg. It was this video and others like it that terrorized the West, which was the entire point of making them in the first place. Al-Zakari was said to be behind many assassinations as well as lethal bombings in Casablanca in Morocco and also in Istanbul in Turkey. Why did they do such things, you might wonder? ISIS says the end of times is coming, and it believes that it is its duty to establish the Islamic Caliphate, meaning an Islamic government ruled by a caliph, a spiritual leader of the highest regard. It's important to remember that ISIS interprets Islam in its own way, hence it's often ruthless in its enforcement of what it considers Islamic law. These people are extremists, make no mistake, but they say they are on a holy path to paradise. Later in the show, we'll let supporters of ISIS have their say about what they stand for, so we can't be accused of putting words in their mouths. While many critics have blamed the West for helping to create ISIS because of the post-Iraq war chaos, the West has also been busy killing ISIS leaders for years since that war. The violence has been somewhat of a vicious cycle. The West kills a major ISIS leader in an airstrike, and ISIS usually strikes back with an act of terrorism. The West at least seems like it's winning this battle, but the news reports of tomorrow might be still ugly enough for us to worry about ISIS. The more people live in bombed-out cities where there's no work, where they lose all hope, the more vulnerable they might be to joining an extremist organization. As the United States Institutes of Peace says, ISIS is a problem of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. We'll show you later how new potential recruits to ISIS are being created every single day. This ISIS issue is far from being done, despite it taking a back seat in your news reports as of late. On June 7, 2006, at precisely 14:15 GMT, two U.S. Air Force F-16C jets dropped 500-pound guided bombs, as well as a laser-guided GBU-12 and GPS-guided GBU-38 on a building that contained al-Zakari. And that was the end of him. But not the end of his brand of extremism, it was just the beginning. A man named Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi became the leader of AQI, and in 2010 he rebranded it as the Islamic State of Iraq, ISI, with the intention of regional expansion. The outbreak of the Syrian civil war in 2011 made expansion much easier, and ISI began operations in Syria, which is when the Islamic State of Iraq in Syria, or ISIS, was born. The Americans and coalition forces tried to stop the bloodshed in Iraq during those years of chaos following the power vacuum, stationing about 170,000 troops there at the peak of American intervention in 2007. But when the U.S. pulled out in 2011, all hell broke loose again. ISIS started growing in strength, which is the one reason why so many Americans started to criticize the war in Iraq. Iraq had not been remade. It had been destroyed, they said, creating even more terrorists, not to mention all the U.S. soldiers that were injured, killed, and went home with PTSD. ISIS expanded just as 62% of Americans back home said the war had not been worth fighting, according to Pew Research. Pew said the majority of military veterans felt the same way. This was a vastly different opinion than the one coming from many Americans after 9/11. The public and the veterans said they'd been misled about Iraq's so-called weapons of mass destruction, which were certainly not in Iraq. Many say that it was always obvious that these WMDs never existed, and the Iraq War is a war crime. The global war on terror meant more terror, which happened as the US and its allies started to get criticism for their military involvement in the Middle East. There were no WMDs, and while Saddam Hussein was certainly a tyrant with a history of extreme violence against his own people, now there was an extremist group gaining momentum in the Middle East and about to expand globally. Something monstrous had been created, and it grew even more monstrous. On June 10, 2014, ISIS gained control of Mosul, and in July and August of that year, they took control of Raqqa, Syria. A US-led coalition kicked off a series of airstrikes against ISIS in Iraq on August 7th of that year and expanded airstrikes to Syria soon after. The fight against ISIS was on, and it wasn't pretty. ISIS went after non-combatants as revenge and to sow the fear that it much wanted the West to feel. In August, an American freelance war correspondent named James Foley was beheaded by ISIS, with a highly distressing act, or at least part of it, appearing on YouTube with the title A Message for America. ISIS warned that any more airstrikes would result in the bloodshed of your people. That same month, ISIS executed 700 members of the Al-Shaitat tribe in the Deir al-Zor province of Syria. The Syrian Observatory for Human Rights said that many were beheaded after being captured by ISIS. At the time, Reuters reported that ISIS had driven tens of thousands of Muslims, Christians, and members of the Yazidi religious minority from their homes. More foreigners were beheaded as time went on, including Stephen Sotloff, an American-Israeli journalist, and later a British aid worker named David Haynes was beheaded on video. About a week later, on September 20th, still in 2014, ISIS in Afghanistan set 60 homes on fire. It was reported that they killed more than 100 people and beheaded 15 of those victims. 4 days later, a French mountaineering guy named Hervé Gourdel was kidnapped while hiking in Algeria. Later, he appeared in a beheading video titled A Message of Blood for French Government. These acts of extreme violence struck fear into the hearts of people, many of them on the other side of the world watching the videos on gore websites after they were taken down from YouTube. But what happened to foreigners was just one part of the extremism. Life in ISIS territory was a living nightmare for the vast majority of people in Iraq and Syria. In August 2014, a 31-year-old man was stoned to death by ISIS in Iraq after nothing more than being accused of committing adultery. Reuters reported the stoning, which happened on Thursday, was the first known instance of the punishment by Al-Qaeda offshoot Islamic State militants in Iraq, although it had been reported previously in Syria. Indeed, in Syria's Raqqa province, reports said 2 women were stoned to death after being accused of adultery. Such scenes became common over the years. In 2016, reports showed 4 blindfolded men being stoned to death in Iraq for the same offense. As time went on, reports stated that hundreds of people were killed in villages and towns where ISIS arrived. The group publicly executed several members of a Sunni tribe in the Anbar province of western Iraq. Often men took bullets to the head after being told they supported the enemy, but women were not spared. One time, 3 Sunni women in Mosul in Iraq were publicly executed for refusing to treat ISIS fighters. As the months passed, large groups of men were thrown into mass graves. Policemen in Iraq were kidnapped and killed. Soldiers who refused to join ISIS were executed. 2 days after some Iraqi soldiers were executed in Wada town in Diyaya in Iraq, 19 Sunnis were executed in Saadiyya for not pledging allegiance to the group. Students were kidnapped and never seen again. Homosexual men were thrown from buildings. There were reports of crucifixions, including the report we told you about earlier, in which 2 young men in Syria were killed and crucified because they'd broken fast during Ramadan. The boys were strung up with placards around their necks on which the word crime was written. In another news report, it was stated that ISIS was going around checking the length of men's beards. This was after ISIS had told the people of Mosul that shaving one's facial hair was a crime under their version of Sharia law. That same news report stated, 5 crucified bodies were put on display at a road junction on Tuesday, a clear message to the city's remaining 1.5 million residents that the ultra-hardline Islamists are still in charge, despite losing territory to the east of the city. Others were seen hanging from electricity poles and traffic signals around the city, residents said on Wednesday. Libyan militants allied with ISIS also caused death and destruction. In February 2015, they'd released a video that showed the beheading of 21 Egyptian Christians, all of whom had been kidnapped earlier in January. Egypt launched a series of airstrikes in Libya as retaliation. ISIS was extreme even for extremism. Cruelty was their modus operandi. They ruled by fear, and when they were able to cement their power, they destroyed places of worship and ancient historical artifacts. As totalitarians often do, they destroyed the past. They took bulldozers and power drills and explosives to ancient archaeological sites. ISIS was taking a wrecking ball to the cradle of civilization. They enraged Jordanians when they released a video of a captured Jordanian Air Force pilot that they burned to death in a cage. We'll explain later why this was supposed to be a symbolic execution. They attacked a museum in Tunis, killing 22 people, and they bombed 2 mosques in Yemen, killing 137 people. In January 2016, ISIS extremists killed 10 people and injured 15 others when they detonated a bomb in Istanbul's Sultanahmet Square. Many of the casualties were merely tourists visiting the beautiful city. The next year, an ISIS gunman opened fire at a nightclub in that same city, killing at least 39 people. On the 31st of October 2015, ISIS blew up an Airbus A321-231 after it departed from Sharm el-Sheikh International Airport in Egypt on its way to Pulkovo Airport, St. Petersburg in Russia. It's never been certain exactly what happened, but ISIS was blamed for killing the 212 Russians, 4 Ukrainians, and 1 Belarusian passenger on board, as well as the 7 Russian crew. In 2016, ISIS released a video in which a man said, "Listen, Putin, we'll come to Russia and we will kill you at your homes." Not long before that, on October 15, 2015, the United States had begun Operation Inherent Resolve. This involved the US and the British and some other nations to a lesser extent, conducting thousands of airstrikes against ISIS in support of Iraqi and Syrian forces fighting ISIS on the ground. As you'll see later, such strikes are ongoing. ISIS might have been knocked back, but it's nowhere near dead and gone. But what ISIS really wanted was to create global terror, not only regional terror in the Middle East. They wanted to export their extreme brand of religion, which meant finding new recruits, many of whom were residents of Western nations. ISIS's ambition to spread global fear became more of a reality on November 13, 2015, when 11 of its members murdered 130 civilians and injured 100 others in a series of horrific attacks in Paris, France. Men armed with guns, some with bomb vests attached to them, attacked a concert hall, a football stadium, as well as restaurants and bars around Paris. This was what terror looked like: the maiming and killing of innocent people who had no dog in the fight, slaughtered in the name of the Holy War. On Boulevard Voltaire, the attackers hit the 1500-seat Bataclan Hall, where the Californian rock group Eagles of Death Metal had just started their song Kiss the Devil. ISIS said their terrorist cell had committed the slaughter because of French airstrikes on Islamic State targets in Syria and Iraq. President François Hollande called it an act of war. Still, did the 3 men who entered that hall with assault rifles really believe ISIS could win the war? Does ISIS still believe it can win? Foot soldiers can obviously cause great damage, but what is the end point of all this carnage? How can a relatively small group of men in the thousands beat world powers? One writer on the topic said that the Islamic State is committed to purifying the world by killing vast numbers of people. But so far, it's the so-called Muslim apostates that have been the ones that have suffered the most. Still, global violence remains a big part of the war. There will likely be more attacks all around the world. In 2016, Omar Mateen, a 29-year-old man, murdered 49 people and wounded 53 in a shooting at a gay nightclub in Orlando, Florida. He told a negotiator that U.S. military activity in Iraq and Syria was the reason he went through with the attack. This was one of the worst mass shootings on American soil. Make no mistake, as you watch this video, Americans are being recruited at home by ISIS. Some of them in the past fulfilled their missions. Sayfullah Saipov, a 35-year-old resident of Paterson, New Jersey, was convicted of a vehicular attack in Manhattan in 2017, which killed 8 and injured 11 others. At his trial, the evidence showed his phone was full of ISIS propaganda. He had videos of shootings and beheadings on the device, which the court heard served as a kind of instruction manual. There was also information on how to make explosive devices. After his attack on those innocent people, he had the nerve to ask to hang an ISIS flag in his hospital room. He told the FBI he wanted to do his part for the caliphate, his part for ISIS. They don't always complete their missions, though. On March 26, 2019, a 28-year-old naturalized U.S. citizen from Trinidad and Tobago named Rondell Henry was said to have stolen a U-Haul truck to carry out a ramming attack for ISIS at a shopping and entertainment complex near Washington, D.C. He was arrested before he could cause any harm. He later said his inspiration was a ramming attack in Nice, France in 2016 that killed 86 people and injured 434 others. Another report talked about James Bradley, a 21-year-old from the Bronx in New York, and Arwa Mutana, a 30-year-old from Hoover, Alabama, who in 2022 were sentenced to 132 months and 108 months in prison respectively for trying to give material to ISIS. Both planned to fight for ISIS in the Middle East. The report noted, court-authorized searches of Bradley and Mutana's electronic devices identified significant extremist content, including IS propaganda, quotations by Anwar al-Awlaki, a video of an individual in prisoner garb being chained and then buried alive. The U.S. has been mostly unscathed in recent years. Still, terrible things have happened elsewhere, including mass death and destruction caused by bombers in Iraq, the death of 5 women at an Orthodox church in Russia's southern province of Dagestan, a series of church bombings in Indonesia leaving 28 people dead, and many more attacks. In 2018, ISIS attacks killed 149 people in Pakistan in one attack, while over 100 people in various attacks in Afghanistan, with more innocent people being murdered in Iran, Egypt, Tajikistan, Syria, and more countries. In 2019, 22 people died and 102 people were injured in the cathedral bombings in the Philippines. That year, ISIS killed 11 Christians in Nigeria, more people in Pakistan, and more in Afghanistan, but for the most part, the West was spared from such atrocities. This was an improvement on earlier years. In 2017, a vehicle rammed into people walking on Westminster Bridge in London and crashed near the British Parliament. The driver tried to enter the Parliament building, stabbing and killing a police officer on the way before being shot down and killed by British cops. 3 people died and more than 40 people were seriously wounded in the attack. Sometimes these extremists have been arrested before they could go through with their attacks. Still, at times they have succeeded, such as when a bomber attacked a crowd at an Ariana Grande concert in 2017 in Manchester in England, killing at least 22 and injuring 59. Some of those injured were just kids. They wouldn't have even known about politics in the Middle East, Britain's often murky past in the region, or ISIS and religious fundamentalism. It might have seemed back then that ISIS was accomplishing its goal of sowing fear across the world, but by December 2017, ISIS had lost as much as 95% of its territory, including Mosul and Raqqa. At the time, Iraqi Prime Minister Haider al-Abadi announced victory had been settled over the Islamic State in Iraq. In 2018, ISIS was also defeated in Syria. This didn't mean ISIS was done, though. ISIS might not be able to hold on to territory that's being attacked by better-equipped local and coalition forces, but their ideology is still spreading around the world. Lone men with a terminal plan in mind, or groups of men out to kill and kidnap people, can commit horrific violence. They've done it all over the world, and they did it after ISIS lost all the territory in Iraq and Syria. In April 2019, on Easter Sunday, ISIS bombers killed at least 250 people in attacks on 3 churches and 3 high-end hotels in the Sri Lankan capital of Colombo, as well as the Sri Lankan cities of Negombo and Batticaloa. Around 300 people were killed and 500 were injured. 10 days later, ISIS said in a video, "Our battle today is a war of attrition to harm the enemy, and they should know that jihad will continue until doomsday." ISIS may not have the power it had in the past, but it still has about 10,000 fighters in Syria and Iraq, and there are many other ISIS cells around the world. Often there's just one person ready to commit violence after being recruited online in his bedroom. In 2020, a British ISIS fanatic named Sudesh Aman stabbed and injured 2 people while walking down a street in South London. News reports said that the 20-year-old attacker, who was shot and killed by police, had a troubled childhood and lived in a chaotic and extremely unclean house. Such a man might be ripe for extremism extremism, and there are plenty of men like him, not just in the UK but all over the world. Aman had written in the past that deaths of infidels were an eye for British military activity in the Middle East. The irony is much of the UK public would agree with him about the wrongs of the British foreign policy in the Middle East. In fact, much of the British public marched in the streets against Prime Minister Tony Blair's war in Iraq. A recent government poll showed that 1 in 5 Britons believe Tony Blair should be tried as a war criminal. 19% of Brits said Iraq would have been better off under the tyrant Saddam Hussein, given the instability and violence that erupted after the war. A Gallup poll conducted in the U.S. in 2022 revealed similar opinions, showing that just 16% of Americans in the poll held a favorable view of the Iraq War. With this in mind, teenagers going to see pop stars don't seem like the perfect targets for ISIS, but we must remember that ISIS is in a holy war. The infidels must submit or be killed. Even if no Western forces were in the Middle East, there'd still be this kind of thinking among the extremists. Still, most of the latest attacks have been far from the West, with the majority of deaths from ISIS attacks happening in Afghanistan. In 2021, there were also incredibly vicious attacks in Iraq and Pakistan, although one person was killed in New Zealand when 8 people were stabbed at a supermarket. The attacker was well known to police as an ISIS supporter. 2022 was a relatively quiet year for ISIS. However, there were still massacres in Iran, Turkey, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, and in Benin, which left 4 innocent people dead. There was also an ISIS attack in Mozambique. ISIS in Africa has become a very big problem. In 2023 so far, ISIS has had its sights set on Africa. Over 20 men and women were murdered in the Democratic Republic of the Congo when farmers were attacked in the North Kivu province. News reports said one man was found tied to a fence with his throat slit. The report said the people belonged to a group that is an offshoot of ISIS, but no reason was given for the murders. The police did say the group used machetes for the murders to avoid confrontation with the army. The same extremist group in 2023 walked into a village in the DRC and burned down houses and shops, kidnapping people from the village. News reports said they surprised 17 people in a small bar where they were drinking beer and executed them. There was also a church bombing in the DRC that killed 17 people and grievously injured many more. Around that same time, ISIS claimed responsibility for killing 18 people in Burkina Faso in Africa. This came just after 60 women and children were also abducted in Burkina Faso while out collecting wild fruit. News media said, since 2015, Burkina Faso has been grappling with violence spearheaded by rebel fighters affiliated with Al-Qaeda and ISIL or ISIS groups that have killed tens of thousands and displaced nearly 2 million people. 2 other ISIS massacres happened in 2023 in Afghanistan and Syria. It's hard to say how many of these ISIS supporters around the world truly believe in the holy war and how many are just lost in life and are easy targets for extremist groups. In Iraq and Syria, citizens have faced high unemployment, displacement, never-ending humanitarian crises, and a lack of basic services. One expert said such conditions leave ordinary civilians vulnerable to recruiting by ISIS and other extremists. Humanitarian crises in Africa might similarly be one reason why ISIS has attracted so many new recruits. This is not always the case for new recruits in the West, though. According to research undertaken by George Washington University, the average new recruit for ISIS in the USA is in his 20s, with the average age being 26. They're 90% male, and believe it or not, according to that research, 73% of recruits and likely radicals are middle class or wealthier. The report said there are likely second or third generation immigrants. 70% of them use Android devices for their ISIS propaganda collection. The report said 62% of such recruits had used Twitter in the last month at the time that the report was compiled in 2022. The same report mentioned a list of Americans who'd been enlisted online and had bought airline tickets with the intention of fighting for ISIS in Syria. These people often speak quite openly on social media sites, despite them being under the watchful eye of police forces. It's not illegal to support ISIS if you don't openly threaten violence against others. There's no law against believing in the holy war. The Atlantic wrote in 2015, in theory, all Muslims are obliged to immigrate to the territory where the Caliph is applying these laws. The same article talked about offensive jihad, which would mean taking the fight to non-Muslims in other countries. It means expanding. One of the ISIS supporters interviewed said that the Caliph must wage jihad as expanding the caliphate is the duty of the Caliph. Caliphate, said the man, don't recognize borders. An ISIS supporter explained in 2013, our goal is to establish an Islamic State that doesn't recognize borders, on the prophetic methodology. The article explained that in fighting for the movement, one would be granted martyrdom. The war would eventually be taken from the Middle East to Europe and America and beyond, and in the end, there would be an apocalyptic battle against the disbelievers. Many people have preached this, even if they haven't gotten involved with violence themselves. The most well-known Islamic extremist in the UK is undoubtedly a man named Anjem Choudary. He wants Sharia law in the UK, and he's not afraid to say it out loud. He served time in prison for his views, and he's praised the people behind the September 11th attacks in the US and July 7, 2005 attacks in London. When he talks about magnificent martyrs, it's not strictly illegal, despite the UK's well-known hate speech laws. It seems that if he's not inciting imminent violence, he's protected under free speech laws. Choudary did get banned from Twitter at one point, calling Elon Musk a hypocrite for the ban. Today, he still preaches what he thinks is the holy path. Just recently, he told his followers to target British troops in Syria, Iraq, and North Africa. He criticized Prince Harry after Harry said in his book he'd helped kill Taliban fighters, which he said was like moving pieces from a chessboard. Choudary rattled a lot of Brits when it was reported that he was receiving unemployment benefits of $39,000 US per year at the time, which he said could be used by all Muslims to fund a Muslim holy war. He called this money a jizya, which in short, in centuries past, was a kind of tax or a fee on non-Muslims living under a Muslim ruler. To give you a modern example of jizya, in a statement in 2014, ISIS leader in Raqqa, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, signed a statement that appeared on websites that said Christians in Syria must pay jizya or face the sword. Christians with good earnings were asked to pay about $664 twice a year, although middle-class Christians were only expected to pay half of that, and poor Christians about $166. Back to Choudary, he's blamed British foreign policy for the attacks that have happened in Britain. He also receives a lot of criticism from the Muslim community, but for him, they're not living true to their faith. Choudary has defended ISIS's brutal punishments such as crucifixion and beheadings because that is righteous law, he says. The whole point, he once said, is to terrorize and horrify the enemy. When ISIS burns people in cages, he said it is symbolic reciprocation for people who've died in their houses from airstrikes. When describing the fight in the Holy War, he explained, "There's something called the divine victory and the worldly victory. The worldly victory is to see the conquest of the land and the implementation of Sharia. The divine victory is to obtain paradise. If someone dies on the battlefield, that is what he wants." Nonetheless, he said when he supports the actions of ISIS abroad, he is law-abiding in the UK. He explained, "If I'm living here among the people, I can't attack them, although there may be some people who will respond to those commands." Unsurprisingly, he's one of the most hated men in Britain and has also been accused of being the single biggest gateway to terrorism in recent British history. Abu Muhammad al-Adnani, who was the leader of ISIS in Syria until he was killed by an airstrike in 2016, either Russian or American, was much more outspoken in his approach to brutality and how it should be meted out. He once said in a video, "Kill the disbeliever whether he's civilian or military. Both of them are considered to be waging war. The civilian by belonging to a state waging war against the Muslims." He once told his followers, if you're not able to find an IED or a bullet, then single out the disbelieving American, Frenchman, or any of their allies. Smash his head with a rock or slaughter him with a knife, or run him over with your car, or throw him down from a high place, or choke him or poison him. Do not lack, do not be contemptible. He added that you might also burn his home, car, or business, or if that's not possible, destroy his crops. He then said, if you're unable to do so, then spit in his face. As we've shown you today, al-Adnani's wishes have come true many times over in the last decade or so, but ISIS attacks have been rarer as of late. Thankfully, we haven't heard much from ISIS for a while, but as we told you, ISIS has not gone anywhere, and there are still many people who want to take the fight to the road. Just before we started making the show, Iraq's chief counter-terror officer, General Abdul Wahab al-Saadi, warned that ISIS was planning a large-scale attack on one of its main enemies, the United Kingdom. Al-Saadi said, "We discovered that the UK is the next target outside Iraq. In the past few weeks, we launched major operations against Daesh or Islamic State and killed a large number of terrorists. It was during these raids that they found information about the planned attack on UK soil. It wasn't known what kind of attack it would be, but the UK was first on the list, followed by France, Belgium, and Germany. After the US, it seems the UK is where ISIS would be most likely to strike in terms of the West. It also seems recruits for ISIS are aplenty in the UK. British people have been known to flee the UK to join ISIS in the Middle East. The BBC recently reported about a woman who did just that and ended up in a camp after ISIS was defeated in Syria. The BBC wrote she'd been posting stories on social media and messaging platforms about conditions in detention camps and appealing for Bitcoin. She has cultivated followers around the world, and she asks people to send her cash for the women held in the camps. The camp in question is Al-Hal camp in northern Syria, close to the Syria-Iraq border. It now contains about 65,000 people of 57 nationalities, most of whom live in absolute squalor. It's reported that ISIS almost has the run of the camp, where it indoctrinates people to this day. In 2019, it was reported that an American woman who'd gone to join ISIS was also in the camp. There was also Australians there, but despite the camp's squalor, these Western nations are hesitant to repatriate these women. They will always be a threat, and a threat can turn into a bombing outside a pop concert. The camp itself has been called a breeding ground for extremism, which some say is bad news for the future. ISIS was behind 33 assassinations in the camp in 2020, including the murders of 6 Russian women. In January and February of 2021, there were 20 murders, including 14 Iraqi refugees, with 1 child and 3 women among them. 5 Syrian people were also murdered, including 1 woman and the head of the Syrian council in the camp. One of the guards at the camp remarked, "If we look at the camps, there's still little children who are a few years old and are being raised on the ideology of how to kill." U.S. forces are still in Iraq today, keeping an eye on ISIS. On April 3, 2023, a U.S. drone strike killed the senior Islamic State leader Khalid Aid Ahmad al-Jabouri, who it was reported was planning an attack in Europe. Reports state that the man had developed the leadership structure for ISIS. At the time of the drone hit, the U.S. said ISIS continues to represent a threat to the region and beyond. A military spokesperson said that while ISIS isn't what it used to be, the group remains able to conduct operations within the region with a desire to strike beyond the Middle East. The director of the National Counterterrorism Center in the U.S. said in 2023, "The pressure that you need to maintain on the Al-Qaeda and ISIS networks that still want to attack in the United States is absolutely necessary because a networked organization that has sophisticated means of attacking innocent civilians is still something we've got to be concerned about." She said lone actors are always a threat, explaining that U.S. citizens still consume extremist propaganda produced overseas that is now slick and made in the English language. She's also concerned about ISIS making inroads in various parts of the African continent, which we've discussed somewhat already. As you know, ISIS leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi was killed in 2019. In 2022, the man that replaced him, Abu Ibrahim al-Hashimi al-Qurashi, was said to have blown himself and his family up during a raid by the U.S. Joint Special Operations Command. Just months later, Syrian rebels took out ISIS leader Abu al-Hassan al-Hashimi al-Qurashi. So it seems as new leaders emerge, they often quickly fall. As intelligence agencies and police keep an eye on possible ISIS supporters in their home countries, at the moment at least, Syrian and Iraqi forces with U.S. and other countries' help are managing to keep ISIS at bay in the Middle East. But that doesn't mean there won't be any more attacks. There are obviously many people that believe in this holy fight, which, taken to its most brutal conclusion, means killing innocent people, even if they are critics of Western foreign policy in the Middle East. ISIS will always be at war until the end of times, at least regardless of Western foreign policy. Still, maybe one year's foreign policy is next year's extremism, so the vicious cycle of violence continues. It seems for now at least that ISIS is an injured shark swimming close to the seabed, but there's a good chance it won't remain mostly subdued for long. In 2021, control of the country of Afghanistan fell into the hands of a radical Islamist group known as the Taliban. They were able to make a rapid advance across the country, establishing control over Afghanistan's various provinces until they made it to the capital city of Kabul. This came after foreign military forces that had been present in Afghanistan for almost 2 decades, including the United States military, withdrew from the country and in some cases even had to make a hurried exit, leaving weapons and gear behind as the Taliban started their advance. The coalition of military powers led by the U.S. had reached an agreement with the Taliban in 2020 following a bloody campaign wherein the group deployed guerrilla tactics over the course of several years. The agreement stated that U.S. troops were to withdraw from Afghanistan and the Taliban would commit itself to participating in national peace talks. These peace talks would never take place, however. Afghanistan's own military collapsed during the Taliban's advance, and a number of the country's government officials who had been previously supported by occupying Western countries were forced to flee alongside the foreign military personnel and other anti-Taliban allies. It only took a few weeks for the Taliban to regain control over Afghanistan, something they hadn't achieved in over 20 years. The return to power caused the country's economy to implode, meaning a vast number of Afghan citizens were left struggling to find enough money to access necessities like food and water. The international community is still waiting to see if the group plans to honor their agreement that led to the withdrawal of the external military forces, including whether or not certain human rights will be enforced under the Taliban's rule. Now, for a lot of people in the Western world, especially if you grew up predominantly in the early 2000s, you're likely to have already heard a lot about the Taliban. Even if you grew up in more recent decades, you still probably learned of their existence at an early age, especially if you live in countries like the United States or the United Kingdom that had an active military presence in Afghanistan since 2001. But even if you've heard them mentioned before, you might still be at a loss as to who exactly the Taliban are, and why their recent rise in power in Afghanistan is such a pivotal moment in not just the history of that country, but the history of the entire world. So let's take a look at who the Taliban are and how exactly they were able to come to power. Afghanistan, the place where the modern Taliban draws its roots, is a country that has a long history of being invaded by foreign powers. This has often given way to internal conflict between factions that form within Afghanistan itself. In around 329 BC, the country was conquered by Alexander the Great. Many centuries later, Mahmud of Ghazni would become one of the next in a long line of people to invade and rule Afghanistan. He was an 11th century conqueror who commanded an empire that spanned from Iran to India. Not even 2 centuries later, Genghis Khan, the big daddy of all conquerors, would take control of the territory in the 13th century. Eventually, in the 1700s, Afghanistan was unified as a single country, and by 1870, Islam had become its most widely practiced religion. The word Taliban itself roughly translates to students of Islam or seekers of knowledge, and the existence of the modern-day group can trace its earliest roots back to this. Centuries ago, these early Taliban were unlike those we know today, lacking any of the ties to Islamic extremism that are now often associated with the word. During this time, the Taliban were part of what's known as the Quran Belt, a region of Afghanistan near the city of Kandahar, where the practice of conservative Islam is known to be quite prominent. They were very often teachers and mediators and would provide comfort to those who were dying. Many would live on donations and the kindness of others as they engaged in religious studies, with the goal of becoming mullahs, members of either the Shia or Sunni Muslim clergy. The formation of what we know today as the Taliban, interestingly, comes as a result of a lot of earlier parts of Afghanistan's history. Think of it as a row of dominoes being toppled, one event or action causing another, with that then leading to yet another part of the story. So to fully understand where the Taliban came from, knowing the history of Afghanistan can offer us important context. By the time of the 19th century, Great Britain had long established itself as an empire across the world, and it would retain that influence over these territories overseas for quite some time. From their imperially controlled base of India, the British attempted to expand their power into neighboring Afghanistan, invading the country in 1839. At the time, Britain and their empire were in stiff diplomatic competition with the Russian Empire, looking for areas to strengthen their influence in South Asia. The British invasion of Afghanistan was intended to oppose Russia, presumably because the British felt that the Russians expanding their empire into Afghanistan posed a danger to their empire in nearby India. However, the invasion of Afghanistan by the British Empire led to a series of conflicts known as the Anglo-Afghan Wars. This all started when the British installed Shah Shuja as the Shah or King of Afghanistan. Shah Shuja had previously been king and had formed an alliance with the British during this time, only for him to be exiled and spend many years unsuccessfully attempting to regain the throne. When the British reinstated him as the Shah, the Afghan people weren't too happy about it, to say the least. They wouldn't tolerate an occupation by a foreign power or a ruler who had been installed by them, and as a result, insurrections broke out against the British and Shah Shuja. He was eventually assassinated when the British occupation force withdrew from Kabul in 1842, and the Afghan people were victorious. However, the British would send another army to Afghanistan as retribution for the forces they lost, with the Second Anglo-Afghan War eventually beginning in 1878. This resulted in a British victory, after which they occupied Kabul and established a permanent embassy there. Then the same would happen a third time following the end of the First World War. The ruler of Afghanistan at the time, Habibullah Khan, maintained a policy of non-involvement throughout the war, but there was growing support for the Turkish Ottoman Empire's resistance to the British. After all, given their bloody history, the Afghan people had pretty valid reasons to dislike the idea of British rule over them. When Habibullah Khan was assassinated in 1919 by people associated with the anti-British movement, his son took control of the throne and declared Afghanistan's independence from Great Britain. This sparked the Third Anglo-Afghan War, where the British were defeated in 1921. This is when Afghanistan became truly independent, and their Emir Amanullah Khan felt that their repeated conflicts with and occupation by the British had set their country back, causing their development to be behind that of many other parts of the world. So the Emir began a rigorous campaign of socioeconomic reform to get the country back on track. In 1926, he declared Afghanistan as a monarchy instead of an emirate. An emirate is a territory ruled by an emir, which is the title used by monarchs who rule over a Muslim state. Within an emirate, the emir holds ultimate power over the government, but may have their authority constitutionally limited. In an absolute monarchy, however, the monarch rules as an autocrat, meaning that they have full control over the state and government, even down to imposing laws and punishments. And in the case of the now king, Amanullah Khan, he wanted to limit the power of the Loya Jirga, Afghanistan's national council. Not everyone was on board with these changes in Amanullah's policies, and in 1928 and 1929, his frustrated critics took up arms in retaliation. This forced the king to abdicate the throne and flee the country. Then in 1933, a new king, Zahir Shah, was crowned. This heralded a more stable period for Afghanistan, lasting over the course of his rule for the next 40 years. In 1934, Afghanistan was eventually formally recognized as a country by the United States, and this marked the start of what would become an ongoing turbulent international relationship between the two countries, one that would even directly lead to the formation of the Taliban. As we mentioned before, all of this is one big line of historical dominoes, and heading into the Second World War and beyond is where they start to fall more and more rapidly. Following the end of the Second World War in 1945, the British, who still occupied and controlled India as part of their empire, withdrew and granted the colony independence in 1947. India had long desired independence from Britain, and their own armed forces had now become strong enough to reject the imperial rule. This then led to the partition of the colony, resulting in two states, India, which was predominantly Hindu but secular, and the Islamic state of Pakistan, which shared a border with Afghanistan. That brings us to the era of the Cold War, a state of tensions between the United States of America and the USSR. These two opposing nations had been pivotal in defeating Nazi Germany in World War II, and that victory had transformed both the Soviet Union and the US into formidable global superpowers. But with their increased geopolitical power and greater influence over the world, their ideological differences led to a constant struggle between the two to accumulate more arms, wealth, and power than the other. Of course, with the creation of the atomic bomb and both countries' access to nuclear weapons, neither could engage the other in armed conflict, although the unsettling threat of that occurring was ever present at the time. With neither the US or the USSR acting directly against each other, they were forced to oppose each other through more indirect means, such as proxy wars or backing governments that aligned with their own interests and opposed their adversary. That brings us back to Afghanistan and to a man named General Mohammad Daoud Khan. He wasn't just a cousin to the king of Afghanistan, Zahir Shah, but also a firm supporter of the Soviet Union. In 1953, Mohammad Daoud Khan was made prime minister. He introduced a lot of pro-Soviet policies, as well as educational and social reforms, such as allowing women more of a public presence in Afghanistan, enabling them to attend university and enter the workforce. Given his ideological and political similarities with them, Daoud Khan would look to the Soviets for economic and military support. This would result in the Soviet premier at the time, Nikita Khrushchev, agreeing to aid Afghanistan, bringing the countries closer. Daoud Khan would eventually resign from office of prime minister, and any future political influence he may have had was stifled by a new constitution that prevented members of the Afghan royal family from holding any political office. Then, in 1973, Daoud Khan launched a military coup that would depose his cousin Zahir Shah from the throne. Instead of assuming the role of monarch, Daoud Khan abolished the monarchy entirely. He installed himself as the new president of Afghanistan, and his regime, the People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan, took control. Declaring the country a republic, Khan established firm ties with the USSR. However, despite his attempts to modernize the new communist state and force his opponents out of the government, Daoud Khan's control over Afghanistan would eventually be toppled when he was killed in 1978 during what became known as the Sour Revolution. In secret, Afghanistan's own Communist Party had been steadily growing ever since the mid-60s, under the leadership of Babrak Karmal and Nur Mohammad Taraki. After the revolution successfully brought the Afghanistan Communist Party into power, Taraki became the new president, with Karmal alongside him as deputy prime minister of the new Democratic Republic of Afghanistan after Daoud Khan's death. Even though they were backed by the Soviet Union and maintained friendly relations with them, Taraki proclaimed his new policies would offer Afghanistan independence from Russian influence and were intended to enforce Islamic principles and Afghan nationalism. However, many saw through his assertion. Around that same time, Iran had undergone its own revolution too, which led to an extreme militant form of Islam spreading. Sharing a border with Afghanistan, the same militarism reached conservative Islamic leaders in the countryside, who had also objected to the social changes implemented under Daoud Khan. Emboldened by the influence from Iran, these supporters initiated an armed revolt to stand up against the Soviet-backed Afghan government. They viewed a number of the policies introduced under Khan and later Taraki and Karmal to be oppositional to traditional Islamic practices, such as improved civil rights for women in Afghanistan. So, as their militant revolt grew into a larger insurgency, the Mujahideen were created, a group of Islamic rebels who were the almost immediate precursors to the modern Taliban. The Mujahideen were formidable, opposing the communist Afghan government with various kinds of violence. Given their ties, the Democratic Republic of Afghanistan would witness a Soviet intervention in their country that pitted the USSR's military force against the Mujahideen, beginning in 1979. Around this time, the country's American ambassador was killed, leading to the U.S. cutting off support to Afghanistan. An ongoing rivalry between President Taraki and another influential communist leader, Hafizullah Amin, resulted in Taraki being killed by some of Amin's supporters. This is largely what triggered the Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan to bolster the country's communist regime as it ideologically aligned with their own. With Amin and many of his followers executed, Babrak Karmal was elevated from deputy prime minister to president, and this, along with the Soviet presence, led to a number of violent public demonstrations. Given their opposition to the Soviets and the USSR-backed government of Afghanistan, this rallied the Mujahideen to band together, going from individual pockets of rebels to a united guerrilla group. In the early 80s, millions of Afghan citizens were forced to flee to the neighboring countries of Pakistan and Iran in order to escape the fighting between the Mujahideen and the Soviet troops. At this point, the conflict had garnered the attention of other countries around the world who also opposed the Soviet Union, but couldn't directly engage them given the international tensions of the Cold War and the threat of nuclear retaliation. So instead, the United States Central Intelligence Agency began to discreetly offer support to the Mujahideen insurgency, as did Great Britain and China, going via Pakistan to provide arms to the rebels. And it was this action, driven by an ideological opposition to the Soviet Union, that led the CIA and other countries to support groups that would later form parts of the Taliban. It was also around this same time that Saudi Islamic extremist Osama bin Laden made his first documented trip to Afghanistan, aiding anti-Soviet fighters and eventually forming the group known as Al-Qaeda. For them, the battle against the Soviet Union's control of Afghanistan was a religious holy war, or a jihad. The influence of the USSR over the country opposed their goal of a nation that was governed solely by the religion of Islam. Claiming their initial major victories against the Soviets, Al-Qaeda was also aware of the U.S. supplying arms to the Mujahideen, viewing the influence of yet another global superpower as an obstacle standing in the way of establishing an Islamic state. By 1989, the Soviets were on their back foot in Afghanistan and eventually withdrew in the wake of peace accords between them, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and the United States. The goal of those accords was to secure Afghanistan's independence, and as around 100,000 Soviet troops departed, a power vacuum was left in their wake. Multiple Mujahideen groups, including Al-Qaeda, were vying to seize control over Afghanistan from the communist president at the time, Dr. Mohammad Najibullah, who had been elected in 1986 and was a puppet of the Soviet Union. It was because of this that their fighting continued beyond the Soviet withdrawal, with Mujahideen still seeking to overthrow the USSR-backed Afghan regime. And then, in the early 90s, the group we now know as the Taliban emerged. They were a predominantly Pashtun movement, Pashtun being the largest ethnic group in Afghanistan, many of whom also resided in Pakistan. The word Taliban is even a Pashto word, meaning students, and they preached a hardline form of Sunni Islam. In 1992, Mujahideen were able to storm the Afghan capital of Kabul, despite them rapidly beginning to fracture into various splinter groups led by warlords fighting over the country's future. At the same time, Pakistan's Prime Minister Benazir Bhutto sought to develop Pakistan's economy via trade. Her interior minister was a notable Pashtun figure and had even organized guerrilla training for the Afghans during the 70s. She organized a convoy into Turkmenistan, which arrived at the Pakistani border as the student movement of the Taliban had just started operating. Pakistan's Inter Services Intelligence Agency supported the previously unknown movement, and this allowed them to push into Afghanistan. Many remaining Mujahideen fighters would join this new movement and eventually form the Islamic military force known as the Taliban, founded by an Afghan militant named Mullah Omar. They were able to rise to power under promises of restoring peace and security to Afghanistan, as well as enforcing their own version of Sharia law, the laws that form part of the Islamic tradition. However, the Taliban's interpretation of Islamic law included enforcing corporal punishment for offenses such as adultery, false accusation of a crime, drinking alcohol, and theft. For many Afghan citizens who had suffered during a long period of ongoing wars and the effects of the Mujahideens fighting after the Soviets departed, the stability that was promised and the upholding of traditional Islamic values were reasons enough to support the Taliban. Initially, they received widespread support as they were all seen to be stamping out crime and corruption in Afghanistan, allowing the areas under their control to flourish. In 1995, the Taliban captured the province of Herat, which bordered Iran, and within a year, they had captured Kabul, overthrowing the Mujahideens' leader, President Burhanuddin Rabbani, who had resisted the Soviets. While the United States refused to recognize the authority of the Taliban, the extremist group went to work. They enforced Islamic law through public executions and amputations, walking back many of the country's more modernized laws, including preventing women from participating in education and forcing them to remain veiled and stay indoors unless accompanied. Internationally, the militia was condemned for massacring Afghan citizens, discriminating against religious or ethnic minorities, denying food supplies from the United Nations to their own starving civilians, preventing women from obtaining jobs, and overall restricting the rights of the Afghan citizens living under their rule. The Taliban also banned television broadcasts and music, as well as stopping girls attending school beyond the age of 10. The United Nations accused the Taliban of committing various human rights abuses, given their uses of execution, beating, and detaining journalists, and even their own Afghan citizens if they protested for their own rights. As well as this, they were accused of abusing other cultures. In one now notorious incident in 2001, the Taliban destroyed the famous Buddha statues in Bamiyan, central Afghanistan, despite international protests against the action. To the Taliban, the acknowledgement of other cultures was an affront to their own Islamic culture. It's worth noting that also during this time, Osama bin Laden was widely believed to have been hiding in Afghanistan during the same time period he was declared an international terrorist. He cultivated thousands of followers through terroristic training camps. However, he was the figurehead of al-Qaeda, not the Taliban, though he would become part of the Taliban structure. The principal difference between the two groups was that al-Qaeda sought to fight an international jihad with the goal of imposing Islamic law on a global scale. The Taliban's objectives were more localized, wanting religious control over Afghanistan alone. Pakistan denied having any hand in the creation of the Taliban, despite there being many Afghan citizens who fled to Pakistan in the 80s and then joined the growing movement after being educated in religious schools in Pakistan. By 1996, the Taliban controlled roughly 3/4 of Afghanistan, although they were opposed by another militia group known as the Northern Alliance, who seized many northern areas of the country and fought against the Taliban's control. They would maintain their stranglehold until December 2001, when the United States would launch their invasion of Afghanistan. This occurred as a direct result of the attacks on the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001, perpetrated by Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda. Since the Taliban had refused to turn bin Laden over to the US, despite him hiding in Afghanistan at the time, US and British forces initiated airstrikes against Taliban targets, attacking their various bases believed to be connected to al-Qaeda. The Taliban were then faced with intense fighting against the Northern Alliance, who were able to enter Kabul in November of 2001. The retreating Taliban forces fled to Kandahar, their hold over the country rapidly dwindling. Although the US invasion of Afghanistan seemed to signify the end of their rule, the remaining Taliban forces would soon launch an insurgency against the American forces and the newly instated Islamic Republic of Afghanistan that ruled the country with the US backing. The United Nations would launch a multinational military effort to fight against the Taliban, known as the International Security Assistance Force. The conflict that then arose between the Taliban and this combined effort by countries like America, the UK, France, Germany, and many more NATO members became known as the War in Afghanistan. Since the Taliban had refused to extradite bin Laden without evidence of his involvement in 9/11, they were now active participants in a conflict of a massive scale. Members of the Taliban were driven out of areas of Afghanistan that the US military took control of, which were predominantly major population centers, driving them out to the more rural provinces of the country. While their primary target, Osama bin Laden, relocated to Pakistan, the coalition of armed forces led by the US remained in Afghanistan, with the express intent of aiding the creation of a new democratic authority to run the country. However, by 2003, the Taliban had reorganized under the leadership of their founder, Mullah Omar. They then enacted a widespread and bloody insurgency against the coalition forces, as well as rejecting the authority of the new Afghan government. Fighters loyal to the Taliban engaged in asymmetric warfare, meaning their military strengths differed greatly from those of NATO forces. They employed guerrilla tactics in more rural areas. These were often attacks that involved a small group of irregular militants, such as rebels, paramilitary, or armed civilians loyal to the cause, instead of authorized military personnel serving a country. They would conduct violent ambushes in the countryside and then deploy bombing attacks within urban areas, including targeted assaults against anyone they perceived to be working with the newly established government, the Islamic Republic. A lot of notable events took place over the course of the war, including the killing of Osama bin Laden in 2011 in Pakistan. But this didn't prevent the Taliban from taking control of large parts of Afghanistan. Bin Laden's death did prompt NATO leaders to begin planning their forces' exit from the country. However, it would take a further 10 years for this to happen. The war in Afghanistan eventually culminated in 2021 after 2 decades of fighting between the Taliban and the combined NATO forces. The duration of the war was longer than the Vietnam War, albeit only by around 6 months, making it the longest armed conflict in U.S. military history. Given that they were unable to eliminate the Taliban through sheer military strength, the coalition attempted to change up their approach and engage with the Taliban diplomatically. This effort resulted in a U.S.-Taliban deal being struck in 2020, which stipulated that the U.S. troops would leave Afghanistan by the end of the following year, thus signaling an end of the 20-year conflict. The Taliban pledged in return that it would prevent any militant group within its territory from staging or conducting any attacks against the U.S. or any of its allies. However, the Afghan government rejected the terms of this deal, given that it was made between the U.S. and the Taliban rather than between America and Afghanistan. At the same time U.S. troops were due to leave, the Taliban staged a massive offensive strike throughout the summer of 2021, and this led to them re-establishing control over the country. They seized the capital of Kabul once more on the 15th of August, causing the last president of the Islamic Republic, Ashraf Ghani, to flee from Afghanistan in fear he'd be executed. Within 2 weeks, the final United States military aircraft departed from the country, and now America no longer had a military presence in Afghanistan. The war was officially over. The war in Afghanistan cost the lives of well over 200,000 people over 20 years, almost a quarter of which were civilians killed in the crossfire. The result was an overall Taliban victory, allowing them to rise back into power, which they have managed to hold till the present day. In a world where the American dollar is the global reserve currency, with the majority of global trade conducted in the greenbacks, it's rare to hear of a currency thrashing the US dollar. But did the Taliban just pull off a miracle that Russia could only dream of? In a shocking turn of events, the world's third best performing currency in the third quarter of 2023 is, drumroll please, the Taliban's Afghani currency. Currently, the Afghani has jumped 9% against the US dollar, which shot it to the very top of the world's best performing currency. But are things really as they seem? Is the US dollar going to go the way of the ruble and all your future Blizzard game purchases be immediately refunded to you in Afghanis because Blizzard is a terrible game developer? The situation requires some nuance because the Afghani beating the US dollar is sort of like Dogecoin beating Bitcoin in performance. It doesn't mean that Dogecoin is worth the electricity it takes to check your balance, it just means that Doge Daddy Elon probably sent out another tweet. Sorry, Zeet and Musk stans bought more Doge. Or at least they would if Twitter, X, wasn't a dead platform. Bitcoin still beats the pants out of Doge, but the useless coin temporarily performed better. But the Afghani is currently performing quite well, and that's good news for the people of Afghanistan no matter how you feel about the Taliban or the US pullout. What's probably even more interesting is that neither the euro nor the dollar are in the top 2 spots ahead of the Afghani. It's the Colombian peso and the Sri Lankan rupee. In 2022, the US dollar beat out every other global currency, gaining value even as other currencies plummeted, due in no small part to Vladimir Putin's attempt to defeat Russia by invading Ukraine. And while the dollar hasn't slowed, other currencies have performed a lot better this year. The dollar continues to gain in strength thanks to the Fed's ongoing fight against inflation. While the dollar has gained 0.04% since March 2023, the Afghani has surged a whopping 14%, and it's due to some pretty tight economic policies imposed by the Taliban. Immediately upon retaking power in 2021, the Taliban imposed currency control that barred anyone from using the dollar or the Pakistani rupee, both of which had flooded Afghanistan and largely displaced the local currency. Online trading was also banned, and this is commonly done in dollars over various online marketplaces, so bad news for any Afghanistan Amazon Prime subscribers. But the Taliban efforts to prop up the Afghani are coming with some serious side effects. For starters, deflation has rocked Afghanistan hard, with a 9% annual decrease in prices since the Taliban took over. That might sound like great news. Who doesn't love lower prices? And surely anyone who's sick of paying $20 for 2 apples and a pack of discount steaks at the grocery store would love to see some deflation right about now. But while deflation does increase consumer purchasing power, it comes with some pretty significant side effects that can all too quickly spin out of control. Moderate drops in prices can actually be a good thing for an economy, as it actually encourages people to spend more. When the cost of food and energy is high, people are likely to hoard their money, which is bad for the economy. But when prices fall, the taps turn on. Deflation, making currency stronger, can also encourage saving, which is different than hoarding, and thus makes a population more economically healthy. In this case, deflation can be positive and actually lead to economic growth before self-correcting. But rapid deflation is a serious cause for concern, and with a 9% deflation 2 years running, Afghanistan is looking at a significantly troubled future. While healthy deflation can be caused by technological breakthroughs, making goods and services cheaper and more abundant, unhealthy deflation can be triggered by an economy heavily laden with debt, suddenly having a great deal of credit pulled away. This is what's happening in Afghanistan, and the prognosis is not good. After the Taliban took over, the nation suffered a massive cut in foreign aid. Prior to the takeover, a whopping 43% of Afghanistan's GDP came from foreign aid. 75% of all public spending was financed via foreign aid. 90% of the country's population lived on less than $2 a day, and half the nation needed humanitarian aid. However, in order to prevent directly funding the Taliban, the rest of the world immediately froze Afghani assets and cut off this rich tap of badly needed funding. The US and Taliban met together to discuss turning the money tap back on, but neither side could agree to a deal. After the Taliban takeover, the US froze billions of US dollars in Afghani foreign reserves held in the US. This money would normally be used to purchase goods and services on the international market. This is similar to the freezing of Russian assets abroad. With Russia losing access to an estimated over $100 billion, it would normally have used to conduct trade globally and fund its military. The European Union also suspended badly needed funding to develop Afghanistan's infrastructure, which was directly supporting the buildup of schools, hospitals, police stations, and even propping up Afghanistan's farming sector. Germany and Finland also blocked development aid, though together with the EU would allow some humanitarian aid to continue, albeit under tight supervision. The last thing the world wanted was the Taliban simply using these funds to enrich themselves. Months after the takeover, the World Bank froze $400 million in funds, citing a, quote, lack of clarity within the international community regarding recognition of a government in Afghanistan. It also cut the nation off from aid money it had been receiving for years. This wasn't all a heartless move to punish Afghanistan, though. The world simply wanted to wait and see how the Taliban would shape up and what kind of government it would establish. The US continued meetings and talks with the Taliban on ways of delivering aid directly to the Afghani people while bypassing the Taliban altogether, something that unsurprisingly the Taliban was not too keen on. Calls to inject liquidity into the Afghan economy to keep it afloat rang out, but the problem was nobody quite knew what to do without running the risk of directly funding the Taliban. The freezing of foreign assets not only made it difficult for normal Afghanis to access their own cash, but only left the Taliban with access to an estimated 0.01% to 0.02% of the nation's total international reserves. Before you launch a comment crusade blaming the heartless international community, the Taliban is largely to blame here. There have been global sanctions against the Taliban even before the US-led invasion kicked them out of power, and despite being explicitly warned about the consequences, the Taliban still put numerous sanctioned individuals into high-ranking government posts. As observed internationally, the Taliban basically made its own bed and now had to lie in it. Yet despite this, special licenses were provided by the US Treasury to allow numerous aid groups to disperse humanitarian aid supplies, such as food and medicine, or services vital to meeting basic human needs for Afghani citizens. The transfer of badly needed development funds or business investments, however, was forbidden, crippling the Afghani economy's ability to grow. Despite this, the US pledged $64 million in aid to the nation, all in the form of either direct goods or services. The EU would also rise to the occasion and pledge $1.16 billion in humanitarian aid, also to be delivered as targeted support in order to keep money out of the Taliban's hands. This aid has been absolutely critical for keeping Afghanistan out of a total collapse and meeting the needs of people rocked by a series of droughts, earthquakes, and the COVID-19 pandemic. Ironically, while the Taliban may hate the West, it's entirely dependent upon them to keep a hold on the reins of power in Afghanistan. Without aid from the West, the nation would utterly collapse and the Taliban would have its hands full trying to hold on to power in the wake of millions of angry citizens. The Taliban's been promised that if it stuck to its promises to ensure the well-being of ethnic and religious minorities and protect the rights of women, it would regain access to badly needed development funds. However, this has naturally not been the case. Despite stringent promises that it wouldn't change women's access to education, the Taliban quickly announced that it would bar all women from accessing secondary education. The UN Security Council, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and nearly the entire G7 and G20 condemned the move, but the Taliban gonna Taliban. Women are also barred from holding any government position, as well as from holding any senior positions in civil service. But things quickly went downhill from there, because the Taliban wasn't content with keeping women out of education, government, and even civil service, but really it just wanted to keep them from going anywhere. Women were banned from traveling or leaving their homes without a male family member, and were quickly shut out of working most jobs. Further, whenever a woman did step out of her home, her face must be covered at all times, and this extended to female TV newscasters, which were frankly shocked to discover the Taliban continued to allow. After years of living under significantly improved freedoms, thanks to the presence of US forces and a US-backed government, women naturally didn't take all this very well, and many took to the streets in protest. This resulted in the Taliban violently cracking down with public beatings, detention, torture, and even the arrest of unrelated family members, promising that men would be punished alongside their women. This is naturally just the tip of the Taliban iceberg, as the new government very quickly got to work on the old business of killing anyone they didn't like. Taliban forces undertook a massive campaign of revenge killing, seeking out and murdering anyone who had collaborated with the US forces or US-backed government. Many of these killings were claimed to be executions of Islamic State Khorasan Province, or ISIS-K, an internationally recognized terror group, and yet there exists no way of verifying these claims, with the Taliban likely using ISIS-K as a handy excuse to carry out a purge of its enemies. In what could only be described as a military campaign, the Taliban carried out killings all across the country. Residents in the town of Nangarhar discovered a mass grave with 45 bodies, most of which bore the signs of torture or brutal execution. Many of the bodies had missing limbs, ropes around their neck, or had been beheaded, but the Taliban also targeted groups that had fought against them in the past, often with US support, targeting entire communities they claimed had supported organizations like the National Resistance Front. Detentions and killings became commonplace. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the Taliban immediately ended any freedom of speech and media that the Afghani people had once enjoyed. Hundreds of media outlets were shut down by the Taliban, and an estimated 80% of women journalists were either forced out of their jobs or chose to leave them. The nation fell under a blanket of censorship with strict adherence to fundamentalist Islamic values. Leading the charge against freedom of speech and of the press was the Taliban's Directorate of Intelligence, an ironic name if there ever existed one. This organization carried out a campaign of threats, violence, and intimidation against members of the media. They were also responsible for the killing of numerous journalists who shared anti-Taliban views after the takeover. The broadcasting of international news outlets, such as the BBC and Voice of America, was banned, and numerous websites were shut down. The Taliban seemed to take particular pleasure in targeting anyone covering women's rights protests. The TDI also enforced blanket mandates on what could or could not be reported, with journalists detained, beaten, or killed for reporting on anything considered anti-Taliban or harmful to the health of the nation. Blanket bans on reporting on rising food prices, the campaign of arbitrary detention, and similar subjects were quickly issued and brutally enforced. In the face of all this, the international order has refused to resume supplying badly needed development and humanitarian aid funds. While the people of Afghanistan suffer for its decision, it's ultimately the Taliban's choice. Should the current government reverse course, the world has shown a willingness to re-engage and bring badly needed aid back into a country which was once one of the most thriving in the region. For almost 10 years, the United States had been tirelessly searching for one man, Osama bin Laden, the terrorist mastermind behind the September 11th attacks that killed almost 3,000 Americans and triggered a war that was still raging today. May 2, 2011. While the United States had toppled the Taliban, the government that was sheltering bin Laden at the time of the attacks, they had never been able to capture or kill the man. that was about to change. The CIA had been searching for bin Laden's secret base for years with no luck. He had managed to escape from Afghanistan, which was under U.S. occupation, and travel to the neighboring country of Pakistan. But in the mountains, rural regions of Pakistan, with little government oversight, it was easy for him to stay under the radar. The government had been looking for leads for years, but finally got their break in 2010, when their leads led them to a compound in Abbottabad. They began taking surveillance footage of the compound and determining the best way to breach it. What followed was one of the trickiest intelligence gathering operations in U.S. history. The compound was heavily guarded and in enemy territory. The U.S. had to rely heavily on local help to gather intelligence, and over a period of months they spied on the 3-story building. They learned every detail about the building, but a lot was still missing. For one thing, the infamous terror leader was incredibly secretive, so secretive that they were never able to capture an image of him coming in or out of the building, so everything was still circumstantial. But after an extended period of time, they were able to conclude that this was where Osama bin Laden was. Now it was time to take action. It was April 29th when President Obama was briefed on the details of the operation. Many within his security team were skeptical about the operation. After all, if it went wrong, top U.S. troops would either be killed or remain trapped behind enemy lines. Not only would this be a disastrous loss of life, but it would potentially expose many of the U.S.'s biggest secrets if they were interrogated and forced to reveal classified info. And with the doubts that bin Laden truly was in the compound, many didn't feel it was worth the risk. Ultimately, the president disagreed, and he gave the okay to the operation that would become Operation Neptune Spear. And the people carrying it out would be the best of the best. Meet SEAL Team 6, an elite squadron of the highly trained Navy SEALs. They answer directly to the Joint Special Operations Command and carry out some of the most highly classified operations in the U.S. government. These include hostage rescue, special espionage missions, counterterrorism, targeting of enemy infrastructure, and direct action against the deadliest of U.S. enemies, like Osama bin Laden. They would be briefed on the mission, which would be classified as capture or kill. Officially, the U.S. has the policy of never killing an enemy who had already surrendered, but no one involved in the mission had any delusion that Osama bin Laden would ever surrender. And to pull this off, they had to implement some risky strategies. The planning had been going on for the better part of a year, since the intelligence reports started coming in, and many strategies had been considered. The easiest would have been a joint operation with Pakistani military forces, but the Pakistani government wasn't exactly friendly, and the U.S. was worried that bin Laden could be tipped off in advance. The U.S. also considered striking at the compound with stealth bombers, which could atomize bin Laden, but there would be no way of following up to ensure he was already dead, and the tricky terror leader had managed to escape U.S. operations before. So instead, the government decided to go old school. SEAL Team 6 would be flown in using modified Black Hawk helicopters that were designed to be quiet and would be able to fly in under enemy radar. The Pakistani military had been heavily trained and supplied by U.S. advisors, so their capabilities were known, and the U.S. was confident they could get around them. The goal was to get to the compound without being detected or challenged by the Pakistani forces, and once the target was down, they would be able to beat a hasty retreat. May 1st, 1:22 p.m., Defense Secretary Leon Panetta received word from the president and directed Admiral William McRaven to move ahead with the operation. Within the next 2 hours, President Obama and his national security team would move to the Situation Room to watch the whole thing unfold over night vision images transmitted to them from a drone. The roughly 24 Navy SEALs sent on the mission would temporarily be transferred to the control of the CIA, so it would technically not be a military mission and would not be classified as an act of war. These were going to be some of the most critical minutes in the U.S.'s modern history, and for the men on the ground, every single minute would count. While the roughly 24 SEALs were the ones who would breach the compound, there were 79 commandos and a dog involved in the raid. The dog, a Belgian Malinois named Cairo, was there to alert the SEALs to any sudden activity, including the Pakistani military approaching the compound or anyone trying to escape. The core team was backed up by a dog handler, interpreters, pilots, intelligence agents, and tech experts who would make it all possible. But the success or failure of the mission would hinge on the men entering the compound, and one wrong move could spell doom. 3:30 a.m., give or take. 2 helicopters descend on the Abbottabad compound, while the other helicopters stand by in case they're needed. These 2 will carry out the primary mission. Flying low to the ground, the stealthy Black Hawk helicopters hover over the compound grounds. While the first deploys ropes to lower its team to the ground, the other heads to the far northeast corner to covertly drop off its interpreter, dog, handler, and 4 SEALs. If everything went smoothly, they would soon be at the compound. But everything didn't go smooth. While the helicopters weren't detected and they didn't come under hostile fire, Mother Nature had something to say. The first helicopter flew into what's known as a vortex ring state, an air phenomenon caused by higher than expected temperatures creating an air vortex. The rotor's air pressure didn't diffuse properly, the helicopter was knocked off balance, and it grazed the back of the compound wall. The tail rotor was seriously damaged, and the helicopter started rolling over. The quick-thinking pilot drove the helicopter into the ground nose first, preventing a total collapse, and the SEALs and crew were able to escape unscathed after a rough landing. Now the only question was, had this blown their secret mission? The answer seemed to be no, as there was no sign of aggression from the compound. The SEALs had successfully weathered a crash landing without being detected. The helicopter was secure against the compound walls, and the other helicopter had landed safely outside the compound. The rest of the team was scaling the walls, and the whole team was reunited. The next step was breaching the compound, and that's where the SEALs explosives team came in. They needed to get in quickly and hit people inside with shock and awe. Outside preparation was key, but once they were inside, every second would count. 10 years of searching had come down to this. 3:33 a.m. To get through the security, the SEALs used portable explosives to blow open the doors of the compound's guest house one by one. They breached the compound and began storming up the stairs. The first room they encountered on the first floor contained 2 adult males, but neither was Osama bin Laden. They were detained, but they weren't the target. More disturbing, every floor seemed to contain small groups of children. This wasn't just a terrorist compound, it was home where the terrorists kept their families, regardless of the danger they were putting them in. And with every floor the SEALs ascended, the danger would escalate. 3:35. What happened next? Reports of that may vary. As they reached the second floor, they encountered more resistance. This is where bin Laden's courier, Abu Ahmed al-Kuwaiti, was found, and SEAL Mark Owen would controversially write a book on the firefight. He claimed that al-Kuwaiti was armed and fired on the SEALs. While one SEAL was lightly injured, they returned fire and killed the evil courier. However, intelligence sources later said that the SEALs were able to get the drop on the man after cutting power to the compound and eliminated him without him fighting back. What was clear is that they still hadn't encountered the man himself. 3:37. It was time to ascend once again, and the resistance became fiercer the further the SEALs headed into the house. They'd encountered the courier, as well as his brother and wife, and all enemies had either been killed or captured. As they ascended the staircase, they encountered another enemy, and this one provided a glimmer of hope. After the al-Qaeda soldier was killed, the SEALs identified him as a son of Osama bin Laden, one of the terror leader's many progenies who followed in his footsteps. And if he was there, odds were good his father wasn't far away. 3:39. There was only one floor left to be breached, the third, and the SEALs were steeling themselves for yet another disappointment. This was clearly a high-level al-Qaeda compound, but bin Laden had been notorious for staying one step ahead of his pursuers, and he could be far away by now. But as they breached the third floor, it became clear this time was different. In the third floor's main room was Osama bin Laden, seemingly unarmed and wearing the loose-fitting tunic he was usually seen wearing in his many propaganda videos. The SEALs got their first glimpse of him as he stuck his head out of the bedroom, and they didn't miss their opportunity. They immediately fired, wounding him. However, he was able to retreat back into the bedroom, and the SEALs pursued. The room was revealed to contain many of bin Laden's female relatives, including several of his wives. One approached the SEALs as if she were charging, and the SEALs quickly shot her to wound, grabbing her and advancing further toward the terror leader. Osama bin Laden had nowhere left to run, and America's most skilled soldiers were right outside his door. What happens next? Reports vary. Matt Bissonnette, one of the SEALs on site, claims that bin Laden had been mortally wounded by the initial shots as they approached. His wives were trying to protect him, and the SEALs were forced to act as any one of them could have an explosive device. But when they pushed past them, they found bin Laden on the ground, mortally wounded. As he moved, they fired multiple shots and neutralized the terror leader for good. But another SEAL had a very different story. Robert J. O'Neill would become one of the first SEALs to identify himself as one of the men on the mission, and had a much more dramatic recollection of the events. In his retelling, Osama bin Laden might have been wounded, but he was far from neutralized. In fact, he was strong enough to grab one of the women in the room and hide behind her, using her as a human shield. As bin Laden pushed the hapless woman toward the SEALs, O'Neill quickly fired 2 shots directly into bin Laden's forehead and killed him. Which report was accurate? The Navy after-action report favors Bissonnette's retelling. And just like that, one of the most notorious enemies of the United States was no more. The SEAL team radioed back, "Forgotten country, Geronimo, Geronimo, Geronimo," officially confirming that the enemy had been killed in action. The entire affair had taken less than 15 minutes from landing to the elimination of Osama bin Laden, one of the most efficient operations in U.S. military history, and had been completed without a single death or serious injury to the entire Navy SEAL team. Watching from the Situation Room, President Obama uttered the words the entire White House team had been waiting to hear: "We got him." But the mission wasn't over just yet. 3:55. The SEAL team members quickly sprung into action, securing bin Laden's body and moving it downstairs. They would be exiting shortly, but there was still some extensive cleanup work to do. The compound might be a source of vital intelligence, and they thoroughly searched the room and surrounding area. They found 2 weapons in the room, an assault rifle and a pistol, but the efficient team had managed to neutralize bin Laden before he could reach them. They weren't loaded, indicating the al-Qaeda leader was not expecting a firefight. But what to do about the other residents? Almost everyone who had engaged the U.S. troops with weapons had been killed, but the compound was full of civilians. The U.S. had no desire to take all the women and children found there into custody, so they non-violently restrained them and left them outside the compound to be found by Pakistani forces. Most didn't put up any resistance, besides the injured wife of bin Laden, Amal Ahmed Abdul Fattah. She berated the SEALs in Arabic for the entire duration of the cleanup mission, and it seemed the Yemeni woman was a true believer in her late husband's mission. She, like most of the people found there, would eventually be deported from Pakistan back to their home countries in the Middle East. And now it was time to make a clean getaway. 4:05. Bin Laden's body and every important piece of intelligence or evidence had been secured. Taking what they needed, the first helicopter was loaded and primed for takeoff. Much like the landing, this was a low takeoff to avoid detection. For those back in the US, the SEALs were heroes, but this was an unauthorized mission, and it was unlikely the Pakistani forces would be grateful if they were caught there. But much like the first time, SEAL Team 6 pulled off a perfect getaway and exited the compound. But there was one more matter to attend to. 4:08. The damaged Black Hawk helicopter that crashed into the compound would not be leaving through the sky, and Pakistani forces would be there shortly. The chopper contained vital information about U.S. military capabilities, because it wasn't just a standard helicopter and had been outfitted with stealth features. So before they departed, the troops used the same portable explosives like the one they'd used to breach the compound, and gave their fallen chopper an explosive send-off. This only took minutes, and soon one of the backup helicopters brought on the mission arrived, scooping up the remaining SEALs and flew them off to join the first helicopter. The mission was over, and now it was time for a long ride. 5:53. The ride back was over an hour and a half, more than 3 times the length of the mission that killed Osama bin Laden. But now that it was over, they had to get back to safe territory, back in US-occupied Afghanistan, where the Americans had been fighting since the days after September 11th terror attacks. While it was unlikely the Pakistanis would fire on a US chopper if it was detected, a stealthy escape would go much smoother. So the US troops had some disinformation efforts. As the various explosions led to crowds before takeoff, an Urdu-speaking American military officer claimed it had been a Pakistani operation being carried out at the compound and to keep their distance. It worked, and the Americans landed safely at Bagram Airfield, carrying the body of Osama bin Laden. Now it was time to deal with the aftermath. 7:01. Back at the White House, the celebration was tempered by one question: was it really him? Bin Laden was infamous for using body doubles, and there had been multiple times where it was thought he had been killed, only for it to turn out to be a feint. So everyone waited anxiously for the results of the preliminary examinations of the corpse. And over an hour after the SEALs arrived in Afghanistan, a new report came in, indicating that the notorious rogue was actually dead. This time, the United States had gotten their man, and the American public was about to find out. It was the evening of May 1st when word started going around that the president was going to be making a speech on TV that night. Usually, when Barack Obama made a planned speech, it was early in the evening during prime time, often to the annoyance of everyone who was trying to watch their favorite TV show. But this unplanned speech on short notice was different, and political watchers kept waiting until the president ascended the podium at less than half an hour to midnight. And as soon as he opened his mouth, people knew this was big. 11:35. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda and a terrorist who is responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. As the president paid tribute to the many who died in bin Laden's terror attacks, a spontaneous celebration erupted around the country. It was just short of 10 years since the September 11th terror attacks, and many Americans lived in fear of the next attack. As word got around, large groups of fans attending sports games screamed in joy. Democrats exulted in the biggest foreign policy win of the Obama presidency, and Republicans celebrated the end of an enemy while wondering if they should even bother running against him next year. And there was only one thing left to do. 12:59. It was a little over an hour after President Obama's speech, and the troops had one major piece of business left to attend to: what to do with Osama bin Laden's body. The terror leader had been fully tested and examined, and they were sure he was their guy. He had been checked for any vital intel, and the body had no more secrets to give up. The only thing left to do was dispose of the body, but there was one problem with that. No one wanted him. Bin Laden was wanted in just about every country on the planet, and even countries where he had sought refuge, Pakistan and Afghanistan, considered him an outlaw. No country would want to give him a grave, because it would be a massive target for radical activity. No one wants to have an Al-Qaeda pilgrimage in your country every year, so why not just cremate his body and be done with it? Cremation is against Islamic tradition, and as hated as the terror leader was, the government still wanted to respect his faith. No need to anger his followers any more than they already were, given that their leader had just been eliminated. Fortunately, there was an alternative. Bin Laden's body was loaded onto the aircraft carrier Carl Vinson, and the US government called the government of Saudi Arabia for approval to dispose of the body. He was a Saudi citizen after all, and the Saudis were important allies of the US government at the time. And the Saudi response was, "We don't care what you do with him, just don't make it our problem." The plan to bury Osama bin Laden at sea was approved, and the body was treated with Muslim religious rites. There was even a brief reading of Arabic religious statements, at which point the body was draped in a white shroud, placed in a bag loaded with hundreds of pounds of iron chains, and placed on a wooden board. As the board was tilted forward, bin Laden's body slipped into the sea, ensuring the terror leader would never have a grave that could be visited by loyalists or targeted by enemies. And now that the entire operation was over, there was only the cleanup to attend to. It was roughly 3 a.m. local time in Pakistan when the army chief received a phone call informing the country of the operation that took place in their borders. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff filled him in on the details and likely smoothed over some angry words. While there was some brief dispute of whether any Pakistani forces had been involved, the government denied this, and reports stated that the Pakistani planes which scrambled to the location had only arrived after the US forces had departed. This is not where the aftermath ended, though. The raid that killed Osama bin Laden had played out over less than an hour, but the follow-up would span years. Controversy centered around the legality of the raid on foreign soil. Although the laws passed after 9/11 gave the US wide latitude to eliminate threats abroad, Pakistan wasn't pleased with the US operating on their soil, and the US wanted to know more about bin Laden's network of support in Pakistan. Neither got too many answers. Conspiracy theories persisted about bin Laden's being alive, although the US government releasing some photos of the terror leader's corpse largely put those to rest. And there was one more inevitable act. Once the operation was partially declassified, various members of the team started putting out memoirs. Some varied in details, and most made the person writing the book out to be the hero. So naturally, it wasn't long before Hollywood came calling. Only a year and a half after the death of Osama bin Laden, the movie Zero Dark 30 was released, and its pick for the hero was a fictional intelligence analyst played by Jessica Chastain, because it wouldn't be a key moment in American history without Hollywood putting its own spin on it. Osama bin Laden, the world's most wanted man. Not only did he pull off a devastating strike against the US homeland, but he managed to avoid capture and survive for a decade afterwards. What went wrong? And how did this notorious terrorist manage to avoid justice for so long? Turns out that the answer goes back to even before the infamous attacks. Born in Saudi Arabia, bin Laden wasn't some downtrodden underdog who became a terrorist. He grew up in luxury as the son of a billionaire construction magnate. So, how did he get radicalized? It all started when he joined Pakistani forces fighting against the Soviets in Afghanistan. But he didn't develop his unabiding hatred for the US until the Gulf War, where he saw American troops stationed on Saudi soil. So he viewed it as a desecration of the holy Muslim land. Even though the countries were allies, it didn't matter. He was determined to get revenge, and soon would form the Al-Qaeda terror group that would target US interests abroad and at home. And he didn't get a welcome reception at home. His radicalism led to him being expelled from Saudi Arabia and losing his citizenship. So he became a stateless figure looking to hide in any country that supported his cause. His first attack was in Yemen in 1992, where his team bombed a hotel full of US troops. It detonated prematurely, killing 2 civilians in the parking lot. A year later, the World Trade Center in New York was hit by a bomb in the parking garage, killing 6 people. While bin Laden was never proven to be involved, the mastermind of the attack trained in Al-Qaeda camps. And 2 years later, a car bomb exploded at a military base in Saudi Arabia, killing 7 people, including 5 Americans. Bin Laden was on the US radar now, but where was he? At this point, he was hiding out in the African nation of Sudan, which was known to be friendly to Islamic fundamentalists. But the government still had good relations with the United States, and Osama bin Laden came up in conversations between officials and the CIA. Did they offer to hand him over? It's not clear, but what is clear is that the US sniffing around his bases in that country led to bin Laden fleeing at some point, heading to his new home base in Afghanistan. Not that he told anyone. Al-Qaeda maintained a presence in Sudan, which would fool investigators for some time, and he was about to step up his operation in a big way. Until now, al-Qaeda's attacks had been relatively small-scale, with only a few succeeding, but they were about to enter the realm of coordinated attacks, causing much greater damage. Starting with a duo of truck bombs in Kenya and Tanzania, hitting U.S. embassies in both countries in 1998. 12 Americans were killed, but the vast majority of the deaths, over 200, were locals. This was the first time most Americans had heard of al-Qaeda, and the public wanted revenge. President Bill Clinton wasted no time in responding, but the response wouldn't have the desired effect. Operation Infinite Reach was a series of cruise missile attacks on Afghanistan and Sudan, targeting al-Qaeda training camps. This was the first official military engagement against a non-state actor, with many anti-war activists claiming it was an illegitimate attack because the U.S. wasn't at war with either of the nations. However, bin Laden wasn't killed by the attacks, and overall Operation Infinite Reach became a propaganda win for the extremist. This was shortly after the radical Taliban group took over Afghanistan, and the militant clerics refused to hand over bin Laden and deepened their ties with him. And so the war of attrition continued. Having proven he could hit big targets, bin Laden's next goal was to sink a U.S. ship. He would make his first attempt in early 2000, but the heavy bomb on the small boat derailed it, and it never reached its goal. He learned from that error and delivered a deadly payload to the USS Cole in October 2000, killing 17 sailors. The attack may have influenced the election in the U.S. the following month, but it was only a prelude to what would come less than a year later. Osama bin Laden was still seen as a minor threat, but that was about to change. The September 11, 2001 attacks were the first major attack on the U.S. mainland by al-Qaeda, and the deadliest attack on U.S. soil since Pearl Harbor. 2 hijacked planes took down the World Trade Center, and a third hit the Pentagon, killing everyone on board. A 4th plane crashed into a field in Pennsylvania, and it was later revealed that that 4th plane was meant to hit the U.S. Capitol. Osama bin Laden was now public enemy number 1, and new President George W. Bush demanded justice. He announced to the world that the Taliban needed to hand bin Laden over now, and the Taliban's response was to demand U.S. ambassadors be sent to negotiate. Given the Taliban's history of taking hostages, this was rejected immediately. The war on terror had officially begun. The U.S. began bombing Afghanistan only days after the attacks, with one of their primary goals being to hunt down bin Laden. But where was he? He favored isolated safe houses, moving frequently and traveling with his wives and close associates. Now he sent his wives across the border to Pakistan and traveled from one Taliban-controlled safe house to another. A few months after the war began, he moved to the isolated Tora Bora region, where he was near impossible to find due to the rough terrain and the sparsely populated area with few sources to draw on. It would be a long war of attrition from here. Bin Laden didn't give up on attacking the U.S., but he would never pull off another major attack on the U.S. mainland. Only 2 months after that attack, the infamous shoe bomber Richard Reed attempted to blow up a plane from Paris to Miami, but failed to successfully ignite the explosives and was restrained on the plane. Security increased massively in the U.S. after the attacks, and bin Laden's options became limited. He would pull off attacks around the world in less secure locations, but now he was on the defensive. But that didn't mean he was done. Osama bin Laden was the most wanted man in the world. The country he was hiding in was being bombed by the most powerful country in the world. The U.S. government agents were scouting the country trying to hunt him down, and a $25 million bounty had been placed on his head. Despite that, years would go by without any sign of him. Some people speculated that he had been killed in the initial bombings, but occasionally grainy videos of him threatening new attacks would surface. Were these body doubles designed to keep the propaganda alive? No one was sure, but the U.S. kept up the hunt. It would be a long, slow mission, and the true extent of it wouldn't become clear until he was finally found. For most of the time, the U.S. looked for bin Laden in Afghanistan, but that turned out to be a red herring. Afghanistan was the most sympathetic nation to bin Laden, but it was also quickly descending into anarchy. And soon the Taliban would be replaced by a U.S.-friendly government led by Hamid Karzai that created a rudimentary democracy, albeit one that had to fend off attacks from the Taliban forces for its entire duration. But bin Laden can no longer count on the Taliban to shield him, so a year after the 9/11 attacks, he traveled with his family across the border into a mountainous region of Pakistan. They moved from safe house to safe house for several years before moving to Abbottabad, where he would build his secret compound. So why did the U.S. not clue in on this sooner? Unlike Afghanistan, Pakistan was ostensibly a U.S. ally. The U.S. was hesitant to anger their government because maintaining good relations with the nuclear power and being able to serve as a mediator for India and Pakistan was important. But Pakistan wasn't being forthcoming about what they knew about bin Laden's presence on their soil, and so the U.S. had to rely on third-party sources. The regions where bin Laden stayed were dangerous, and any U.S. soldier caught there couldn't rely on support from Pakistan's government. and the US would likely not be able to rescue them without a diplomatic scandal forming. So, information coming out of those regions was spotty for several years, and bin Laden was able to stay under the radar in Pakistan for all those years, but not forever. The US had to rely on unconventional sources of information for years, including the many detainees they'd captured and held at Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. This military prison camp held hundreds of al-Qaeda soldiers, as well as many people who claimed to just be people who were in the wrong place at the wrong time, and it could be difficult to tell who was who. But amid the sea of interrogations, many of which led to dead ends, one name showed up: Abu Ahmed al-Kawati, a man who was supposedly a courier working for bin Laden. It's not known when the officials first got the tip that he was working for bin Laden, but by 2007 they discovered the man's real name, Ibrahim Saeed Ahmed. The government now had its first real link to bin Laden's whereabouts. It would be a multi-year process to find the courier and his location, with it taking almost 2 years to discover his name to find his hometown, Abbottabad. The US was hesitant to make any moves in Pakistan until it knew more, but now it had a location, and Abbottabad was isolated enough that they could start sending in paramilitary operatives without arousing the suspicion of the Pakistani government. Over the next year, they'd follow Ahmed on his daily missions and track him repeatedly, making an appearance at a surprisingly secure compound that seemed out of place in the mountain town. But even this didn't give them what they needed. The CIA was able to set up a surveillance in the area and take countless shots of the compound. They were able to determine that it was a fortress designed to hide someone of significance. They saw many people coming in and out, but there was only one person they didn't see: Osama bin Laden. If he was inside, he was taking his security very seriously and had not left the compound in a long time. Neither had anyone known to be a member of his family. Not surprising, as his wives and children likely had very little autonomy. But based on the many guests, the CIA's best guess was that he was still living there with his youngest wives. But before they made a move, they needed proof. So began one of the most devious schemes in the operation. How do you get a notoriously paranoid and secretive terror leader to open his front door to you? Simple. You create a face that no reasonable or unreasonable person could object to. The United States recruited Dr. Shakil Afridi to approach the compound, claiming to be running a vaccination drive. With the help of some nurses, they were able to gain access to the compound to vaccinate the children, and also take some DNA samples that would potentially identify members of the bin Laden clan. It's not clear if the DNA ever did make its way to the US and provide the final piece of the puzzle, but when Dr. Afridi's role in the manhunt came out, he would become one of Pakistan's most wanted men. No good deed goes unpunished. Now all that was left was scouting out the location. The compound was massive, located on a lot around 8 times the size of the largest houses in Abbottabad. While the actual house wasn't too large, the security ballooned it to many times its size, surrounded by concrete walls up to 18 feet wide and topped with barbed wire. The only way in was through security gates, and there was no way to do digital spying on the compound because there was no internet or phone service on the base. So anyone hoping bin Laden would hack into some unsecured Wi-Fi was going to be disappointed. The third-floor balcony had an additional 7-foot wall shielding it from the public eye, and not even trash left the compound. The residents would regularly bury it. The compound was set for a war, and that's what it would get. But back home, it was a very different story. While Osama bin Laden was public enemy number 1 after the 9/11 attacks, soon he faded from the headlines. George W. Bush, who vowed to get bin Laden dead or alive, soon got distracted and launched a war to displace dictator Saddam Hussein in Iraq. He was re-elected, but the second half of his presidency would be defined by mounting casualties in Iraq, a devastating hurricane, and a terrible financial crisis in 2008. By that point, bin Laden had largely disappeared, and few people considered the hunt for him a top priority anymore. Bush would be replaced by liberal Barack Obama in 2009, and Obama vowed to disengage from Iraq and focus more on domestic affairs. He, too, had a troubled presidency, and his re-election was seen doubtful after his party took a shellacking in the 2010 midterms. And at this point, many people didn't even know if bin Laden was alive or dead. The US had never given up the hunt, but much of it happened far away from prying eyes. Many people initially speculated that bin Laden had died in the initial bombings or died due to illness in the ensuing years, but there wasn't any proof either way. A 2005 book interviewing al-Qaeda detainees disclosed that he had escaped from Tora Bora into Pakistan, but reports that he had a serious kidney disorder made it seem to many like he might have just quietly died far away from the public eye. The US never publicly bought into the rumors, maintaining that he was a threat, but the lack of any new information made the public start turning out. And at a certain point, he started turning from terror leader to boogeyman in many people's eyes. For most people, their only connection to Osama bin Laden during these years was ill-sourced newspaper reports. Some were credible reports of where he might be hiding. Others claimed he was dead or he might have changed his identity. Maybe some claimed he was hiding out in Los Angeles with Elvis and Bat Boy. And as the attacks against the US homeland stopped and everyone got used to going through metal detectors and taking off our shoes at the airports, he started seeming less like a threat and more like a past figure. The government stopped giving the public updates, and most people assumed we'd never know the truth of what happened to him, which was why everyone was surprised when the bin Laden issue roared back into the mainstream media. In the years leading up to 2011, the CIA had staked out a place in Abbottabad and used informants and technology to learn everything they could about the compound. This included a drone that mapped every element of the house they could, ensuring that the team sent in would be as well informed as possible. They also used advanced spyware and tracking devices to pick up any cell phone signals in the immediate vicinity, even if the compound itself had no technology. Ironically, the size and security of the compound might have worked against bin Laden because it was so large it could be observed from multiple angles. And after years of intelligence gathering, a decision was made. The CIA and related organizations brought their intel to the president's desk, and Barack Obama had the most impactful decision of his career awaiting him. White House counterterrorism advisor John Brennan and CIA Director Leon Panetta were heavily involved in the planning, and they developed Operation Neptune Spear as a kill or capture operation. The US had the policy of not killing any enemy who surrendered, no matter how much blood they had on their hands. But no one expected bin Laden to surrender, and everything around the operation was based on that assumption. So it sounds like an easy decision. Well, not quite. Vice Admiral William McRaven, the commander of the Joint Special Operations Command, was one of the first to be briefed on the mission after the president. A veteran of special ops, he felt the commando team would be the best equipped to take out Osama bin Laden. A bombing strike wouldn't guarantee a kill, and bin Laden's body might never be identified. Plus, if there were civilian casualties, it could be seen as an act of war against Pakistan. But that was also the biggest challenge here: how to handle relations with Pakistan. No one knew how closely linked the Pakistani government was with the al-Qaeda leader. If the US government brought the intel to them and asked for a joint operation, they could get their man, or Pakistan could tip the terror leader off and allow him to disappear once again. They decided to go it alone. President Obama met with the National Security Council to hash out the details of the plan. Quickly ruling out the joint operation, Obama was hesitant to send a US team into harm's way. He seemed to favor a bombing mission at first, but the CIA said they weren't positive that there wasn't an underground bunker at the base. That meant a bombing mission might not do the job, and with little way to conduct post-mission intel, the truth might never come out. The bombs powerful enough to destroy an underground bunker would cause collateral damage, so that plan was put on hold, and instead McRaven was tasked with developing a foolproof plan for a commando raid, and it would fall on the best of the best. The Navy SEALs picked for their mission were among the most elite soldiers in the US military, most having 10 or more deployments to Afghanistan and skills including border infiltration and foreign language knowledge. They were brought in without being told the details of the mission and engaged in rehearsals of the raid in test compounds built in multiple locations. Whatever this mission was, it was big enough that the government built a massive facility just to train for it. When they were told that the government had found Osama bin Laden and it was their job to take him down, reportedly, every single one of them burst out cheering. Now that they knew the mission, they would be briefed on the last few details of the raid. They'd be flown in on modified Black Hawk helicopters designed to be quiet and nearly invisible on radar. The US had supplied much of Pakistan's military equipment and trained their soldiers, so they knew their capabilities and how to get around them, and they were confident they could counter them if they came under attack. But the goal was for Pakistan to know nothing about the raid until it was already done. If bin Laden had surrendered, he would be held at a nearby Air Force base, but that was unlikely, and the SEALs were informed that if they were captured, the government would negotiate for their release. But they wouldn't be able to send in a rescue mission. Now it all hinged on one man. Was this raid too risky? Was the president really willing to put a team of Navy SEALs behind enemy lines on what would likely be an assassination mission? If the mission succeeded, it would be the biggest foreign policy coup of the administration. But if it failed, Barack Obama's presidency would essentially be over. Meanwhile, the military brass was making final plans, including adding an additional helicopter detachment that might be able to help the team fight their way out if they were cornered. Ultimately, the president looked at the plan and gave the go-ahead for the mission that might finally rid the US of its decades-long enemy. And now it was all in the hands of the Navy SEALs. As the team took to the air and headed for Abbottabad, the president and his closest team members retreated to the Situation Room to watch the raid on closed-circuit cameras. Around 12 SEALs were making their way toward the compound, and their command was transferred to the CIA for the mission so that the U.S. soldiers would technically not be controlled by the U.S. Army while on Pakistani soil. They would be backed up by 67 additional commandos and a military working dog, a Belgian Malinois named Cairo, who would be tracking any escaping people from the compound and alert SEALs to any Pakistani military presence, making him a very good boy indeed. It was time. The two Black Hawk helicopters were accompanied by larger Chinook helicopters, holding back in case they were needed. The first helicopter would hover over the yard while its team rappelled to the ground, as the other copter would be around the perimeter and deploy the rest of the team plus the dog and an interpreter. But as they approached, one of the copters was hit by hazardous airflow conditions that caused it to spin out and be damaged. The pilot was able to avoid a crash, landing with some damage, but without any injuries or alerting security. They were on the ground, and now there was one thing left to do: breach the door and take on whoever was inside. Osama bin Laden is dead. The al-Qaeda leader had been public enemy number one of the United States and much of the world since he had masterminded a series of terror attacks against the U.S., culminating in the 9/11 attacks. He had avoided capture for 10 years, moving from safe house to safe house. But SEAL Team 6 had tracked him down and gunned him down. The terror mastermind was no more, and his corpse had been conclusively identified. Now there was only one thing left to do: deal with his body. But how do you actually lay a terrorist leader to eternal rest? The United States chose an unusual option, one informed by religion and history. The most efficient choice for dealing with bin Laden's body would have been cremation. The burning process would leave no trace of him, and it would ensure there was no burial place for him to be memorialized. But cremation is illegal in Islam, and bin Laden was a devout Muslim. Despite him being an enemy of the United States, they wanted to respect his faith. This would avoid angering his supporters and potentially causing more retaliation. While the practice of desecrating the bodies of one's enemies was common in ancient times, it was something that was highly frowned upon and beneath the U.S. today. So, why not bury him? There were a lot of issues with that as well. For one thing, a country would need to claim his body. Bin Laden had died in Pakistan, but the Pakistani government denied all knowledge of his activities and certainly wasn't going to claim the body. He spent most of the last 10 years in Afghanistan, but the government there was US aligned now and actively fighting bin Laden's supporters. To bring his body there for burial would rile up those terrorists and make the government's job harder. And then there was bin Laden's country of origin, Saudi Arabia. While his initial motivation for becoming a terrorist was to avenge what he thought was the desecration of Saudi Arabia by the presence of US troops, the Saudis disagreed. They had invited those soldiers during the Gulf War and viewed bin Laden as a traitor and a terrorist. So clearly, no one wanted to take him, and burying a monster is always a tricky thing. Throughout history, those laying villains to rest have always had to play a tricky balancing act. When it comes to death row inmates, it's usually up to the family. They can claim the remains and bury them in a family plot, but it's possible that family members of the victim might come and disrupt their mourning. When Oklahoma City bomber Timothy McVeigh was executed, people realized the mad veteran might actually be allowed to be buried in Arlington until Congress passed a law banning anyone convicted of a capital crime from a military funeral. McVeigh's body was cremated, and many either meet the same end or are buried in prison cemeteries. But some notorious killers, including Ed Gein and Bonnie Parker, do have graves around the U.S. But bin Laden wasn't just a killer. When a historic villain has a movement behind them or even a nation, what happens to their body can be a matter of national security. When Abraham Lincoln's assassin John Wilkes Booth was gunned down, his body was initially taken into federal custody and held there for identification for an extended period. No doubt the government would have preferred to keep it there, but the Booth family was a powerful acting clan with influence, and eventually they were able to collect the body and take it home to the family plot in Baltimore. There he was buried alongside a small ceremony full of loyalists. While Maryland stayed in the Union, there were a lot of Confederate sympathizers there, and many no doubt saw Booth as a hero. While the Booth plot is still standing, John Wilkes Booth has only a small unmarked gravestone there. And he wasn't the only infamous figure to get sent off in this style. Francisco Franco was an outlier when it came to the fascist dictators of World War II. He had stayed out of the Axis alliance, and he was able to stay leader of Spain for decades. Even today, many survivors of his reign speak fondly of him. After all, they didn't experience anything bad, because they kept their heads down and didn't criticize him. And those who were targeted by him, well, most of them aren't around to talk about it. So when he died in 1975, he was given a state funeral and a prominent place in a mausoleum in the Valley of the Fallen, a massive monument built by Franco. This gave him a place of honor in the country and was a source of massive controversy until the government exhumed him in 2019, taking his remains to a smaller cemetery where his wife was buried. And he wasn't the only World War II-era leader who continued causing chaos after his death. So how do you memorialize a man who killed millions? Well, if that man was Joseph Stalin in the Soviet Union, you hold him up as a hero of the revolution and give them a massive state funeral. After Stalin's death from illness in 1953, he was laid to rest in Lenin's mausoleum and was memorialized by the top figures in the Soviet Union. A massive crowd gathered to pay their respects, and this caused a massive stampeding incident where hundreds of people died. Stalin's body would eventually be moved to the Kremlin Wall necropolis, the Soviet Union's biggest memorial, until his successor Nikita Khrushchev eventually had him removed as part of his campaign of de-Stalinization. But in one case, the Soviets decided the best solution was no solution. Everyone knows Adolf Hitler met his end in a Berlin bunker before he could be arrested by the Allies. But what happened next? No one knows conclusively. We do know that the Soviets swept in, took over the bunker, and then Hitler's body was never seen again. The consensus is that the body was destroyed, but speculation over what happened persisted for decades, with even the Soviets commissioning reports on whether he could have survived. The ambiguity led to many problems, including false reports of Hitler sightings, but everyone agreed it was probably better than burying the Nazi dictator and letting neo-Nazis have a memorial site to rally to. And in one case, the controversy over a dictator's burial place spiraled completely out of control. The monarchy in England was all but absolute in the 1600s until Oliver Cromwell came along. The powerful English general staged a successful coup against King Charles I, leading to the king's execution, after which he ruled as Lord Protector until his death. Under his tenure, he waged an aggressive foreign policy and persecuted Roman Catholics. His death led to a power vacuum, which eventually led to the Royalists returning to power, and the son of King Cromwell returned to the throne. One of his first acts was to order Cromwell's body removed from its tomb. He held a mock execution, beheaded the corpse, and the head of Cromwell was displayed on a pike and passed around for hundreds of years. So it's no wonder that the US wanted to be very careful about how to handle bin Laden's body. Cremation was out, and so was a proper burial. An anonymous, unmarked burial was likely discussed, but if word got out, it would cause chaos. So the decision was made to bury him at sea, with enough precautions to make sure no one could ever find or recover his body. But this wouldn't be any normal sea burial. Islamic tradition requires a body to be buried within 24 hours of death, so the US moved quickly as soon as his body was identified. They took pictures and conclusively identified him, and then transferred the body aboard the USS Carl Vinson. They then conducted Islamic burial rites, washing his body, wrapping him in a white cloth, and even bringing in an Arabic translator to provide religious rites. But they weren't going to be taking any chances. After bin Laden's body was fully shrouded and all the religious rites were over, it was draped in hundreds of pounds of iron chains and then loaded onto a wooden board. The board was pushed forward to the edge of the boat, tilted forward, and the terror leader's body slipped into the water, never to be seen again. Not only did this ensure Osama bin Laden would not have a grave that could become a shrine for extremists, but it guaranteed that no one would ever be able to find and recover his body. So this was probably a satisfactory solution for everyone, right? Not so much. Burial at sea isn't considered an appropriate Islamic rite if other options are available, and whether other options were available depends on your perspective. Some said the US should have let bin Laden be buried in one of his many home bases, while others felt he didn't deserve the respect that he was given with a burial at sea. Along with the controversy over how he was eliminated by the Navy SEALs, this would linger for years, but no one would be really able to do anything about it because Osama bin Laden's body was miles below the ocean surface. From video games to Disney movies to livestock to anime, we're about to take you on a crash course of some of the craziest things the Navy SEALs found inside bin Laden's compound after he was shot dead. First, the surprising, before we work on our way up to the truly weird. Emails and extensive diaries were found on bin Laden's computer showing that, contrary to popular belief, bin Laden still had a lot more influence and control over al-Qaeda than anyone believed. He communicated with the group extensively through thousands of written correspondences, issuing everything from strategic commands to religious fatwas. Bin Laden didn't have an internet connection at the compound, so couriers would instead take his written emails on a flash drive and send them out from a local internet cafe. And that's sure to get a laugh out of anyone who knows anything about cybersecurity. We can only hope he was at least using a VPN. Other deeply personal things soon became CIA property after the raid, including bin Laden's personal diary and the wedding videos of his son, Hamza. Incidentally, the wedding video actually had great strategic importance to US intelligence. It was widely believed that Hamza was being groomed to take his old man's place at the seat of the al-Qaeda table, but they hadn't received any photos of him since he was a child. Until now. This was presumably pretty useful intelligence, as Hamza bin Laden was killed by US forces in Afghanistan between 2017 and 2019. Okay, so that's all the serious stuff out of the way. Now, let's get strange. Did you know bin Laden was very possibly a gamer? While we can't ever know who was playing or watching what on the al-Qaeda leader's computer, he was cooped up for half a decade and had a multitude of video games on his PC. It's more than likely he used some of his favorite video games to blow off some steam. So what kind of games did this architect of terror like to indulge in? A big one was Counter-Strike, the iconic multiplayer game where two teams play as either terrorist or counter-terrorist groups in conflict with one another. We can only wonder which team he preferred to play as, whether he continued to do what he did best online, or if he decided to play as the counter-terrorists instead for a little escapism. He also had a pirated copy of Half-Life on his computer, and there's a kind of satisfaction in knowing that he died before he ever got a chance to play Half-Life Alyx. He also had Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars, the puzzle game Zuma Deluxe, and Sniper Elite Nazi Zombie Army 2, because we guess even bin Laden doesn't approve of Nazis. But he wasn't just a PC gamer. Bin Laden also apparently loved a good emulated Nintendo DS game, because he had a whole bunch of them. These included classics like Super Mario Bros. And Animal Crossing Wild World. Incidentally, he didn't pay for official releases of any of these games. The man truly was a monster. But wait, it gets weirder. Without going into too much detail, bin Laden's computer had a vast number of graphic screen caps from 8-bit Japanese adult games from the late 1990s. His computer also contained such classy file names as, no, we're not kidding, booby2.jpg and horsedance.flv. It must have been a very long 5 years. Incidentally, Osama bin Laden must have been an otaku, the Japanese expression for someone who's incredibly enthusiastic about niche topics, more commonly used in the West to describe someone heavily invested in Japanese culture and media. Bin Laden had a vast collection of anime on his computer, including Dragon Ball, Detective Conan, Bleach, and a little-known anime adaptation of the Devil May Cry game series. Incidentally, he also had a Dragon Ball video game as well as Final Fantasy VII. Doesn't quite seem like a hobby befitting of a man who had the top spot on the FBI's most wanted list for years on end. But enough about Japanese media. For a guy who despised the West as much as bin Laden, surely we couldn't expect him to indulge in anything as corrupt and sinful as Western TV and movies, right? Not quite, as it turns out. Bin Laden actually had a vast number of Western movies and TV shows, particularly cartoons. These included Cars, Ice Age, Dawn of the Dinosaurs, Chicken Little, and Ants. There's a real irony in a man as anti-Semitic as Osama bin Laden owning a Woody Allen movie about talking cartoon ants. Because he probably needed a laugh during his 5 years of de facto house arrest, he also kept several episodes of the cartoon Tom and Jerry on his computer, as well as an episode of Mr. Bean. He also had the movie adaptation of Resident Evil, which has made a number of viewers wish a team of Navy SEALs would storm in and shoot them. But he wasn't all about the fiction. Like many of you fine intellectually curious infographics fans, he was also a lover of documentaries. These included Mysteries of Egypt, Sex Crimes and the Vatican, BBC Battlefields, and Welcome to the 11th Dimension, the final part of Nova's Elegant Universe series, a surprising pick for a hardline religious fundamentalist. But without a doubt, bin Laden's favorite documentary topic was himself. That's right, bin Laden had a large number of documentaries about himself and his crimes, including Biography, Osama bin Laden, and Where in the World is Osama bin Laden? These presumably gave him a little bit of self-esteem boost whenever the isolation was getting too much for him. In the interest of balance, he also owned a copy of Loose Change 2, the 9/11 truther documentary created by Alex Jones, suggesting the attack was an inside job. We can only assume bin Laden thought of this one as a dark comedy. But looking at screens for all those years can really mess with your eyes. What about when one of the most evil men on earth just wants to kick back and read a book for a little while? Bin Laden had a pretty vast and varied library, including books on American diplomatic and foreign policy, including Noam Chomsky's Necessary Illusions, Thought Control in Democratic Societies, and Bob Woodward's Obama's Wars. He was also a big fan of books on conspiracy theories, such as the Illuminati and, of course, 9/11 conspiracy theories. He truly was the has-been one-hit wonder of infamous international criminals. And finally, some of the things on bin Laden's computer that were so odd they defy other categories. Internet videos, pictures, and of course memes. We're talking ancient memes too. He had saved a copy of Charlie Bit My Finger, the popular viral video from 2007, a respectable collection of funny and cute cat videos, and even an adorable picture of a stuffed monkey. He also had a weirdly high number of crochet guide videos, including a guide to crocheting an iPod sock. It's almost surreal to think that bin Laden had these goofy videos on the same hard drive as footage of al-Qaeda beheadings. Bin Laden had a lot of saved YouTube videos on his computer before his death. Thankfully, because we started making videos only a few months before his death back in 2011, there was nothing from the infographic show on that deeply cursed hard drive. And finally, one of the strangest things of all on Bin Laden's computer, his press release bloopers. You might remember the sinister videos of Bin Laden sharing his ideologies and threats against the West on VHS tapes, normally sitting in a cave and flanked by his Al-Qaeda henchmen. But while in the Abbottabad compound, Bin Laden filmed a number of practice videos that never ended up getting released to the public, serving almost as a kind of Al-Qaeda blooper reel from the master of terror himself. Personally, we can't imagine it'll be finding its way onto America's Funniest Home Videos anytime soon. And that's all you need to know about the strangest things the Navy SEALs found in the Abbottabad compound. Good riddance, Bin Laden. We're sure they have a copy of Chicken Little in hell. Osama bin Laden went down in history for his obsession with attacking the United States and its allies, never giving up on his mad quest until he was finally gunned down by SEAL Team 6 in 2011. But why was this terrorist mastermind so obsessed with the United States? Why did he attack the US in the first place? If you ask many intellectuals, they'll tell you that most terrorists aren't powerful criminals, but rather people driven by desperation to strike out against a government they view as oppressing them. This applied to many of bin Laden's henchmen, who were sponsored by Al-Qaeda's inner circle to train in its terror camps. But it did not apply to Osama bin Laden. Osama grew up in Saudi Arabia in the lap of luxury. As the son of Mohammed bin Awad bin Laden, to say that the elder bin Laden was a success would be putting it lightly. He was a billionaire construction magnate who ensured his family was well taken care of, his very large family at that. Osama bin Laden was born in 1957 as a son of Mohammed bin Laden's 10th wife. In total, his father had 52 children. His mother divorced the billionaire soon after Osama was born, but Osama would ultimately inherit at least $25 million from his father. So, he was well taken care of. But where did his radicalism begin? The bin Laden family was devoutly religious, but followed a mainstream version of the Sunni Muslim faith. They were well assimilated into Saudi culture, and no one would expect one of the clan to become an infamous terrorist. He didn't follow a career path that would lead to extremism either. If you knew him back in the 70s, you would have known him as a mild-mannered economics and business student in King Abdulaziz University in Jeddah. He graduated, although reports vary on what he majored in. But we do know he briefly attended a class at Oxford. Those who knew him reported he was passionate about poetry, military history, and soccer. So, how did it all go so horribly wrong? It all started when he left college in 1979 and he went to Afghanistan to fight against the Soviet Union. The invasion of Afghanistan had galvanized him to become a political radical, but he had no reason to hate the United States at that point. In fact, the US and the Soviet Union were bitter enemies. The groups he worked with, like the Mujahideen, had even received financial support from the United States as they battled to hold the Soviets at bay. The Saudis provided support against the Soviets as well, and it seemed like bin Laden's interests were well in line with those of the larger Western countries. But then, something changed. By the time Osama bin Laden became a public name in the West due to a series of escalating terror attacks against US interests, his motivations had dramatically changed, and so had his status in the world. His turn to anti-West radicalism had led to his Saudi citizenship being revoked. After all, the Saudis greatly valued their alliance with the United States, particularly due to their rivalry with Iran, and they didn't want to be associated with a wild card. Bin Laden found himself a stateless terrorist, finding refuge in countries like Sudan, Pakistan, and Afghanistan, and he would only surface occasionally to make threatening videotapes. And on these videotapes, his motivation started to become clearer. What turned the son of a Saudi billionaire construction magnate into a terrorist radical? Bin Laden gave many explanations, and not all of them really matched up. Not long after the 9/11 attacks, bin Laden released his first new videotape taking credit for the attacks, and he singled out one main reason for the attack. This was the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which had been raging for over 50 years at that point. If you ask the Israelis, they had fended off a genocidal war of invasion against a newborn country and taken the territory they needed to defend themselves. If you ask the Palestinians or the surrounding Arab states, they'd been expelled from their territory by newcomers to the region and had been fighting to get their lands back ever since. But was this regional conflict enough to create a global war? In a word, probably not. While the Israeli-Palestinian conflict always makes emotions run high, just ask anyone in the comments section in an article about Gal Gadot. It was also a relatively small-scale conflict. The conflict over the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Jewish Temple Mount was likely the most concerning to a religious zealot like bin Laden, but there was one problem with the idea that this was his motivation. Prior to this video, he had never mentioned the conflict before. The odds are that after striking his biggest blow yet against the US and becoming public enemy number one, he was hoping that bringing up this hot topic would get him more support from the countries in the region. But other conflicts may have had more to do with his radicalization. The Gulf War was one of the largest conflicts of the 1990s, with the United States ultimately stopping Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait, but leaving the Iraqi dictator in power. Saddam was infamous for his brutal treatment of minority groups like the Kurds and frequently attacked U.S. planes entering his airspace. Iraqi forces even attempted to assassinate former President George H.W. Bush shortly after he left office, so the UN imposed sanctions on Iraq as long as Saddam refused to cooperate with international authorities, and this led to a trade embargo and widespread suffering in Iraq. And that was enough to get bin Laden deeply angry. He first mentioned the sanctions in his 1998 fatwa against Americans, claiming that over 1 million Iraqis had been killed by the sanctions and saying that targeting civilians was permissible due to this carnage. But bin Laden had no direct ties to the Iraqis and had never fought in the country, and in fact, Saddam was a very different sort of radical to him. Saddam led a military dictatorship that had no real alliance with Islamic radical groups, and when he was deposed by the United States a few years later, it created an opening for al-Qaeda in the country. So bin Laden basing his entire worldview around this issue would seem unlikely. But other conflicts were on his radar as well. Bin Laden's manifesto also mentioned countless conflicts regarding Muslims in the world. They included Russia's oppression of the Chechen Muslim minority in the Soviet Union, the ongoing border conflict in Kashmir between Hindu India and Muslim Pakistan, the Philippine government's conflict with Muslim groups, and Israel's ongoing northern border conflict with Lebanon. In each of these cases, bin Laden said the United States was aiding these groups to oppress Muslims. There was just one problem with that. The US had little to nothing to do with any of these conflicts. While they were allies with some of the countries, the government had little to do with them. In Russia's assault on Chechnya, the US had frosty relationships with its geopolitical rival, at best, even after the fall of the Soviet Union. The one exception was bin Laden's mention of the conflict in Somalia, where US involvement led to a bloody conflict that was immortalized in the movie Black Hawk Down. But none of these conflicts were particularly close to bin Laden, and his inclusion of them started to look more like a list of grievances than a smoking gun. He had one complaint that didn't match the others though, and this one might have had some right-wing Americans nodding along. In his 2002 Letter to America, his first time communicating with the outside world after the 9/11 attacks, he decided to broaden his complaints to America's domestic conduct. But he didn't accuse them of oppressing Muslim Americans. Instead, he went on a rant about America's immorality. Some of his complaints included the country's support of promiscuous sex, gay rights, alcohol and drugs, and gambling. He also oddly complained about trading with interest prohibited in Islam, but something common in banking around the world. Was Osama bin Laden suddenly becoming a culture critic? While many anti-American radicals do criticize America's domestic policies in addition to its foreign policies, while not being fully fledged terrorists, this appears to be another case like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, where bin Laden seemed to generate a new grievance after the attacks that put him on the world stage. It's unlikely that this was his primary grievance that motivated the attacks, but a savvy propagandist like bin Laden might have put it in the manifesto to set Americans against each other. After all, if right-wing Americans start blaming the gay rights movement for terror attacks, maybe they'll be too busy fighting with each other to find him. But most experts believe one factor motivated him more than any other. The year was 1991, and Saddam Hussein had invaded the oil-rich Persian Gulf state of Kuwait. Even though we've already discovered that Saddam Hussein didn't fully support bin Laden's cause, the roots of his rage might be tied to the war anyway. The US and Saudi Arabia were closely aligned, and the Saudis quickly invited US troops onto their soil to launch their attacks on Iraq from there, and to provide some insurance in case Saddam decided to take his quest for oil even further. And when the war ended, the US stuck around. From 1992 to 2003, the US had around 5,000 troops stationed in Saudi Arabia, mostly to conduct air operations over Iraq. While Saddam had been pushed back, there had never been any formal peace agreement, and he continued to behave aggressively toward his neighbors. This was something the Saudis agreed to and in fact invited. Their security was endangered by Saddam as well, and business relations with the US were important to both countries. The US presence was vital to protecting the shipping lanes of the Persian Gulf. So, why did this fill bin Laden with rage? Simple. The US agreed, the Saudis agreed, but no one asked him. While most people involved felt that the security benefits were worth it, Osama bin Laden viewed even the voluntary presence of US troops on Saudi soil as an invasion of holy Muslim land. While the troops were nowhere near the sacred cities of Mecca and Medina, they were too close for this radical. And there is ample evidence that this might have been the trigger that turned him into an anti-American militant. For one thing, it was the only motivation mentioned in the very first fatwa he issued in 1996, demanding the U.S. evacuate Saudi Arabia. 2 years later, he referred to it as an invasion, in which the United States had been plundering the country and humiliating the people. He believed it was a staging ground for an assault on the entire Muslim world, and repeatedly accused the Americans of being too close to Mecca. The U.S. presence in Saudi Arabia would eventually end when the Second War with Iraq began due to the Saudis opposing that conflict, but this was the only motivation that bin Laden kept coming back to. Which means, ironically, Osama bin Laden's reason for wanting to declare war on America might have been that his home country invited them in to protect them from a hostile neighbor. Of course, if you ask 10 people why Osama bin Laden hated America, you'll probably get 10 answers, and most of them will reflect on the person's opinions more than the truth. Osama bin Laden was an awful person who did terrible things. Therefore, it should come as no surprise when the CIA examined the hard drives recovered from his compound, they found awful things. When they dug deeper into what was actually on the hard drives, some surprising files were discovered. We now know Osama bin Laden was watching anime, playing video games, and exploring some of the more unsavory aspects of the internet. Get ready, because what you're about to discover on this terrorist's hard drive will shock and appall you. On May 2, 2011, a group of Navy SEALs infiltrated Osama bin Laden's compound in Abbottabad, Pakistan. During this heroic mission, 5 terrorists, including bin Laden himself and one of his sons, were killed. The Special Forces unit moved through the compound with precision, ensuring that even after they killed bin Laden, they extracted his body so it could be thrown into the ocean at a later date. This was done to keep fanatics from worshipping it. During this mission, the SEAL team secured several hard drives, flash drives, and computers that contained some pretty crazy things. The CIA released a large amount of the hard drive's contents to further enhance public understanding of al-Qaeda. However, what the average person wasn't expecting was the enormous number of meme videos, crocheting tutorials, and odd pornographic choices that were contained on Osama bin Laden's hard drives. That being said, not everything was released to the public, as there were files used to locate other terrorist leaders and videos too gruesome to circulate to the public. All in all, around 470,000 digital files amounting to 250 gigabytes of data were secured from Osama bin Laden's hard drives, and each file was more surprising than the last. Obviously, you'd expect to find terrorist-related information on a terrorist's hard drive. And although the CIA likely didn't release most of the documentation relating to al-Qaeda's plans and activities, they did release something pretty interesting. One of the documents on the hard drives was an al-Qaeda recruitment form. This might seem odd. When you think of recruitment forms, you probably have a business or not-for-profit in mind, but it would seem that al-Qaeda needed some kind of document to vet their recruits. However, unlike a traditional recruitment form, the questions found on al-Qaeda's equivalent were unique to their line of work. Questions like, "Do you wish to execute a suicide operation?" were included in the application, along with less blunt questions like, "What are your favorite hobbies or pastimes?" It's unclear if the answers to these questions either qualified or disqualified a candidate from becoming a terrorist, but this is just one of the many documents that give us a glimpse into al-Qaeda's vetting process and how the organization was run. Other terrorist-related information on the hard drives included videos and speeches of Osama's son, Hamza bin Laden. It was assumed that Hamza would take over the organization when his father either passed away or could no longer lead al-Qaeda, so documentary footage was archived on the hard drives for historical purposes. Al-Qaeda also used these videos and images as propaganda to show Hamza would be a strong leader. However, the videos on the hard drive seemed to contradict the message. There was an hour-long wedding video on one of the hard drives, which droned on and seemed to have no real significance. Hamza is seen sporting a thin mustache and looking relatively unhappy throughout the whole thing. Images from the wedding were also used in some of the terrorist group's propaganda, but the footage was cut to portray Hamza in a positive light. Some of the images and videos on the hard drives were likely used to identify and locate Hamza. In 2019, Hamza was killed in a U.S. counterterrorism operation somewhere in Afghanistan or Pakistan. The hard drives also consisted of plans and preparations for the 10th anniversary of September 11th and ways to use the Arab Spring uprisings to al-Qaeda's advantage. The information on Osama bin Laden's hard drives was not meant to be seen by anyone outside of al-Qaeda, as they included details that would allow the U.S. to interrupt their plans. However, it's the things other than terrorist plots and speeches found on the hard drives that were the most shocking. It probably comes as no surprise that Osama bin Laden was a narcissist. His hard drive tells this story almost perfectly. This awful human loved documentaries about himself. In fact, his hard drives were loaded with shows such as CNN's In the Footsteps of Bin Laden and World's Most Wanted. It's plausible that these shows were downloaded just to keep tabs on what the US media knew about him, but there was also no reason to save the files after they were watched if that was the only thing they were being used for. It's not hard to imagine Osama bin Laden watching documentaries about himself and finding pleasure in them. This is a disgusting thought, but bin Laden was a disgusting man. He also had recordings of the 2008 documentary Where in the World is Osama bin Laden, created by Morgan Spurlock, the man who made Super Size Me. Perhaps the craziest documentary that Osama bin Laden had on his hard drive was Loose Change, which theorized that the attack on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon was a false flag operation. The documentary has been debunked countless times and has no real evidence or validity to it. It's just odd that Osama bin Laden, the man who orchestrated the 9/11 attacks, would have a copy of this particular documentary on his hard drive. Maybe it was just a reminder of how gullible some people can be, or perhaps he kept it as a memento, just like all the other documentaries about him. We know bin Laden was crazy and super paranoid, and rightfully so, as he had the world's most powerful military looking for him constantly. However, a document on his hard drive showed just how nervous he was about being tracked down. In one folder, there were a set of messages from bin Laden to one of his wives. In it, he told the wife they'd put a tracking device in her filling when she went to a dentist in Iran. Osama described it as the size of the chip is about the length of a grain of wheat and the width of a fine piece of vermicelli. It's not entirely clear what bin Laden did about this paranoid delusion, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that he forced his wife to have the tooth removed. There's also no evidence that a tracking device was ever put into her tooth or if this was even possible at the time. As we go deeper into the hard drives of Osama bin Laden, things start to get stranger and stranger. For example, some of the porn he had on it wasn't the most conventional. Osama bin Laden was into some kinky stuff. On his hard drive were bootleg copies of obscure porn titles that came from old arcade games. For example, games like Fantasy 95 or Perestroika Girls rewarded players who progressed through the story with badly drawn pictures of naked or scantily clad anime women. These pictures were either pixelated characters or extremely low-resolution pictures of real nude women. It seems like an odd choice for porn. However, it wouldn't be uncharacteristic for Osama bin Laden to have strange tastes when it came to what interested him. That being said, some journalists believe that the pixelated porn might have been used to send coded messages to other members of Al-Qaeda. Bin Laden was afraid of relaying messages via email as they might be tracked back to him. This was also probably not the most secure way of sending messages to his terrorist organization, especially if he didn't want the US to find out what his plans were. Therefore, it's hypothesized that he might have hidden secret orders or messages within the pornographic images or games that he had on his drive. But some experts have another hypothesis as to why bin Laden had so much pixelated porn on his hard drive. They say he might have just been into it. Osama bin Laden wasn't only into watching porn, there were also many other surprising videos, shows, and movies that were discovered on his hard drives. Think back to around 2007 and the meme videos that came out on YouTube. Perhaps the most famous of all was Charlie Bit My Finger.
Charlie bit me. Ah!
It was so popular that even Osama bin Laden saw it. When going through the files on his hard drives, the CIA was surprised to find that bin Laden had downloaded a lot of YouTube videos and even enjoyed watching the meme videos that were coming out of the US. There were numerous cat videos found on the hard drive, which might suggest that bin Laden was a cat person, or at least he found them amusing. One of the most surprising assortments of videos that bin Laden downloaded off the internet had nothing to do with terrorism or memes. Instead, he had a huge collection of crocheting videos. This might seem weird for a mass murderer and a leader of a terrorist organization, but when bin Laden was in hiding, there probably wasn't a whole lot to do. He might have taken up crocheting as a hobby and learned how to do various patterns using YouTube videos. For example, files like How to Crochet a Basket, Stripe Crochet Beanie Cap Hat, and Star Rainbow Crochet Applique were some of the numerous crocheting files found on bin Laden's hard drive. We aren't sure if he was the one doing all the crocheting, but someone in Al-Qaeda had a real interest in knitting. The other part about the videos on Osama bin Laden's hard drive was that there were a number of educational videos for young children. Maybe these are what bin Laden used to learn English. Files like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, the new Fast Alphabet, ABC Phonics Chant, and 1, 2, Buckle My Shoe suggest that bin Laden struggled with his ABCs. In all fairness, the Arabic alphabet is different than the Latin alphabet, but the videos he chose to learn the ABCs from probably didn't have to be children's sing-along songs. Bin Laden also liked other documentaries besides just the ones that were about him. Yet, like everything else on his hard drive, there seemed to be some odd choices. Perhaps Osama bin Laden was looking for dirt on the Christian church, or maybe he just found scandals fascinating. But one of the many documentaries was Sex Crimes and the Vatican. Another file was titled How Many Angels Are There?, which could refer to a documentary about how many angels there are in heaven, or perhaps this was just a YouTube video that literally explained how many angels there were in the Quran or other holy writings. Osama bin Laden also enjoyed his cartoons. There were several episodes of Tom and Jerry along with the Pink Panther found on the hard drive. But perhaps the most intriguing video file of all is one that's titled Bubbles.wmv. Is this just a video of someone blowing bubbles? Is it about how to make bubbles? Or is it something else entirely? We may never know. There also appears to be a lot of anime fans at Osama bin Laden's compound, because large amounts of space on the hard drives was dedicated to anime shows. It might be hard to imagine Osama bin Laden and his terrorist friends sitting around watching anime, but the sheer number of videos on the hard drive suggests this is exactly what happened. Osama enjoyed Naruto, Bleach, and Dragon Ball Z. On top of that, there was also The Devil May Cry and a number of anime crossovers that only hardcore anime fans even knew existed. It's actually impressive how vast of an anime collection Osama bin Laden had on his drives. This also goes to show just how much pirating of copyrighted materials Al-Qaeda did. Copyright infringement probably isn't the most pressing concern for a terrorist organization, but it does mean someone in Al-Qaeda put a lot of time and effort into illegally procuring all of the anime videos, along with some other digital content. We'll never know if this was at the order of Osama bin Laden, or if someone else in the organization took it upon themselves to load up the hard drives with anime, but the massive amount of files suggests it was likely being watched regularly. For someone who hated the Western world so much, bin Laden had a lot of Hollywood blockbusters on his hard drive. Animated movies like Ants, Cars, Ice Age, and Chicken Little were all found on the hard drives, but these weren't the only movies found. It would seem Osama and his crew were also into action flicks. The hard drives had files for Resident Evil, The Three Musketeers, and Batman Gotham Knight. Perhaps these were for research purposes, but it seems much more likely that Osama bin Laden and the terrorists that surrounded him just enjoyed watching the flicks that came from a part of the world they saw as the enemy. To be fair, there wasn't a whole lot to do in the compound while hiding from drones and US operatives that were hunting them down. Therefore, bin Laden needed a large number of entertainment options to keep himself busy. And what better way is there to kill the time than by playing hours upon hours of video games? It would seem Osama had a liking for Nintendo games. There were several emulators stored on the hard drives collected from the compound, and most of the files associated with them were for classic Nintendo DS games like Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, New Super Mario Bros., Metroid Prime Hunters, and Yoshi's Island DS. However, not all of the video games were based around Nintendo's fun-loving plumber and his friends. There was also a hardcore gamer side to things as well. Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars was another game on Osama's drive. Like with the DS games, there was an emulator installed for bin Laden to play to his heart's content. The Grand Theft Auto franchise seems much more in line with Osama bin Laden's personality, since he could kill innocent civilians and cause mayhem. You can imagine him playing until the wee hours of the night, trying to get away from the cops and wreaking havoc across Chinatown. Luckily, he wasn't able to get rid of his wanted status in the real world, and SEAL Team 6 took him out to ensure he'd never hurt anyone ever again. Just like Grand Theft Auto, another game on Osama's hard drives makes sense when you think about it. Members of Al-Qaeda and their leader had access to Counter-Strike, a first-person shooter where players work together either as terrorists trying to plant a bomb or counter-terrorist forces trying to stop them. We'll give you one guess which team Osama and his friends like to play on. The game normally requires an internet connection to play against other people across the world. However, bin Laden and the crew at the compound may have set up their own LAN network to play against one another. Again, it's probably pretty obvious which side Al-Qaeda members wanted to be on. The LAN network would have been more secure, so they couldn't be traced, which means if you ever played Counter-Strike back in the day, you probably didn't face off against Osama or members of Al-Qaeda, although we don't know that for sure. On top of the video games already mentioned, there seems to be a decent amount of time spent playing Zuma Deluxe to pass the time. You have to remember that around 2007, these types of games were all the rage. It's interesting to note that Osama and his group at the compound seemed pretty up to date with their gaming practices. These men also spent their time killing zombies in Sniper Elite Nazi Zombie Army 2. Many of the video games that Osama and the men in Al-Qaeda were playing had a shooting component to them. Again, this is not surprising considering who was doing the gaming. Even though these were bloodthirsty terrorists, it does seem they enjoyed Nintendo just as much as any of the shooters they had at their disposal. Again, we'll never know which games Osama bin Laden himself preferred or played, but according to the files on his hard drive, he seemed to be an avid gamer. Along with video games, porn, and other media, there was a plethora of documents housed on the hard drives. The important ones were never released to the public for national security reasons. However, we can assume that some of the files on the hard drives led to the capture or deaths of many other al-Qaeda members. Also, it's likely that not too many photos and videos of torture victims and executions were released to the public. Let's not forget Osama bin Laden and the members of al-Qaeda were terrible people, capable of unspeakable things. Even though you might have seen some of the videos or played some of the games on Osama's hard drive, it does not mean bin Laden was an average guy. He was a terrorist responsible for the deaths of thousands, making him more a monster than human. There were also drafts of emails found on Osama bin Laden's hard drives that provided glimpses into what he had been up to during his years in hiding. He couldn't send emails or make phone calls from the compound because they likely would have been intercepted by US intelligence and given away his position. Therefore, bin Laden wrote emails that were uploaded to flash drives and brought by a courier to different internet cafes to be emailed out. The most surprising finding from these emails was that even while in hiding, Osama bin Laden still ran al-Qaeda. Although he remained its figurehead while in hiding, he did need to give up some of his power to his second-in-command, Ayman al-Zawahiri. The files recovered from Osama bin Laden's hard drives indicated that he was still giving orders, being briefed on reports, and making religious rulings within the terrorist organization, all while in isolation at his compound. SEAL Team 6 recovered a lot of information during their raid on the compound while simultaneously taking Osama bin Laden out. We don't know how many people were actually living there, but it's reported that at least a few of his wives and several children were at the compound at the time of the operation. This brings us to an important point. Even though these hard drives collected from the compound likely had files that Osama used at some point, these devices could also have been used by other members of the family or by the soldiers staying at the compound with him. Therefore, all the movies, shows, video games, and porn might not have belonged specifically to Osama bin Laden. However, no matter which way you look at it, he almost certainly knew what was on the hard drives, and it's probable that most of the entertainment on the hard drives was for his own amusement and to keep himself busy. Not everything was digital at the compound either. Osama also had an interesting collection of books that gave further insight into how the maniac's mind worked. Surprisingly, Osama bin Laden was the owner of several books on the US. He had an interest in United States diplomacy tactics, which was made apparent by the books such as Bob Woodward's Obama's Wars, Noam Chomsky's Necessary Illusions, Thought Control in Democratic Societies, and Robert Hopkins Miller's The US and Vietnam 1787 to 1941. These readings were likely used to help bin Laden understand his enemy and plot new ways to terrorize the free world. However, this begs the question, if Osama bin Laden was so against the United States and the Western world, why did he have so much media from those cultures on his drives? Why weren't the hard drives filled with movies, shows, and games from other parts of the world or even from the Middle East itself? It makes you wonder if consuming Western media was actually a way for Osama bin Laden to understand his enemy better, or if he had all these things on his hard drives because he actually enjoyed watching Chicken Little or YouTube meme videos like Charlie Bit My Finger. It's probably not worth anyone's time to try to understand the man that was Osama bin Laden. To get inside his mind would likely be walking into a nightmare filled with contradictions and atrocities. Instead, we can accept the fact that one of the worst men who ever lived enjoyed pixelated porn and crocheting. Like many evil individuals throughout history, Osama bin Laden had an eccentric side to him. He was definitely a narcissistic psychopath, but he couldn't help but consume American culture even though he hated it. The bottom line is that many of the things you'd expect to find on a terrorist hard drive were there, but many things you wouldn't expect to find on a terrorist hard drive were also there. Either way, the world's a better place without Osama bin Laden in it. Thank you, SEAL Team 6. 1st Special Forces Operational Detachment Delta, Task Force Green, and the Unit. These are just a few names given to the Delta Force, an elite U.S. Special Operations unit only deployed for the most complicated, high-risk, and top-secret missions. Many details of Delta Force's operations are highly classified. Even details such as the current size of the unit and its current commander are kept shrouded in secrecy. Even the Pentagon refuses to officially acknowledge their existence. Today, we're cracking open the files and taking a look at everything we know about the origins and operations of the mysterious Delta Force, and what makes them America's most elite counter-terrorist special operations task force. Extensive involvement in the last 3 decades of Middle Eastern conflict have put these hardcore super soldiers on the map, though very few people could really point them out. Delta Force soldiers are the best of the best and only work with that same standard of equipment and weaponry. If Delta Force wants you dead, we hope you've got your affairs in order, because these human bloodhounds always get their mark. But with one of the largest and most well-funded militaries in the world, Why does the US Army feel the need for such a terrifyingly specialized unit of elite warriors? Let's go back to the 1970s for a moment, a decade of change that saw Richard Nixon impeached from his role as president after the Watergate scandal. Rock bands like Queen and the Rolling Stones dominated the radio airwaves, and King of Rock and Roll Elvis Presley dies at the age of 42 in his Graceland home. The 1970s also saw the birth of what some refer to as contemporary terrorism. Incidents involving violent attacks on innocent people by terrorist groups skyrocketed, with 9,845 recorded terrorist incidents occurring across the world during the decade. Of this number, 1,470 took place on U.S. soil, costing the lives of 184 innocent people. The tactics being employed by terrorists during the 70s were expanding, with methods of attack ranging from bombings, kidnappings, and armed assaults to hijacking airlines, assassinations, and hostage situations. By the mid-70s, the number of U.S. bombings orchestrated by terrorists were averaging between 50 and 60 per year. It was also at this time that airline hijackings and bombings were taking place at least once a month worldwide. Like we said before, it was a decade of change. But what does this have to do with Delta Force, you may ask? Well, everything. In 1977, the U.S. government established Delta Force as a direct response to the rampant acts of terrorism that were occurring during the 70s. Charles Beckwith, an officer with the U.S. Green Berets and Vietnam War veteran, is the man remembered for founding Delta Force. Beckwith had served for a time as an exchange officer with Britain's Special Air Service, better known as the SAS. An exchange officer is exactly what you might expect. Think of an exchange student briefly visiting a school in another country. Except instead of a school, it's a highly trained, specialized branch of another country's military. Upon returning to America after his time with the SAS, Beckwith compiled a highly detailed report that emphasized the need for a similar SAS-style unit within the U.S. Army, stating that their army was potentially vulnerable without a unit of this nature. He spoke to key government and military figures, pushing the need for not only teachers but doers. However, the idea was frowned upon and ultimately rejected. That was until the rising threat of terrorism that presented itself during the 1970s. The Pentagon and U.S. Army tasked Charles Beckwith with the formation of the unit in the mid-70s, when terrorist attacks were on an unprecedented rise. Inspired by the work of the SAS, Beckwith envisioned small teams of highly skilled and totally adaptable troops that possessed a vast array of specialized skills that would make them ideal for carrying out counterterrorism missions. His ultimate goal was for his unit to be what the SAS were to the British Army, but instead carrying out their operations on behalf of the U.S. Army and government. According to Beckwith, the proposed unit would have provided a high specialized force, rich in rank structure built upon small teams which contain mature, professionally trained, psychologically prepared individuals capable of making on-the-spot judgments. He was a 1970s Nick Fury, given the resources and mandate to assemble his own team of military Avengers. In 1979, after Beckwith had spent time rigorously screening and training volunteers for his new unit, Delta Force was certified mission-ready just before the infamous Iran hostage crisis that took place that same year. On November 4th, in the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, Iran, a number of United States diplomats were trapped when supporters of the Iranian Revolution had laid siege to the embassy. This incident will sound familiar to any of you that have watched the 2012 Academy Award-winning movie Argo, starring Ben Affleck, as this is the event that the movie derives its plot from, although it was criticized for a number of historical inaccuracies. Saving the hostages trapped in Iran was set to be Delta Force's first-ever high-profile engagement, codenamed Operation Eagle Claw. However, the mission, which would have involved Delta Force storming the embassy and securing the hostages by force, was aborted due to technical problems with the team's helicopters. In hindsight, the mission's cancellation may have been for the best, as Delta Force kicking down the doors of the embassy during a time of high political tension in Iran might have exacerbated matters, and ultimately the hostages were returned safely to the U.S., so there was still a happy ending. However, it forced the U.S. Army to reconsider a few things before they started deploying Delta Force on its missions. After some reshuffling, the U.S. Army established various units that would specialize in missions with specific requirements to take some of the pressure off Delta Force. For example, the Night Stalkers, designed for missions involving air support, and the famous SEAL Team 6, created to handle counterterrorism operations for the U.S. Navy. All these units were overseen by the Joint Special Operations Command, or JSOC, which was created by the U.S. military to take control of these various counterterrorism units. Almost all of Delta Force's missions since have been kept highly classified. Members of the public may never know just how many operations they've been involved in since the late 70s. However, information pertaining to a select few have been made available to the public, albeit with somewhat limited details. In fact, Delta Force's operations are so secretive that any former or retired member of the unit faces a prison sentence if they are ever to speak openly about its operations. That being said, let's look at some of the ones we do know about. Operation Desert Storm, which took place in the early months of 1991, was the combat phase of the Gulf War in Iraq. This conflict involved a US-led coalition of 35 countries battling the forces of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein. During Desert Storm, Delta Force was deployed to the region to offer support for coalition forces. They also provided security detail to General Norman Schwarzkopf, who was the commander of the U.S. Central Command at the time, meaning he was charged with leading all forces of the huge coalition against Saddam Hussein. Additionally, Delta Force worked in conjunction with the fellow Special Forces unit that had inspired their foundation, the SAS. Together, the SAS and Delta Forces hunted for Scuds, a type of tactical ballistic missile that was created during the years of the Cold War by the Soviet Union, then exported to numerous countries. Eventually, Delta Force sniper teams uncovered 26 Scud missiles in western Iraq that Saddam had intended to launch at Israel. Using 50 caliber sniper rifles from 3,000 yards away, that's the same distance as 30 football fields, Delta Force operatives shot at the fuel tanks beneath the missiles, killing the crews manning these deadly weapons. If these Scuds had been launched, Saddam Hussein would have lured Israel into conflict and caused an untold number of deaths. Even worse, it would have destroyed the coalition set against them, as other Arab nations would have never accepted Israel as a partner. More recently, the Delta Force took part in Operation Kayla Mueller in October of 2019. This raid that took place in Syria resulted in the death of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, known terrorist and leader of the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, also known as the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, but perhaps best known as ISIS or ISIL. Baghdadi played a hand in a number of the atrocities and violations of human rights committed by the ISIL group, and Delta Force played a pivotal role in his death, acting alongside fellow U.S. Special Forces units such as the 75th Ranger Regiment and the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment under the command of the JSOC. The raid was carried out based on intelligence gathered by the CIA's Special Activities Division. 8 helicopters were launched well after midnight on a course for a compound located in the Idlib province of Syria, close to the Turkish border, where Baghdadi was said to be housed. Delta Force teams, along with their fellow Special Forces counterparts, arrived on the scene and attempted to convince the ISIS leader to surrender. However, Baghdadi was unwilling to compromise with U.S. forces. Delta Force entered the compound by detonating a large hole on one side, gaining access. The forces inside either surrendered or were shot and killed by Delta Force. After 2 hours, Baghdadi fled to a nearby tunnel. However, it led to a literal dead end, as shortly afterwards he detonated a suicide vest, killing himself as well as 2 of his own children. As a result of their highly secretive but vitally important missions, Delta Force maintains a natural rivalry with the other well-known U.S. Special Forces unit, the United States Navy SEALs, specifically the widely known SEAL Team 6. Both have been instrumental in large-scale conflicts over the past few years, with Delta Force playing its key role in Iraq and SEAL Team 6 being heavily involved in the war in Afghanistan. Both units are also responsible for missions that have involved high-value targets. In Iraq, Delta Force captured and is rumored to have also assassinated Saddam Hussein, while the Navy SEALs famously eliminated Osama bin Laden, leader of al-Qaeda, in May of 2011. However, it was surrounding this particular operation that some of the rivalry between Delta Force and SEAL Team 6 began to arise. Naturally, both units were eager to be granted the mission to go after bin Laden, given that he was the most wanted man in the world at the time. As it turned out, the mission was given to SEAL Team 6, which caused complaints among the members of Delta Force. They believed that the Navy SEALs had been favored for the mission to eliminate bin Laden due to the naval officers that had formed the command of the JSOC that oversees both Delta Force and the SEALs. Shortly after Operation Neptune Spear and the death of bin Laden, a top-secret, highly classified list was leaked to the press. While it was never published, this list was believed to have included names of all the soldiers who had been involved in the raid on the compound in Abbottabad, where bin Laden was found. While it seemed like a member of Delta Force may have done this out of spite, Delta Force themselves believed the leak was the result of SEAL Team 6 attempting to bask in the spotlight and attract media attention for the mission, out of spite for their Delta rivals. Like a lot of issues surrounding this clandestine group of elite soldiers, to say anything more would be pure speculation. One of the rare times that Delta Force has been caught on video was during the 2013 abduction of al-Qaeda leader Nazi Abdul Ahmed al-Rakai. In the video, Nazi Abdulhamid al-Rakai is seen pulling up to his home after morning prayers, only to be immediately snatched by Delta Force operatives. This is Delta Force's version of Gone in 60 Seconds. Something else the Delta Force is known for is their use of state-of-the-art equipment when carrying out their secret operations. During Operation Caleb Mueller, a photo surfaced of a team of Delta Force operatives with their faces redacted to maintain their secrecy and showcase some of their arsenal. The Delta Force favors the ENVG-3 model of night vision goggles when locating threats in the dark, which are designed to be connected with the weapon's optical sights, allowing for soldiers to aim at targets without having to shoulder their rifle, and can switch between night vision and thermal imaging when necessary. In addition to the ENVG-3s and Kevlar-plated body armor to protect against bullets at close range, Delta Force troops also carry the deadly HK-416 carbine rifles, a weapon designed by Heckler & Koch that can utilize a wide array of attachments, including grenade launchers. As well as those mean rifles, Delta Force members carry a sidearm, most commonly favoring Glocks, Colt M1911s, or Beretta M9 pistols. None of us know all that much about Delta Force because when the military really wants to keep something secret, it tends to remain secret. Perhaps we should all just be glad they're there, helping us from the shadows with high-tech equipment and battle-honed combat techniques. If ever you happen to end up seeing these guys in action up close and personal, one thing is clear: you're either a hostage or a very dangerous individual. Just as in the case of figures like Saddam Hussein or Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, not as dangerous as them. 1979. Soviet forces invade Afghanistan. The National Communist government has been under threat of civil war and open rebellion after taking extremely harsh measures against political opponents, religious figures, and intellectual elites. The Colic faction has been attempting to completely reform Afghanistan as quickly as possible, discarding old Islamic traditions and angering powerful landowners with the cancellation of farmers' debts. However, it was the assault on traditional Islamic values that triggered an open revolt, and the Soviets feared what might happen if the pro-communist government collapsed. Osama bin Laden, the son of wealthy Saudi Arabian elites, heads for the country to fight against the communist invaders. He sees the war as a holy one, pitting faithful Muslims against the atheist communists. Bin Laden proved adept at organizing various mujahideen groups and was instrumental in resisting Soviet occupation forces. The United States and various partners funneled money and weapons into Afghanistan via Pakistan. However, despite concerns by various military and political figures, there's little to no oversight of where financial and military aid goes, with little thought given to what group might be left in power after the end of the war, and how they might view the United States and its allies if they won. While there's never been evidence of direct aid to bin Laden and his extremist fighters, accountability is so low it's impossible to rule that possibility out. And it seems the US looked favorably upon the up-and-coming international pariah, with papers allegedly writing very positive articles about him during this time. 1988. Bin Laden and other Afghan and Arab leaders come to loggerheads over the role of Arabs within the resistance movement. Abdullah Azzam, head of Maktab al-Kindamat, later known as the Afghan Service Bureau, insists that Arab volunteers be integrated into Afghan militias. Bin Laden disagrees and wishes to keep his Arab fighters separate from Afghan nationals. He also wishes to pursue a more military role. The split leads to the creation of Al-Qaeda, with the goal of, quote, lifting the word of God to make his religion victorious. Al-Qaeda remains a secret for now, and it's believed that it was officially formed after a meeting of senior leaders from the Egyptian Islamic Jihad, Abdullah Azzam himself, and bin Laden. It's agreed that the group will pair bin Laden's financial wealth with the skill and expertise of the Egyptian Islamic jihadists to continue a global jihad after the defeat of the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. 1989. The Soviets withdraw from Afghanistan, prompting bin Laden to return home to Saudi Arabia as a jihadist hero. He enjoys great influence and fame and continues working for his family's construction business while leading opposition to the Saudi monarchy. Bin Laden attempts to use his Al-Qaeda fighters to overthrow the pro-Soviet Yemeni Socialist Party in southern Yemen, but is stopped by the Saudi government. He also tries to prevent Yemen from unifying by assassinating political leaders in the YSP, but is once again stopped by Saudi leadership. This only deepens the wedge between the Saudi monarchy and bin Laden. Back in Afghanistan, bin Laden's hope for a unified Afghanistan is slowly disintegrating as internal fighting amongst various Afghan factions heats up. In March of that year, he leads 800 Arab fighters in the Battle of Jalalabad, during which the Afghan interim government sought to overthrow the Soviet-backed national government. Bin Laden's poor leadership, however, leads to the death of many of his own men and failure to secure strategic objectives. 1990. Bin Laden finds an unlikely partner in General Shahnawaz Tanai, a hardcore communist who wishes to overthrow the Afghan government led by Prime Minister Benazir Bhutto, who Bin Laden disagrees with ideologically. Bin Laden agrees to fund the coup attempt by bribing many Afghan army officials, but the coup ultimately fails. Instead, he turns to the Pakistani government and requests they file a motion of no confidence against Bhutto's government, to which they disagree. Later that year, Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. This is a direct risk to Saudi Arabia, as the nation is ill-prepared to defend itself from Iraqi belligerents. Saddam Hussein is looking to rebuild his country economically after a disastrous war with Iran, and Saudi Arabia is the next logical stepping stone to that goal. With its abundant and developed oil fields and weak national military, the Saudi monarchy feared it was next in line. King Fahd of Saudi Arabia meets with U.S. Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney, who offers direct military assistance in exchange for more influence in the region. King Fahd agrees, prompting bin Laden to seek a meeting of his own with the monarch along with the Saudi defense minister. Bin Laden requests that the king reject American military aid, seeing it as an affront to Islamic religious and cultural values. Instead, he offers to defend Saudi Arabia with his Arab Legion. King Fahd presses bin Laden, asking him how he would defend Saudi Arabia from Iraq's chemical and biological arsenal. Bin Laden responds they would use faith to defend themselves. King Fahd instead opts to take the Americans up on their offer. Bin Laden immediately voices opposition to the pending arrival of American troops. He denounces the Saudi government and claims that the Quran prohibits non-Muslims from setting foot on the Arabian Peninsula. Islam's holiest shrines, Mecca and Medina, should be defended only by faithful Muslims, not foreign infidels. Bin Laden pressures Saudi Islamic leaders to issue a fatwa against the government's decision to allow U.S. forces to deploy on their soil, but they refuse. On the other side of the world, on the 8th of November 1990, FBI agents raid the home of El Sayed Nosser in New Jersey. He is directly linked to al-Qaeda, and the raid reveals vast amounts of evidence detailing planning and preparation for terrorist attacks against American targets. This was the first discovered terrorist plot of al-Qaeda outside of the Arab world. 1991. Bin Laden's continued denouncement of the Saudi government leads to him being placed on house arrest. While this fails to deter him, he is finally exiled from his home. At that point, bin Laden is officially under U.S. surveillance, which utilizes local operatives, telephone intercepts, and collaborators to monitor bin Laden's movements. Bin Laden moves to Afghanistan under exile. 1992. Bin Laden relocates to Sudan, where he starts up a variety of legal businesses, including a tannery, 2 farms, and a road construction company. The Sudanese government, in a show of Islamic solidarity, allows Muslims to immigrate to the country without a visa. Thousands of mujahideen take the opportunity, opening the door for bin Laden to move many of his forces to Sudan. He even pays for 480 veteran fighters to move from Afghanistan to Sudan after Saudi Arabia pressures Pakistan to remove the mujahideen from its shared border with Pakistan. Bin Laden's economic investments in Sudan earns him many further supporters within the Sudanese people. Bin Laden sinks large amounts of money into infrastructure, agriculture, and various businesses, and even works as an official agent in Sudan for the British firm Hunting Surveys. Bin Laden hires many of his old fighters to build roads in Sudan and is generous with the poor people of his new home. The United States government has followed bin Laden's move to Sudan but refused to allow intelligence agents to act inside the country. This is a move that'll come to haunt the U.S. Later that year, on December 29th, a bomb explodes in a hotel in Aden, Yemen, where U.S. troops had recently been staying. The Americans were on their way to a humanitarian mission in Somalia and were no longer present when the bomb detonated. 2 Australian tourists are killed, and 2 Yemeni Muslim immigrants caught in the blast are arrested for the attack. U.S. intelligence will later allege this is the first terrorist attack directly sponsored by bin Laden. 1993. On February 26th, a massive explosion rocked the parking garage under the World Trade Center. The blast came from a truck packed with explosives and was meant to send a message, as the buildings were seen as a symbol of American greed and corruption. The blast creates a massive crater and kills 6 people, injuring up to 1,000. FBI investigators find a piece of vehicle wreckage that is so damaged it indicates it must have been either the source of the explosion or very close to it. From the wreckage, they pull a vehicle identification number, which they trace to a rented van reported stolen the day before. Islamic fundamentalist Mohammed Salameh had rented the vehicle, and on March 4th he is arrested by FBI SWAT when he attempts to get his $400 deposit back. The ongoing investigation reveals direct links to bin Laden and al-Qaeda. 3 more suspects are arrested: Nidal Ayad, Mahmoud Abu Halima, and Ahmed Ajaj. Investigators also discover a storage locker loaded with dangerous chemicals and enough cyanide gas to kill thousands of people. Plots to destroy various other landmarks, including the UN building, the Holland and Lincoln tunnels, and the Federal Plaza in New York, are also uncovered. The leader of the attack, Ramzi Youssef, remains on the run, and plans to simultaneously bomb a dozen U.S. international flights are discovered and foiled. 1994. Following an intelligence trail started from the 1993 investigation of the World Trade Center bombing, FBI agents storm a warehouse in New York, catching several al-Qaeda-connected terrorists as they're assembling various bombs. Meanwhile, U.S. intelligence believes that bin Laden is financing 3 terrorist training camps in North Sudan. Due to bin Laden's continued opposition to the Saudi monarchy and support for extremist movements, the government revokes bin Laden's Saudi citizenship and freezes his assets inside Saudi Arabia. King Fahd also pressures his family to cut off his $7 million a year stipend. The United States declares Sudan an official sponsor of terrorism. As the Islamist political leader Hassan al-Turabi loses influence, though, support for bin Laden in the country wavers, and Sudan seeks closer ties with the U.S., which it will refuse to grant until 2000. 1995. Ramzi Youssef, leader of the 1993 World Trade Center bombing plot, is captured by U.S. operatives in Pakistan. In Sudan, growing discomfort over bin Laden's extremism and a failed plot to assassinate the Egyptian president by an al-Qaeda-backed group leads to secret talks between the Sudanese and the Saudis. The Sudanese wish to expel bin Laden, but the Saudis refuse to accept him back. At the same time, CIA officer Billy Waugh tracks down bin Laden inside of Sudan. He plans an operation to seize bin Laden and extradite him to the United States, but is not granted authorization. The United States still lacks solid evidence linking bin Laden to various terror attacks, meaning he doesn't have a legal basis for prosecution. There's still no indictment against bin Laden in any country. Bin Laden, meanwhile, is growing restless in Sudan, fearing his life is in danger. He's already avoided one assassination attempt, which he believes was planned by either the Egyptians or the Saudis, and likely financed by the CIA. He's recently penned an open letter to King Fahd in Saudi Arabia calling for a guerrilla campaign to remove U.S. troops from Saudi soil. As the Americans are there by invitation, King Fahd naturally dismisses the letter. A bombing of a Saudi National Guard training center in Riyadh leads to the death of 5 Americans and 2 Indian nationals. Bin Laden denies involvement but praises the attack. When the perpetrators are later discovered, they admit to having been influenced by bin Laden, though this confession was under heavy coercion. It's not unrealistic to think that the attack against the U.S.-operated center was not heavily influenced by bin Laden's virulent anti-U.S. propaganda. The men are executed by beheading in Riyadh's main square. 1996. Under international pressure from both the United States and Saudi Arabia, Sudan officially expels bin Laden. Sudan wishes to grow closer ties to the United States and hopes the move will open up diplomatic channels long blocked by a history of hostilities. Bin Laden is allowed to choose his destination as long as the country is willing to accept him, and he moves to Afghanistan. Bin Laden is forced to liquidate all of his businesses and equipment in Sudan, losing between $20 million and $300 million in total. African intelligence sources will later claim that the expulsion gave bin Laden no choice but to turn to terrorism full-time, an assertion that Western intelligence quickly dismissed. Bin Laden arrives in Jalalabad with 300 Afghan Arabs who join him as part of his burgeoning terror network. In Afghanistan, bin Laden forms close ties with the founder of the Taliban, Mullah Muhammad Omar. This relationship will be instrumental in the growth of al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. President Clinton, meanwhile, signs a secret order that will officially launch America's war against the al-Qaeda terror network. There's still no solid evidence linking bin Laden directly to al-Qaeda's various terror attacks, but President Clinton's order authorizes the CIA to use any means necessary to destroy his terror network. Shortly after the CIA receives secret authorization to pursue al-Qaeda and destroy it, on June 25th, a large truck packed with explosives parks next to Building 131 of the Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia. The facility is being used as living quarters for U.S. and coalition partners assigned to Operation Southern Watch, a no-fly zone operation instituted against Iraq to prevent Saddam Hussein from launching further attacks against minority groups. Building number 131 houses members of the U.S. Air Force's 4404th Wing, pilots and support personnel from a deployed rescue and fighter squadron. 19 American airmen are killed, and almost 500 coalition partners and civilians are wounded. Initially, al-Qaeda was blamed for the attack, but later it'll be discovered that a Saudi Shiite group was responsible, with funding from Iran. Iran will be ordered to pay over $800 million in restitution to the victims by the United States in 2020. However, initial suspicion is that bin Laden helped plot the attack. turning the heat up on the man quickly becoming America's enemy number one. In order to bolster the legal case against bin Laden and authorize his capture or elimination, the United States assembles a grand jury in secret to begin a formal criminal investigation against bin Laden. That same month, bin Laden issues a declaration of jihad via a London-based newspaper in which he outlines al-Qaeda's goals: drive U.S. and partner non-Arab forces from the Arabian Peninsula, overthrow the Saudi monarchy, liberate Muslim holy sites across Arab lands, and support Islamic revolutionary efforts both at home and as far abroad as the Philippines. Bin Laden implores Saudi citizens to strike at the Americans currently in the Persian Gulf. Interestingly, though, the fatwa against America is focused on its military forces and political leaders. Bin Laden doesn't publicly advocate for targeting of American civilians. 3 months later, bin Laden is interviewed for a British documentary. He uses the opportunity to address the United States directly. Bin Laden promises that if the United States and its Western allies do not remove themselves from the Middle East, he will wage an Islamic holy war against them. Bin Laden punctuates his threats by touting his successes in the jihad against Soviet occupation forces in Afghanistan. 1997. CNN airs an interview with bin Laden where he accuses the United States of turning Saudi Arabia into an American colony. President George Bush Sr. had promised the Saudi monarchy that U.S. forces would leave Saudi Arabia once Iraq had been neutralized. However, by choosing to leave Saddam in power, the United States must act to contain his aggression against minority populations in Iraq. Saudi Arabia continues to grant the U.S. permission to remain within its kingdom, prompting bin Laden to once again call for the removal of the monarchy, whom he's seen as abdicating their duty as Muslims and becoming American puppets. In July, rumors circulate the United States has financed a multinational mercenary force numbering as many as 1,000. The goal is either the arrest or killing of bin Laden, and witnesses claim to have seen 11 black land cruisers and 2 helicopters crossing into the Afghan city of Khost. These allegations remain rumors and unsubstantiated. Meanwhile, bin Laden is using his deepening relationship with the Taliban government to expand al-Qaeda's footprint into Afghanistan. Cut off from much of his fortune, bin Laden raises money from friendly sources who once financed Afghanistan's efforts against the Soviet occupation. Pakistan's intelligence services also help finance bin Laden's growing network of training camps for Mujahideen fighters, many of which are immediately radicalized. To move personnel and equipment around, bin Laden takes over Ariana Afghan Airlines, a national Afghan airline. He utilizes the private airline to ferry Islamic militants, weapons, cash, and opium from the United Arab Emirates to Afghanistan and Pakistan. Ever the opportunist, bin Laden reaches out to international arms smuggler Victor Bout, a former Soviet translator who quickly became one of the biggest arms smugglers in the world. Bout helps bin Laden operate his airline, which the CIA describes as a terrorist taxi service. 1998. Libya issues the first Interpol arrest warrant for bin Laden, along with 3 of his associates. Libya is charging bin Laden with the death of Sylvan Becker, a German intelligence agent working in counterterrorism, along with his wife while in Libya on March 10, 1994. Soon after, the secret grand jury appointed by the United States indicts bin Laden on charges of conspiracy to attack defense utilities in the U.S. The indictment also names bin Laden as the head of al-Qaeda and alleges that he is a major financial backer for Islamic extremists worldwide. Bin Laden issues the first fatwa calling for the killing of American civilians. It's delivered via joint declaration with the Islamic group Al-Jihad, the Jihad movement in Bangladesh, and the Jamaat-ul-Ulema in Pakistan, who joins together under the banner of the World Islamic Front. Bin Laden's proclamation calling for the killing of U.S. civilians breaks from Sunni tradition, forbidding the targeting of civilians. Acting off intelligence investigating and the growing presence of Islamic extremists in the Yugoslav War, a joint U.S.-Albanian raid results in the arrest of 2 men believed to be employed directly by bin Laden. The CIA retrieves many documents and computer gear. Subsequently, U.S. and Albanian forces conduct another raid 2 weeks later, this time arresting 2 Egyptian nationals believed to be linked to bin Laden. The men are handed over to Egyptian counterterrorism officials. The Egyptian people were outraged a year earlier during the Luxor massacre when terrorists killed 2 armed guards at the mortuary temple of Hatshepsut and trapped 58 foreign tourists. They then used machetes to kill and mutilate the civilians before finally being caught. It's believed bin Laden helped influence or finance the attack. An Egyptian jihad group sends the United States a warning, claiming they'll soon deliver a message which, quote, "We hope they read with care because we will write it, with God's help, in a language they will understand." President Bill Clinton's closest advisors convened to meet with the president. They warned President Clinton that bin Laden is actively seeking to gain access to weapons of mass destruction and chemical weapons, with American military and civilian targets as the final goal. There is significant concern over the weak state of Russian and Pakistani nuclear security. Years later, after the invasion of Afghanistan by the United States, it'll be discovered that the Pakistani Nuclear Security Service has been deeply penetrated by terrorist sympathizers. Explosions rock the American embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. The attack in Kenya kills 213, 12 of which are Americans, while injuring over 4,500. The bomb in Tanzania kills 11 and injures 85, but no Americans die. 2 weeks later, the United States launches a massive cruise missile attack against al-Qaeda-linked terrorist training camps in Afghanistan as retaliation. The attack misses bin Laden by a few hours. America also targets a pharmaceutical plant in Khartoum, Sudan, and the U.S. believes that the plant's being used to produce chemical weapons for bin Laden, but the claim remains unsubstantiated. Later, the U.S. admitted that it had no hard evidence bin Laden was linked to the plant, though later financial documents would show bin Laden was engaged in business with the Military Industrial Corporation, a company run by the Sudanese government. An Arabic newspaper claims that bin Laden has successfully acquired nuclear weapons from former Soviet Central Asian republics. However, the claims are completely unsubstantiated, and Western intelligence is very skeptical. In November, bin Laden is indicted by a federal grand jury in the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York on charges of murder of U.S. nationals outside of the United States, conspiracy to murder U.S. nationals outside of the United States, and attacks on a federal facility resulting in death. The United States presents the Taliban government with evidence ranging from testimony from former al-Qaeda members and satellite phone records showing bin Laden was in contact with the perpetrators of the bombings. However, the Taliban decides not to extradite bin Laden, citing that the U.S. does not have enough evidence and further that a non-Muslim court cannot try Muslims. 1999. The U.S. Attorney's Office files the most complete indictment to date against bin Laden and 11 others. The indictment specifically names al-Qaeda as a tool of bin Laden's terror network, and it charges it with conspiracy to murder American citizens. The CIA, along with Pakistani military intelligence, assemble a team of 60 Pakistani commandos with the goal of infiltrating Afghanistan and capturing or killing bin Laden. However, the plan is aborted due to a coup d'etat launched by the Pakistani military, which succeeds in ousting the president and installing a military government. Meanwhile, the CIA finances various groups inside of Afghanistan, charging them with killing or capturing bin Laden. However, so far they have had no success, but the pressure has limited bin Laden's ability to freely travel within or outside of Afghanistan. 2000. A group of foreign fighters hired by the CIA launches an RPG at a vehicle convoy housing bin Laden. The RPG misses the vehicle bin Laden is riding in, and he makes his escape. There is serious concern amongst U.S. intelligence that bin Laden is planning a major operation against the U.S., but leads are proving difficult to find or follow. Unbeknownst to U.S. intelligence, al-Qaeda operatives have already infiltrated the United States and begun preparing for the attack on the World Trade Center, scheduled for September 11, 2001. The attack aims to exploit huge vulnerabilities in U.S. airline security and will be launched in unison in order to gain the element of surprise. September 11, 2001, 5:45 a.m. Hijackers Mohammed Atta and Abdul Aziz Al-Omari pass through the security checkpoint at Portland International Jetport in Maine. The two board a commuter flight to Boston Logan International Airport, from which they will board American Airlines Flight 11. 3 other conspirators will join them in Boston before boarding their flight. Of the group, 3 of the men are flagged by the FAA's computer passenger screening system, alerting airport screeners to conduct more thorough checks. However, FAA procedures call for the men's luggage to be screened for explosives, of which none are discovered. 7:30 a.m. approximately. 5 hijackers who will board American Airlines Flight 77 pass through the West Security Checkpoint at Washington Dulles International Airport. 3 of the men, Nawaf al-Hashmi, Khalid al-Midar, and Majed Moked, all set off metal detectors, but security officers are unable to find the hidden knives the men are carrying. At the time, knives with blades shorter than 4 inches are permissible on board American flights. All 5 of the hijackers of Flight 77 are also flagged by the FAA system for additional screening. But again, security personnel are only tasked with screening for explosives. The men's luggage is held until they're aboard the aircraft, and no further screening is conducted. 7:59 a.m. American Airlines Flight 11 takes off from Boston Logan International Airport, loaded with 76 passengers, 5 hijackers, and 11 crew members. All 4 planes hijacked are loaded with fuel for a cross-continental trip to California. 8:14 a.m. Flight 175 departs Boston, headed for Los Angeles. The flight includes 9 crew, 51 passengers, and 5 hijackers. The plane is loaded with 76,000 pounds of fuel and departs 14 minutes late. Simultaneously aboard Flight 11, the hijackers enact their plot, taking control of the aircraft and turning it northwest, then changing course south directly toward New York City. The men use pepper spray and knives to subdue the crew and passengers. 8:19 a.m. Aboard Flight 11, the first casualty of the 9/11 attacks is a man by the name of Daniel M. Lewin. He had served 4 years with the Israeli army, and it's believed he attempted to stop the hijacking. One of the hijackers, however, is seated directly behind him and fatally stabs him. Flight attendant Betty Ann Ong aboard Flight 11 contacts American Airlines via an in-flight phone and alerts them to the hijacking. She informs ground personnel she can't contact the cockpit. Later, it'll be presumed that both pilots were killed. Ong remains on the phone with ground personnel for 25 minutes. 8:20 a.m. American Airlines Flight 77, flying from Dulles International Airport to Los Angeles, takes off. It's carrying 6 crew members, 53 passengers, and 5 hijackers. 8:21 a.m. Flight 11's hijackers turn off the plane's transponders. American Airlines is already contacting its operations center in Texas and making contact with federal officials. 8:24 a.m. Aboard Flight 11, hijacker Mohammed Atta accidentally presses the wrong button and instead of broadcasting a message to the passengers aboard the plane, broadcasts directly to air traffic control and nearby aircraft. The message further alerts personnel on the ground to the ongoing attack. Pilot of Flight 175, Victor J. Saracini, picks up the transmission and informs the FAA, unaware that soon his plane too will be hijacked. 8:30 a.m. World Trade Center staff, employees, and visitors have begun to arrive in numbers. Hundreds of personnel are preparing for the pending workday. The massive complex includes the famous Twin Towers, hubs of finance along with a hotel, 4 office buildings, a shopping mall, restaurants, a public plaza, and a major transportation hub. The planned activities for the day include a Risk Waters Group Financial Technology Conference, a National Association for Business Economics Conference, an evening dance performance in the outdoor plaza, and a Peace Corps information session scheduled for 6 p.m. 8:32 a.m. Flight attendant Madeline Amy Sweeney aboard Flight 11 has been attempting to contact personnel on the ground unsuccessfully when she finally makes contact with a friend, a manager at Boston Logan International Airport. For the next 12 minutes, she relays key details on the hijacking to ground personnel, including a description of the attackers. 8:37 a.m. After picking up Mohammed Atta's transmission, Boston Air Traffic Control contacts the U.S. Air Force's Northeastern Air Defense Sector in Rome, New York. The Air Force quickly mobilizes Air National Guard jets at Otis Air Force Base in Falmouth, Massachusetts, and tasks them with locating and following Flight 11. 8:42 a.m. Flight 93 experiences a major delay and takes off much later than anticipated by the hijackers. The flight is headed for San Francisco and was supposed to take off at the same time as the other planes in order to prevent anyone from getting wind of the plot. The delay will directly lead to the failure of Flight 93's hijackers. As it climbs to the sky, Flight 93 is carrying 7 crew, 33 passengers, and 4 hijackers. Simultaneously, Flight 175 is hijacked above Northwest New Jersey, 60 miles northwest of New York City. The plane turns southwest, briefly before turning back northeast. Flight 11 is already descending into New York. 8:46 a.m. Flight 11 is piloted straight into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. The plane hits the tower across floors 93 and 99, instantly killing all aboard the aircraft, along with hundreds inside the tower. The impact also severs all 3 emergency stairwells, trapping hundreds more above the impact site. Many of those people will have no choice but to jump to their deaths to avoid the flames that begin to consume the tower. An emergency response is immediately launched, though the responders believe this to be a freak accident and are unaware that it's a planned attack, and a second plane will soon be arriving. Witnessing the crash from 14 blocks north of the World Trade Center, Battalion Chief Joseph Pfeiffer directs the New York City Fire Department to issue a second alarm. Minutes later, while en route to the scene, he orders a third alarm, mobilizing 23 engine and ladder companies, 12 chiefs, and 10 specialized units to all respond. The Port Authority Police Department mobilizes and calls on units from other posts to respond to the World Trade Center to begin evacuation and rescue efforts. 8:50 a.m. U.S. President George W. Bush is visiting an elementary school in Sarasota, Florida, when he's alerted that a plane has hit the North Tower. He's assured it was an accident. 8:51 a.m. Flight 77 is hijacked above southern Ohio, turning southeast. The transponder is turned off. 8:55 a.m. South Tower is declared secure, and a public announcement by a Port Authority fire safety employee reassures people the building is safe and that anyone in the middle of evacuating should return to their offices. The tragic announcement ensures that many more victims will become trapped later. George Mironis, who's an office manager for Daiichi Kangyo Bank, takes a photo of the debris raining down from above him and falling past his window on the 48th floor of the North Tower. He then evacuates successfully down the stairwell. On the 35th floor of the South Tower, Port Authority employee David Bobbitt takes a photo of the World Trade Center Plaza as debris from the North Tower rains down from above. 8:59 a.m. The Port Authority Police Department orders the evacuation of both towers. A minute later, they will order the evacuation of all civilians from the entire World Trade Center complex. In the North Tower, evacuees are pouring down the stairwells. Firefighters have cut open vending machines and are handing out water. The injured are being brought down the stairs by volunteers and emergency personnel. Many from the upper floors are severely burned and won't survive their injuries. One survivor would later recall passing firefighters climbing past him on the 40th floor, awestruck at their determination to climb as high as the 80th floor to reach survivors. He has no idea that many of those rescue workers were climbing to their deaths when the building ultimately collapsed. Survivors above the impact site are being forced to make a horrible decision. They cannot be reached by emergency personnel as the crashed plane has completely severed all stairwells to them. The burning jet fuel and debris are reaching temperatures hot enough to melt the structure of the building itself. They're faced with a choice of burning to death or jumping out of one of the windows. Many choose to jump. None survive. 9 a.m. Aboard Flight 175, passengers Garnet Ace Bailey, Peter Burton Hansen, and Brian David Sweeney have called family members to let them know of the hijacking. Brian David Sweeney leaves the following voicemail for his wife.
Jules, this is Brian. Lives on an airplane that's been hijacked, and things don't go well. It's not looking good. I just want you to know I absolutely love you. I want you to do good. So have a good time. Same to my parents and everybody. And I just totally love you, and I'll see you later. Bye, Dave. I'll call you.
9:02 a.m. An evacuation message is broadcast in the South Tower, though it does not make it seem as if the evacuation is mandatory. Instead, occupants are told that if the situation warrants it, they should start an orderly evacuation. Many opt to, others don't. 9:03 a.m. United Airlines Flight 175 is flown into the World Trade Center by its hijackers. The plane hits the tower through floors 77 through 85, instantly killing all passengers and an unknown number of people inside the building. Thanks to various evacuation prompts, though, the casualties are less than those on the North Tower. The impact severs all elevator cables and 2 out of 3 stairwells. Once more, many are trapped above the impact site, prompting more workers to jump to their deaths. It's estimated that as many as 200 people choose to jump rather than face the raging fires. An ABC Live News chopper captures the moment of impact from Flight 175 as it strikes the South Tower. The live footage shocks Americans and a live audience around the world, who up until this point believed the North Tower crash was a freak accident. 9:05 a.m. President Bush is preparing to read a book to the assembled elementary students when an aide informs him, quote, "A second plane hit the second tower. America is under attack." Later, the president would state that he chose to continue reading the book to the students in order to not alarm them. After excusing himself from the reading lesson, the president is moved to a nearby classroom, which is converted into a temporary communication center. 9:08 a.m. The FAA bans all takeoff nationwide for any flight going to or through New York airspace. 9:09 a.m. U.S. Air Force F-15s initially dispatched to locate Flight 11 are finally informed the plane has crashed into the World Trade Center. The planes are released from their holding pattern over Long Island. 9:13 a.m. The F-15s leave Long Island airspace and are headed for Manhattan, with orders to engage and destroy any aircraft that might pose a threat to civilians below. Civilian traffic is warned not to deviate from assigned flight paths. 9:17 a.m. CBS News correspondent Jim Stewart is the first to name Osama bin Laden as a suspect in the attacks. 9:19 a.m. United 93 is currently over central Pennsylvania. United Airlines flight dispatcher Ed Ballinger begins sending warning text messages to all United flights, cautioning them about cockpit intrusions and that 2 aircraft have already been hijacked and have collided with the World Trade Center. However, as he is sending the message to 16 different flights, the message does not reach United 93 for another 4 minutes. 9:24 a.m. An occupant of the South Tower either jumps or falls when attempting to climb down. They hit firefighter Danny Sir, killing them both. Rescue personnel notice that fewer people are jumping from the South Tower than the North Tower, likely due to the early warning they received. 9:25 a.m. U.S. Air Force F-15s establish an air patrol pattern over Manhattan. 9:26 a.m. The FAA grounds all aircraft across the United States. At the same time, Flight 93's pilot, Jason Dahl, confirms receipt of the message warning about the hijacked aircraft. 9:28 a.m. Hijackers aboard Flight 93 storm the cockpit and overpower the pilots before killing them. The struggle is overheard by flight controllers in Cleveland as it's broadcast over the radio. 9:29 a.m. President Bush makes the first public statement on the attacks from the elementary school he is currently visiting.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a difficult moment for America. Today we've had a national tragedy. Two airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
9:32 a.m. Flight controllers at Dulles International Airport make radar contact with Flight 77, observing that it is tracking eastbound at a very high rate of speed. 9:33 a.m. Reagan National Airport contacts the Secret Service Operations Center at the White House and informs them Flight 77 is heading straight for them and not communicating with ground control. The Secret Service begins to evacuate the White House when they're notified the plane has changed directions and is instead approaching Reagan National Airport. 9:35 a.m. The president's motorcade heads for Sarasota-Bradenton International Airport, where Air Force One is waiting. Meanwhile, Flight 93 changes course from its filed flight path and begins to fly eastwards. At the White House, news that Flight 77 had once more changed course prompts the Secret Service to evacuate the vice president. 9:36 a.m. Cleveland advises the FAA Command Center it is still tracking Flight 93 and inquires if the military has launched interceptor aircraft. Air National Guard pilots Lieutenant General Mark Sasseville and Heather Penny have rushed to waiting F-16s and taken off in pursuit of Flight 93. Believing it too would be used to attack civilians on the ground, the F-16s are in hot pursuit, but there's not been enough time to arm them. Sasseville and Penny decide that if need be, they will physically crash their own F-16s into the passenger jet and force it down. 9:37 and 46 seconds a.m. Flight 77 crashes into the west side of the Pentagon at 530 miles per hour. The section of the Pentagon impacted has recently undergone renovation and is thus largely empty. Only 125 personnel inside the Pentagon are killed, along with all 64 aboard the aircraft. The crash is captured by a security camera on a nearby checkpoint. 9:39 a.m. Aboard Flight 93, hijacker Ziad Jarrah presses the wrong button and accidentally transmits a warning to the passengers to remain seated over the radio. 9:40 a.m. Associated Press photographer Richard Drew captures an image that will soon become a ghoulish symbol of the terror attacks on the World Trade Center. Photographing the upper floors of the North Tower, Drew captures 12 photos of a man falling to his death, referred to only as the falling man. To date, attempts to positively identify the anonymous victim have been fruitless. 9:42 a.m. As the situation at the Pentagon is becoming more widely understood, senior FAA traffic manager Ben Sliney issues the execution order for SCATANA, or Plan for the Security Control of Air Traffic and Air Navigation Aids. This is a national preparedness plan meant to be issued only under case of dire national emergency, grounding all air traffic in the United States and shutting off American airspace to any incoming aircraft. It includes plans to be executed by the Department of Defense, the FAA, and the Federal Communications Commission. September 11th would be the only time that this plan has ever been implemented in its entirety, the other times being only partial implementations under exercise conditions. 9:43 a.m. The White House and Capitol building are fully evacuated and closed. 9:45 a.m. The United States airspace is shut down. Civilian aircraft are barred from taking off and all civilian traffic is ordered to immediately land at the nearest airport that can accommodate them. All incoming international flights are diverted to either Canada or Mexico, with exceptions for aircraft dangerously low on fuel. Canada follows suit and accepts incoming international flights redirected from the US, but shuts down its airspace as well in order to help protect Northern American cities and potential targets. The US and Canadian Air Forces immediately begin to launch combat air patrols in accordance with joint preparedness plans. 9:51 a.m. Chief Oriel Palmer and Fire Marshal Ronald Bucca reach the 78th floor of the South Tower. They report pockets of fire and scattered bodies, but no survivors. Both men will lose their lives when the tower collapses. 9:52 a.m. The National Security Agency intercepts a phone call between a known associate of Osama bin Laden and someone in the Republic of Georgia. The caller is located in Afghanistan and states that he's heard the good news, finishing with the revelation that a fourth target would soon be hit. The NSA immediately contacts the U.S. Air Force with suspicions that Flight 93 is also going to be used in an attack confirmed. With the World Trade Center hit twice, and now the Pentagon, it's believed Flight 93's target will be either the Capitol building or the White House. 9:55 a.m. Air Force One departs from Sarasota-Bradenton International Airport. The plane circles for 40 minutes as an ultimate destination is discussed. If an attempt on the president's life is forthcoming, he is safest aboard the aircraft, which is directly linked to all parts of the government and the Department of Defense. 9:57 a.m. Passengers aboard Flight 93 have been corralled to the rear of the plane by hijackers. Prior to this, they've been in contact with friends and family on the ground, learning of the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. The passengers and crew take a vote and decide that in order to spare more civilian deaths and foil the terrorist plans, they will fight the hijackers. A struggle ensues, recorded on the cockpit voice recorder and later recovered from the plane's black box. 9:59 a.m. The South Tower collapses 56 minutes after being impacted. The collapse is captured live and broadcast to audiences around the world, with some fearing that yet another aircraft has struck the tower. Nobody inside the tower survives the collapse, including dozens of rescue workers. There's confusion in the aftermath as massive clouds of dust sweep over lower Manhattan, with many fearing an additional attack. Due to the unique construction of the World Trade Center towers, the floors collapse in on themselves in a pancake-like fashion, pulling the entire tower down the moment floors underneath the impact site begin to buckle. The steel supporting the impact site has been weakened by fire fed by tens of thousands of gallons of jet fuel. The softened steel eventually collapses in on itself, causing 25 stories to fall 12 feet into the next floor below the impact zone. That floor inevitably collapses from the incredible strain, leading to a rapid pancake effect where each floor below the next is trying to hold up the weight of every floor above it, coming down on top of it. Victim 0001 of the September 11th attacks will be Father Michael Judge, a Franciscan chaplain supporting the fire department. He is struck by falling debris while in the lobby of the North Tower and dies instantly of blunt force trauma to the head. 10 a.m. New York Fire Department Battalion Chief Joseph Pfeiffer, who is currently inside the North Tower, orders via radio the immediate evacuation of all emergency personnel from the tower. Various factors ensure that only a portion of the emergency responders hear the order to evacuate. Some are told by others who've received the radio call, while others never hear it at all. 10:01 a.m. FAA Command Center advises FAA headquarters that another aircraft has spotted Flight 93 waving its wings dramatically. Inside the hijacked aircraft, the passengers are launching a vicious counterattack against the hijackers, and the desperate pilot is trying to subdue the passengers as they make their way to the cockpit. 10:02 a.m. The Presidential Emergency Operations Center receives confirmation from the Secret Service of an inbound aircraft heading toward Washington. This is Flight 93. The Vice President is informed that the only defense against the hijacked plane is a pair of F-16s cruising on afterburner toward the rogue plane, and without any armaments. The pilots have resolved themselves to crashing their fighters into the plane to bring it down. However, it's unknown if the F-16s will reach Flight 93 before it reaches Washington and delivers another devastating blow. 10:03 and 11 seconds a.m. Flight 93 crashes into the Pennsylvania countryside outside of Shanksville. Cockpit recording confirms that passengers had successfully neutralized 3 of the hijackers and were now attempting to break their way into the cockpit. The pilot decides to crash the plane before the passengers can take control, failing in their jihad. The passengers of Flight 93 successfully end the September 11th terror plot before it can claim more victims. Just 18 minutes flight time from the terrorists' intended targets. 10:07 a.m. Due to poor communications, the Northeastern Air Defense Sector, which has a pair of fighters loitering over Washington, finally learns of the hijacking of Flight 93 4 minutes after it's confirmed to have crashed. In the aftermath of 9/11, a focus on vastly improved communications and awareness will fall on the U.S. military in its duty to patrol and defend North American airspace. The terror attack has shown a weakness in quickly responding to threats from within, as opposed to an expected threat from outside of American airspace. 10:10 a.m. The National Military Command Center moves the entire U.S. military into Threat Condition Delta. All across the globe, U.S. forces, most of which are still unaware of the attacks in the homeland, scramble in preparation for immediate combat action against an unknown enemy. U.S. diplomats scramble to message various nations who might see the sudden move to a combat-ready posture as a direct threat to their own national security. 10:13 a.m. The United Nations complex is evacuated. 10:15 a.m. Vice President Cheney, still unaware Flight 93 has crashed, authorizes U.S. fighters to engage any inbound aircraft if they believe it to have been hijacked. 10:28 a.m. In the same fashion as the South Tower, the North Tower collapses. Unlike the South Tower, 16 personnel inside the building are later rescued. The collapse destroys the Marriott Hotel at the base of the 2 towers and causes 7 World Trade Center to begin to burn. 10:30 a.m. U.S. Air Force F-15s and F-16s patrol the skies over Washington, D.C. and New York City. They have orders to immediately shoot down any aircraft that do not comply with radio instructions. Later, a radar contact feared to be a hijacked aircraft is revealed to be a medevac helicopter on its way to the Pentagon impact site. The September 11th attack would result in the death of 2,977 victims, with up to 25,000 injured. In the years to come, the United States would launch a campaign of retribution against the al-Qaeda network and Osama bin Laden, who was surprised by the ferocity of the U.S. response and is forced into a life of hiding until his death in a U.S. raid on May 2, 2011. Al-Qaeda as a network would be systematically dismantled by the U.S. and allied forces in a clandestine war that would span from the deserts of Afghanistan to Western Europe and the South China Sea. Today, Al-Qaeda is a shadow of its former self and has found temporary refuge inside Afghanistan, once more controlled by the Taliban. But even there, it's not safe, as evidenced by the elimination of its senior-most leader, Ayman al-Zawahiri, at the hands of the CIA. The organization is struggling to rebuild financially after 2 decades of persecution by the United States, but is suffering from not just a catastrophic loss of finances, but also leadership, given that most of its veteran cadre have been systematically eliminated by Western forces. Despite an end to the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, a vengeful United States continues to put pressure on al-Qaeda, determined to drive the group into extinction. 1979, the world casts a wary eye towards Afghanistan. The year prior, Nur Muhammad Takari had seized power and installed a communist government, much to the Soviet Union's pleasure. However, Takari's government has turned brutally oppressive with mass executions and extrajudicial arrests. The move sparks an insurgency, widely labeled as the Afghan Mujahideen. While the same name has a religious significance, the truth is the rebel forces are split along the ideological lines, with some practicing hardcore fundamentalism and others embracing secularism. They are united, however, in their wish to overthrow the Takari regime. In April, Nur Muhammad Takari is removed from power forcefully and replaced with Hafizullah Amin a few months later in September. At first, Amin tries to quell the growing rebellion with friendly overtures, but his security forces disappear thousands of people behind the scenes. The abuses only increase as time goes on, and the rebellion festers. Amin is so unpopular that the Soviet Union begins to suspect he's a CIA plant, purposefully placed in power in order to collapse the Afghan communist government. On December 25, 1979, the Soviet Union invades Afghanistan. Its goal is simple: remove Amin from power and establish a legitimate communist government. 2 days later, Soviet special forces locate and assassinate Amin. The war, if it can be called that, should be over in a matter of months. It would last 10 years. The United States is initially caught off guard by the Soviet Union invasion. Its intelligence efforts in the region have been to date an almost complete failure. The CIA and other intelligence agencies have been largely focused on Central and South America due to communism paranoia in the effort to keep the perceived threat out of America's own backyard. To date, the CIA has funneled $500,000 worth of medical and non-lethal aid to the Mujahideen, but not supported the insurgency in any significant way. Soviet fears of American intervention in Afghanistan are hilariously overblown, but that will soon change. Discussions about Soviet interventionism in Afghanistan have been taking place for months, though nobody suspected a full-blown invasion was truly imminent. America has a very real interest in making the Afghan situation difficult for the Soviets, but differ on how important it truly is. For some, Afghanistan is a chance to pay back the Soviet Union for its interference in Vietnam, a war that cost the U.S. dearly in manpower and capital. Others fear that increasing aid to the Mujahideen would only encourage the Soviets to more directly intervene. An April 5th memo by National Intelligence Officer Arnold Horlick lays out the stakes. Covert action would raise the cost to the Soviets and inflame Muslim opinion against them in many countries. The risk is that a substantial U.S. covert aid program could raise the stakes and induce the Soviets to intervene more directly and vigorously than otherwise intended. Preliminary meetings with the Mujahideen leadership have already been undertaken, but still the U.S. has played a cautious hand in Afghanistan. The Soviet invasion changes all of that. Texas Democrat Congressman Charlie Wilson watches the invasion take place from a hot tub in Las Vegas. A playboy at heart, Wilson nonetheless is shocked at the brutality of Soviet bombing of Afghan civilians and vows to do something to help the Afghan people. With the best of intentions, he sets out to build a Washington coalition with one purpose: push for the direct military support of the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. Seeing an opportunity for payback and to force the Soviet Union to lose its focus in Africa, the program to aid the Mujahideen, now codenamed Operation Cyclone, is approved. At first, Operation Cyclone aims to keep U.S. involvement in the war within the realm of plausible deniability. To this effect, the program initially focuses on providing training and logistical support to the Mujahideen, as well as equipping them with Soviet-made weapons purchased by the CIA covertly. With Iran on one side, though, and the Soviets directly north, this leaves the U.S. with only Pakistan as a route into the country. This is a difficult position for the U.S., as Pakistan's recent development of nuclear weapons has put a severe strain between the two nations. In order to improve relations, it's decided that Pakistan would be granted near full control over the dissemination of American aid to the Mujahideen. Some within the CIA, State Department, and other agencies express concern over the decision, as Pakistan clearly favors the more fundamentalist forces inside Afghanistan itself. Their concerns are ignored, with inevitable disastrous future consequences. In order to coordinate the influx of America's funding, equipment, and weapons, Pakistan's President Mohammad Zia-ul-Haq turns to the Inter-Services Intelligence Agency, at the time a Pakistani intelligence agency struggling for legitimacy. The massive responsibility of coordinating millions of dollars in U.S. aid, however, skyrockets the agency's legitimacy, cementing it as an instrument of power in Pakistan for decades to come. This, too, would eventually be a mistake. Massive refugee camps are set up along the Pakistan border, and the United States contributes millions of dollars in humanitarian aid to these camps. Sensing an opportunity, however, hardline fundamentalist clerics from Saudi Arabia and other Muslim nations converge on the camps, slowly indoctrinating tens of thousands of young Afghan men into religious fundamentalism. One of these Saudi holy men bears the name Osama bin Laden, whose family owns a construction firm worth millions of dollars and has close ties to the Saudi government. Despite early warning signs that bin Laden and others are preaching a dangerous fundamentalist form of Islam to vulnerable young men who will soon be armed to the teeth, the United States ignores these warnings and continues on with almost no oversight of Pakistan's dissemination of U.S. aid. Even worse, the U.S. now directly helps spread the message of radical Islam, believing it to be a valuable recruitment tool. Right here in America, the CIA enlists Egyptian double agent Ali Abdul Saud Muhammad and sends him to recruit American Muslims to fight in Afghanistan. Operating out of the Kifa Refugee Center in Brooklyn, Muhammad preaches a fiery message of holy war to impressionable youths, bolstering the ranks of the Mujahideen. Around the world, the CIA encourages similar recruitment efforts, helping funnel tens of thousands of volunteer fighters to Pakistan. Muhammad would eventually make his way to Pakistan as well, where he would use his U.S. Army training to instruct both Ayman al-Zawahiri, the founder of Egyptian Islamic Jihad, and Osama bin Laden. Inside Afghanistan, the grinding war against the Soviet occupation continues on. American aid is now supplemented by the British, Saudi Arabia, and even China, whose own relations with the Soviet Union have seriously deteriorated. The British, leading the second greatest effort after the Americans, have thrown much of their support behind Ahmad Shah Massoud. Massoud is a brilliant guerrilla commander, instrumental in the defeat of several Soviet offensives, and is a growing national hero to the Afghan people. However, his fearsome militia is increasingly being infiltrated by hardline fundamentalists. While Massoud himself is a moderate, he has no choice but to accept the troops available to him. The MI6 thus arms Massoud's militia with thousands of rifles, mines, explosives, radios, and 50 missile launchers with 300 missiles. The British even used the SAS to train Massoud's militia directly. One thing is becoming clear, though. Moderate voices within the Afghan resistance are becoming increasingly scarce. Pakistan and America may be allied in their wish to see the Soviets evicted from Afghanistan, but their long-term vision for the nation differs greatly. For one, America doesn't have one. It's not even remotely invested in the long-term state of Afghanistan, even as it becomes increasingly clear the Soviet Union can't maintain this invasion forever. This leaves the door wide open for Pakistan to shape the future of Afghanistan as it sees fit. For starters, it views the nation as a vital buffer between itself and Iran. It also needs a future Afghanistan that will not become a close U.S. ally. Pakistan fears that the United States, who does not look favorably on Pakistan after its development of nuclear weapons, might use Afghanistan as a staging ground for its own invasion in a bid to strip Pakistan of nuclear arms. Thus, it must make sure that the future Afghanistan is one hostile to U.S. interests. Luckily, the indoctrination of tens of thousands of Afghan youths and volunteer mujahideen by extremist clerics provides the opportunity they need. The ISI works busily to build strong relationships with the most fundamentalist of militias, funneling American weapons and money to them directly while choking off moderate forces. Pakistan's not particularly invested in the growing fundamentalist Islamic movement within the Mujahideen, But the movement proves to be a powerful binding force and the promise of a strong future government for the nation, which will be greatly indebted to Pakistan, of course. Even as warnings of rising fundamentalism continue to rise, they are ignored. And in 1985, President Ronald Reagan ends all pretenses by announcing America's global support of anti-Soviet resistance movements. Even as much as a few years ago, this would have been impossible and tantamount to a declaration of war against the Soviet Union, but news back home and in the USSR are not good. The country is experiencing increasing political unrest, and the war in Afghanistan, as well as the Soviet support for communist guerrilla movements around the world, are straining the Soviet economy. Reagan senses an opportunity to strike a definitive blow against the Soviet Union. With the declaration of the Reagan Doctrine, the flow of weapons and money to the Mujahideen increases exponentially. Free of the restraint of having to support the movement covertly, the CIA no longer has to limit its efforts by purchasing Soviet-made weapons. Reagan's proclamation allows the US now to arm the Mujahideen with more modern and far more capable weapons. For years, the Soviet Air Forces wreaked havoc against the Mujahideen. Soviet Hind attack helicopters have been particularly deadly opponents, hunting down and annihilating Mujahideen forces even in their traditional safe zones high up in the mountains. Starting in 1985, the US arms the Mujahideen with the Stinger shoulder-fired surface-to-air missile system, and almost immediately Soviet aircraft losses skyrocket. The effectiveness of the weapon would be hotly debated for decades to come, but one thing's for sure. After its introduction in Afghanistan, the Soviet Air Force no longer operated as brazenly as it had before. This allows the Mujahideen to make serious inroads in its fight against the Soviets. It's only with the introduction of the Stinger to the Mujahideen and the reports of mounting Soviet aircraft losses that America begins to show some concern over its to-date completely unchecked tidal wave of money and weapons to Afghanistan. There are growing worries that the Stingers will eventually make their way out of the country and be used to shoot down civilian or military aircraft, perhaps even American ones. For the first time, the US takes note of the rising wave of dangerous fundamentalism against the Mujahideen, though ultimately America continues to leave Pakistan in charge of who receives what. Inevitably, the Soviet Union is forced to limp out of Afghanistan in 1989, suffering over 14,000 dead and 50,000 wounded. The war is over, the Mujahideen successful. Yet, even as moderates like Ahmad Shah Massoud are being forced into the peripheries of post-Soviet Afghanistan, the only concern that the United States shows in what happens next is the retrieval of the Stinger missile units provided to the Mujahideen. In what would become the single most baffling foreign policy decision of the 20th century history, President Ronald Reagan and successor H.W. Bush show absolutely no interest in the shaping of future Afghanistan. Even as civil war breaks out between extremist fundamentalists and the vastly outnumbered moderates, the United States pays no attention. With the direct aid and support of Pakistan, extremist forces take over most of the country, leaving what has become the moderate United Islamic Front for the Salvation of Afghanistan or Northern Alliance in control of only 5 to 10% of the nation. With the formation of the Taliban government, Pakistan has achieved its strategic goals in the nation, all on America's dime. On September 9, 2001, moderate leader and national hero Ahmad Shah Massoud, once backed directly by MI6, is assassinated by the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, who both fear that in their coming attack against America and the US's inevitable response, Massoud would be installed as a popular leader to reunite the nation against the Taliban. In 2019, there were 25,000 terrorism-related fatalities in the world. Sooner or later, you may become one of those fatalities, unless you learn how to survive a terrorist attack. Know before you go. The best way to survive a terrorist attack is a lot like surviving a gunshot wound. You don't get shot in the first place. Terrorism may still be a hot buzzword in the US, but the fact is the United States is one of the safest nations in the world when it comes to terrorism. That's not to say the US hasn't suffered. When it's been hit big. But there's no need to fear a terrorist hiding around every corner. In fact, you're far more likely to end up in the middle of a terrorist attack if you live in Europe, where multiple ongoing religious and ethnic conflicts continue to this day. Plus, it's a lot easier and cheaper for the type of terrorists Americans are afraid of to simply attack Europe instead. However, the nations with the highest number of terrorist attacks in 2019 were Afghanistan, Syria, and India. Figures for the last 2 years haven't been completely vetted. Afghanistan and Syria are perhaps not surprises. They are, after all, largely active and ongoing war zones. But you may be surprised to learn that India faces a very wide range of terror groups, from Islamic jihadists to separatists and revolutionaries trying to topple the government altogether. To make matters worse, next-door neighbor Pakistan is well known to have aided terrorists in India through the use of its intelligence agencies. A good way to survive a terrorist attack is to control where you travel to. The U.S. State Department has a list updated daily of nations it doesn't recommend travel to, and the reasons why. If you have any questions, simply phone a friendly State Department official for clarification. For example, which areas of India should you specifically avoid? Don't be conspicuous. You're at your greatest threat of being involved in a terrorist attack if you're traveling overseas. In that case, you may inadvertently be caught up in the midst of a planned attack, or you could be the specific target of a terrorist attack. The world is overwhelmingly a friendly place, but Westerners are at an increased risk when traveling to certain areas of the world. You can largely thank colonialism and interventionism for that fact, but either way, it would probably be best to avoid being very conspicuous. Don't draw unnecessary attention to yourself when out in public, and by all means avoid deliberately making yourself a target by the clothing you're wearing. This one's looking at you, our fellow Americans. The American flag may be a popular fashion symbol here in the US, but best skip on the free advertising when traveling to more shady areas of the world. Many terrorist groups hate America for ideological and political grounds, and any opportunity to strike is golden, especially if it happens to be in your backyard wrapped in an Old Glory wife beater. Try to blend in with the locals when you travel, and always travel in a group. Avoid ever being left alone in a situation, and if worse comes to worse, tell people you're Canadian. We're not kidding, this is very common advice in the counterterrorism world. About the worst thing most terrorists are mad at Canada is about being America's top hat. Know when to cooperate, know when to fight. A terrorist attack could be a variety of different natures, but one attack you might experience is an attempted kidnapping. Terrorists commonly carry out kidnapping attacks for one of two reasons: ransom and seizing high propaganda value individuals for ceremonial execution. Throughout much of the 60s through the 80s, Americans were still quite the prize for South American terrorist groups. But today, even terrorists who may not be ideological or political enemies of the US may snatch an American for one reason. Americans are typically a good ransom, or of great value in attracting international attention. Nothing grabs international headlines quite like 2 Americans taken hostage in, and that media attention can be one great benefit to a terrorist group looking for drawing attention to its cause. In this case, cooperation with your abductors is the best way to survive a terrorist attack. The United States government will not pay a ransom for a kidnapped citizen, so that won't encourage further terror attacks. However, many private groups and even some companies will happily pay out a ransom, and terrorists know this. You may also simply be an object of attention for a group looking to cash in on some big international recognition. Either way, you're worth something alive, and cooperation with the angry men holding guns is the best way you stay alive. However, some terrorist groups such as ISIS and Al-Qaeda routinely take victims for propaganda value, and it never ends pretty. Throughout the 2000s until 2 or 3 years ago, ISIS and Al-Qaeda popularized production of ceremonial executions of Western citizens. These videos have an extraordinary value in recruiting new members, as well as legitimizing a movement or ideology. In this case, your best bet would be to resist as much as possible, as otherwise the ending will be quite grim for you. If you're going to get your ticket punched anyway, might as well risk having it punched in an escape attempt. Be aware. If, however, you are a victim of a more kinetic attack, it can help to first be aware of when exactly you might be a victim of said attack. Terrorists pursuing more kinetic forms of terrorism will look for targets with the greatest propaganda value, which means either the most victims or most economic damage inflicted. These targets can include things such as crowded markets, government buildings, concerts, rallies, and high-value corporate interests. By being aware of where you are and where you'll be throughout your day, you can dramatically lessen the chance of even being in a terrorist attack. If overseas, try and learn the local schedule and hit up markets and other normally crowded areas in non-peak hours. The smaller crowd, the less a chance of terrorists going to be thinking it's a valuable target. Terrorism is after a high-risk operation, and one you only undertake once in many cases. Better to strike when you're going to get the most bang for your buck. Being near or inside government buildings is also something to actively avoid, especially if said buildings are embassies to nations with well-known terrorist enemies. Try and limit your time spent around these and buildings that house high-value corporate interests. Anything from new processing plants to corporate or even regional headquarters represent a high financial and human loss to a company or nation in the eyes of a terrorist and can be a tempting target. If forced to be in a crowded area, try and always keep an eye toward the nearest exit and an additional backup exit just in case. Knowing where to go and how far to get there can give you a huge leg up in the immediate aftermath of a kinetic incident. Situational awareness could also help you predict from where an attack might take place. In a crowded area, for instance, an attacker would seek to maximize casualties and thus move to the center of a crowd in case of an explosive attack, or to shut off avenues of exit, thus forcing panicking individuals into narrower funnels in case of a gunman attack. Being aware also means being aware of the individuals around you. Is someone wearing a heavy jacket even though it's very hot outside? That could mean the individual is attempting to hide something such as explosives or guns. Look for irregularities in the patterns of a crowd, and like a good comedian, learn to read a room. Get to safety. In the event of an attack, your first priority should be to get to immediate safety. Before you try to treat any wounds or look for missing group members, you should first get to a place safe from an ongoing attack or secondary threats. An explosive attack, after all, could still set off secondary dangers that are still deadly. Building collapses or secondary fires could both pose a risk of death. It does you no good to escape the primary attack only to be caught in the secondary effect. In case of an attack, it's very likely you'll have to apply first aid either to yourself or to a companion. Getting to safety first should trump even treating an obviously mortal wound. Otherwise, the end is likely the same. Only once safety has been guaranteed should the focus be on carrying out first aid. No first aid. It's likely you won't survive a kinetic terrorist attack if you don't even know basic first aid. Puncture wounds should be treated immediately, with firm pressure to stop blood loss. The pressure should be constant and bandages should never be reapplied. Reapplying a bandage to a puncture wound will often mean ripping away blood clotting and reopening the wound to flow again. If a bandage becomes soaked or doesn't seem to be very absorbent, simply add additional bandaging over the old. If an object is embedded in you, you should not remove it unless it's somehow impeding you from immediately getting to safety. As long as the object remains impaled in you, it's also sealing the wound. Pulling it out now would only leave you with a massive hole in your body, leaking a lot of blood. Simply apply bandaging around the site where the object is impaling you, and take great care to make sure the object remains immobilized so it doesn't cause even greater damage. A sucking chest wound can occur from penetration of the chest cavity and the collapse of one or both lungs, and is often characterized by pink or reddish frothing of blood. It's important to attempt to form an airtight seal over the wound. A credit card can be an excellent tool in helping create said seal. Then apply continuous pressure to the wound after wrapping with a bandage. If a credit card isn't available, plastic of any kind, such as from bags or even tape, can make for a good seal. And ideally, you'd be using the cleanest plastic you can find. Don't forget to check for an exit wound and seal that one as well. Then ensure no air enters the wound while you minimize bleeding. Then you want to lay the victim on their side as they attempt to exhale as much excess air as possible. If this makes it more difficult for them to breathe, however, don't move them. If you must treat burns, make sure to quickly and immediately remove any restrictive items such as jewelry or belts, as burn areas can swell quickly. Contrary to instinct, you want to actually avoid simply pouring water over a burn area. If large enough, it can lead to hypothermia. It can also contaminate a burn area and pose future infection risk. Simply cover in a clean, damp bandage. Avoid using pressure unless there is serious accompanying bleeding in the same area. As with most wounds, you want to elevate the wounded area so it's above the heart. This will make it more difficult to pump blood to the affected area, lessening the bleeding at the wound site. More serious injuries can be outright amputations or extremely severe bleeding and require more immediate and aggressive attention. If bleeding can't be slowed or stopped, or if a limb is partly or fully amputated, you want to immediately apply a tourniquet. You can make a simple and effective tourniquet with a belt, or if you have access to rope or a thick string, you can also make one with the help of a stick. Simply wrap the rope or string around the stick after wrapping the victim's limb, and then twist the stick to tighten. The aim of a tourniquet is to simply apply mechanical pressure and stop the bleeding, and can be very effective in the case of severe bleeds that can't be stopped or slowed through pressure. However you make your tourniquet, the goal is to wrap it around the affected limb and then apply as much pressure as you can to cinch off the bleeding. You should never reapply a tourniquet. And if another is needed or the first doesn't seem very effective, simply add a second one over the first. Loosening and reapplying a tourniquet will open the wound up to immediate rebleeding. Tourniquets should, however, be a last-ditch effort. The proper application of a tourniquet could very likely mean the loss of the affected limb. Getting yourself some immediate first aid can very well mean the difference between life and death. Now go check out how to actually survive getting shot, or click this other video instead.